tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
We barely fuck as one, crashing pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go.
We the kings, it's our honor, showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all to get it out. Never a surrender, a fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Yeah. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down. Look at me, I'll put the line down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bag. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime. Honor kings,
Guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. Yeah, we got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show them. We got no cry. We burn it fast as one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow
that
my pace.
we the champions screaming. I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea, and wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ubusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugudan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na namumulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada-atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay ligas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung ang pag-asa ng Pinas, tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'n kang veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung prince of landing, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo guess. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, darakinda na po. Sa natapira tapi, sa natapira tapu, sa natapira takulo, sa pila takulo, tapira tung pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bompanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante ng jowa mo. Ba't nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true Ultimate Battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
If they decide to try and push, let's see what would actually approach them. But here we go. Maybe the idea goes in Dream Roll as well.
Oh, Menki comes in and they got Zanju in the process, so now no big tanks for them. Neil, he's in an awkward position right now. Neil will take it out underneath his tower, but from the back, we can see Tubbs coming in, but the chase is happening at two sides, at the top.
But there from the way hit, it was just definitely a good check, because I mean, if somebody's wounded into that brush, I mean, that would be a different story for the side of Nova, and it could still be. But down goes X-Hero once more, as well as Megumi. I don't know if it's a sign of respect or a bit of a mistake there on their part, because they've exhausted a lot of ultimates, but Kate Cortain here could be down. Whoa!
Welcome everyone to the fourth and final day of the HOK Invitational S3 group stage. The question is, who will come out on top?
Trevor passes away. Oh, but the light, not enough to kill him. Continuing on, Dow not letting him go. He's going to chase him down to the ends of the earth, gets it, the infinite fastness, looking to go back. But the world is my board. When it's been killed, the infinite fastness is on back to safety. Tia, very, very low, needs to be careful. Dow, the menace up front, and they find Theo on the backside. They had the numbers.
Going into the 11-minute mark, we have Shuan a little bit too dive in deep there. He's not going to get the recall in time to see him fake. Just a bit of a see it on the way.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and I can wake up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
We barely fuck, there's one question pieces you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is wait and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and I can wake up.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Fight for what we want. Nothing comes overnight. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. We don't go to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to lie. Blood, sweat, and tears.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky.
I performed to the higher level and won. I won't stop being the best now.
ကျွန်တော်ရဲ့အသင်းဖော်တွေကအားကိုးလို့ရပါတယ် Semi Final ကိုရောက်ရှိတော့တဲ့နေ့အမျှကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စီလုံးမှုတွေကထိပ်ဆုံးမှာရှိနေမှာပါ
우리가 마지막으로 세계 무대에 오른 이후로 많은 사람들이 우리를 잊어버렸습니다. 이제 정상에 올랐으니 우리를 기억하시나요?
Sige lang, malitin nyo lang kami. Walang problema. Di nyo alam kung kailan kami aatake. Baka nakakalimutan nyo may Dragon Slayer kami.
Embrace it. The Red Robot are coming. Beware, the group stage was just our turning ground. Now, we are hungrier than ever.
Dall'inizio fino adesso non abbiamo perso manco una partita. Abbiamo deciso di continuare così. Potete provare a prendere punti da noi se ce la fate.
I prefer to just keep my mouth shut. I will let our game do all the talking.
Masarap ang pakiramdam ng manalo. At gagawin namin to sa harap ng aming mga kababayan. Walang makakapigil sa amin na kuhain ng corona.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3! Oy, mahina yan. Dapat mas malakas pa. Isang hiyaw naman dyan! That's right. That's how we do it. Here in the Philippines, we say, magandang hapon.
Maganda hapon.
Magandang hapon. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat!
What does it mean?
It means good afternoon to everyone. Because you know what, we're going live from around the world, right? In your country, how do we say that?
For us, like mabuhay, right?
Mabuhay, yes.
Selamat datang.
Selamat datang. Is that what language is that?
It's Malaysian.
Malaysian. So hello sa mga Malaysians dyan din. And apparently we're all around the world. So if you're viewing right now, this is the official Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational. And we've come down to the last 8 teams.
Out of 12.
Out of 12.
Out of 12. But before that,
okay, yes.
They look dashing and sharp, so shiny. What is this?
This is in Tagalog. In the Philippines, we call this the barong.
Barong.
Barong Tagalog. Wow. It's the traditional wear or men's wear that we use for occasions like this.
I like traditional clothes. It makes they local.
Yes.
When they wear it, they look so good looking.
Like yourself. What are you wearing?
I'm wearing traditional me.
Okay, you look beautiful.
Thank you so much.
And I'm Eruption. And welcome everyone. So ngayon, syempre, we're going to do a roll call. A roll call of all your teams that you're supporting in the top 8. And here we go. We're going to start with...
Give some energy to Bigatron Esports!
Oh, they got some fans in the house. Next, we have Nongshim Red Force.
And then we have Impunity Esports.
Oh, I see them laughing in the crowd too. And next we have Nova Esports. They're going Nova, Nova. You can hear them loud and clear.
The crowd is hyped up. Next one, All Gamers Global.
And next we have Vitality.
Down to the 7th team is going to be Elevate.
All right. I see their hands in the air now. And last but not the least, Blacklist International. They're dancing now. They're dancing. All right, so we have the final 8 teams, and they're going to battle it out in a knockout performance. All right, so if you lose, GG ka na.
Single elimination.
Single elimination.
But the good news for them, they have 7 chances. It's going to be the best of 7.
All right, so if they go up to, I heard that if they go up to the Game 7.
Rules will be a bit different though.
Yes, it's an old pick, but they'll explain it with the casters later on. But now, let's go on. Are you guys ready? Mas malakas pa, are you guys ready? All right. right.
So we don't want to waste any more time. Everybody's hype up. We're going to go to the first series of the day, which is going to be Nova Esports versus All Gamers Global. Let's toss it for the casters to spice things up.
All right, back to you guys.
Hello and welcome to day one of the knockout stage for the Honor of Kings Season 3 Invitational out here in the Philippines. Today we will be sending 2 teams home, with at least one of them hailing from Malaysia. My name is Holler, and with me is Sir Cloud. How are you feeling about this first spicy matchup?
Oh, I'm super excited, right? You got 2 top-tier teams here battling out with each other, but only one team will progress to the next stage. I mean, as a fellow Malaysian, you know, it's going to be hard to choose, right? It's like asking you to choose between girlfriend A and girlfriend B.
Oh, an assortment of choices, and I didn't know you had so many options that's going in where you can kind of label them with A and B, but still, I still feel it. I totally understand what you're talking about. This is a difficult one to kind of gauge in the end, but if anything, we've kind of seen that it's going to be a best of 7, and there's going to be a lot more strategy. The drafting is going to be crazy, but are we going to see the distance, and are we going to see an ultimate battle for the first time?
Oh, I can't wait to see that, right? I do wish that we go to a Game 7 today and we get to see how it's been played, right? Because we have not seen it before and it'll be interesting to see how it goes. But let's check out this spiel whereby we would like to say thank you so much to our official gaming phone of the tournament, Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah, and this is the Season 3 sponsored phone. This is the one that with all the pros are playing on stage. It's a great opportunity to even test that out if you happen to be in the area. It's SM City North EDSA. Please do check out. You're going to get some free goodies. Also be able to check out those phones. And there's a whole bunch of other spectators that are looking to see exactly what happens, because we've got a bit of a banger in terms of matchups. Not only is the Malaysian matchup first, but we also have another one where Blacklist International, they're going to be going up against Impunity Esports. But that aside, let's talk a little bit about the prize pool here, Sir Cloud.
Yes, the teams will be eyeing a total prize pool of $300,000 US. The champion will take home $100,000 US. Second place, $50,000 US. $25,000 US for the third and fourth placing. $15,000 US for 5th to 8th. Those teams that were eliminated from the group stage, unfortunately for them, they will still take home $10,000 US.
Yeah, but I mean, it's good to know. I mean, they still got something for showing up at the end of the day, and this is a brutal system more than anything else. In the group stage, you were stuck with three teams total. You had to beat the other 2. You potentially only played 2 matches, and you went home. Tough situation for some of those teams that did go home, but again, we're talking about the top 8 now. We're in the knockout stage. This is the next level. It is single elimination. You lose and you go home, and unfortunately, it might happen. We're going to see 2 teams go home by the end of today.
Oh yeah, somebody's going to be sent home, unfortunately. It is a single elimination, so it's going to be brutal for these teams, right? But it is the competition, and they need to face off on whatever that's going to happen in the upcoming matches. And of course, again, it is a best of 7 series, ladies and gentlemen. And in order for us to better explain to you, hopefully we do get there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it would be super exciting to see that. I think that going into these ones, all of the teams are going to be super serious. We've even seen it in the group stage where none of the teams were really willing to show some of their strategies, some of their cards. They were really just kind of picking their best heroes and trying to get in just to kind of close out some of those series. But let's talk a little bit about the brackets here, right? We're going to be seeing Nova versus AG. That's in the bottom half, the lower half of this bracket. The second matchup of today is going to be Blacklist International, the Philippines' #1 squad, going up against Impunity, the squad out of Myanmar. Are they able to come back and really stick it to Blacklist International? Again, a lot of questions to ask, but we've got some bangers of matches today.
Yeah, questions will be answered here based on today's matches. We're going to start off with Nova versus AG Global as our first match. Our second match will be Blacklist International, the hometown heroes, versus the very experienced Impunity in match 2. And if we were to put focus onto the first match, this is actually a rematch from the Malaysian qualifiers. Nova, they were first place seeding, and AG Global, they were second place seeding, and they actually went to 7 games. It was a 4-3 result to Nova time.
Yeah, and the craziest thing about that was that AGG were actually, they were up 2-1, they were up 3-2. They had chances to close out the series, but Nova just showed that resilience and they were able to bounce back. And I mean, going into this one, you're kind of looking at some of these teams, and we've seen some of the groups where AGG hasn't really done as well. They did kind of falter going up against Team Vitality. That is a freight train for any team to kind of have to deal with. But this is a situation now where teams, they're very familiar with each other. What's going to happen?
Yeah, for all you know, even like the off-season scrims, they would have been scrimming with each other a lot. So they have a lot of information between these two teams. But we all know that from the last tournament to this tournament, there were a couple of changes as well, a couple of new additions, heroes and so on and so forth into the game. So that could throw their data off. But of course, these teams, they are pro teams. They really know how to adapt with each other. I also want to point out that AG Global, during the Malaysia qualifiers, they were known as the Giant Slayer. They took down Team Secret and Blacklist Esports on their route to Grand Finals.
I mean, they've been completely amazing, right? And there's a reason why they're here. It would be terrible. Unfortunately, one of these teams has to go home, which is really the saddest part about esports, right? Just seeing some of the, the failures that might happen. But again, we expect them to bounce back even stronger. But the fact that they knocked out Blacklist Esports, which is of course the championship of Season 2 as well as the championship of 2024, but also Team Secret, who had a monstrous run, right? Both of these are very strong contenders. And then going into this one, where the fact that they were like, hey, we're going to reshuffle this team, we're going to change things up, we're going to go into the heart, into the lion's den, so to speak, and just pick up this team and really just kind of see where we stand worldwide by picking up AGG, and they've shown up, and they've shown up big.
Yeah, and we also had some insider comments from the manager of AG Global that they're pretty confident of beating Nova Esports. Now, based on the record, they have actually met Nova Esports twice during the Malaysian qualifiers. One during the upper bracket quarterfinals. They lost 2-0 towards Nova Esports that time, and then they meet again in the grand finals. They pushed them to 7 games. They still lost 4-3, but they shown how they have grown over the stages and adapted to the tournament. I would expect this match to not go easy.
Yeah, for sure. And there's no way we're going to see like 4-0s in this one. I think that this is going to be some like two heavyweights slugging it out. They're going to go blow for blow, so to speak. It's going to be an interesting one. And I think that this is one where, hey, it was a completely random draw, but seeing both of the top teams from Malaysia going at it kind of, speaks volumes of this. But Nova Esports here, Wendy, absolute all-star in the mid lane, CY, and of course, all right, with the other ones, we're going to just jump into All Gamers Global, Leo, Akira, Saber, Gia, and of course, Dowhen in that mid lane, who's an absolute monster in his own right.
Yeah, and speaking about monster, Akira has been performing very, very well as well, especially with him, man, coming in with a great jungler performance, and he's able to even steal objectives, the Tyrant. Multiple times we have seen him steal away Tyrants from the hands of his opponents. So Akira is a player that Nova Esports will need to put attention on.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of attention on him. But at the same time, he's kind of, when the spotlight is on him, he shines brightly. He knows how to play the game. You talked about his age. He's an absolute monster in that jungle lane. But, again, I kind of want to talk about the rest of them because this is a guy that kind of stepped in. He was previously playing more as a Clash laner, but the fact that he was able to play in the mid lane really showed up here.
Sekarang kami akan kasih dia balik. There will be only one Malaysia team, and that will be AG.
Two teams there, very familiar with each other. Kind of, they kind of have an idea of how both of them play. I think that they're going to be very focused in terms of, Akira or CY or even Wendy in that mid lane. They need to be very careful with how they proceed. But walk me through this head-to-head here, so far.
Yeah, if we're comparing between Xuan and Leo when it comes to kill participation. Xuan, 65%, a little bit more than Leo. Average kills per match is still towards Xuan, and average damage Xuan as well, together with average GPM. I mean, it's totally understandable, right? Because for Nova Esports, they've won all their series, so naturally that would give them a better stat as compared in this head-to-head.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we're talking about so many, like the kill participation is quite high on Nova Esports. I do want to address this one because Wendy is actually the highest on his team with 91% kill participation. Basically, if he's anywhere on this map, kills are going to happen. And there's a reason why it's so high, because he has one of the highest in the game, or highest on the team, definitely, and also throughout the league, because he just makes such an impact.
And speaking about impact, impact must be brought onto this stage. You can see all these players, they're getting prepped up, waiting for the first game. Oh, since we're going into the draft now, we got to review some of the hot picks here from the previous matches. Looking at some of the stats, Dharma, Ogren, Lu, Yuhuan, Zhang Fei, hot picks. I am still a bit skeptical about the Mai. Like, the Mai has been a top ban, but when it's used in game, it's not as effective, or the win rate doesn't really show it. So I don't know. I still not convinced with the Mai though.
Yeah, but it has, I mean, we haven't seen too much data on her, right? The fact that she's only been shown up 4 times, because teams have been, again, like you were talking about prioritizing bans, they don't want to deal with this high risk, like glass cannon that's just kind of, you know, in the back lines blowing people up. So I totally understand where the hesitancy of maybe potentially picking this one going in. But this is a team where now things have kind of changed. We're into best of 7s, right? I think that we've seen the best of 5s where teams are prioritizing that game 1, ensuring that they put their best foot forward. Is that the same strategy you go with in a longer series in a best of 7s?
Ooh, I think you want to have a good start, right? So if the strategy that works out for you is that, hey, how we've been playing it, whether we want to go for a 2-tank or whether we go for a single tank together with another assassin, works out. You want to set the momentum, you want to set the pace in game number 1. So I'm sure that is what is happening at the back of these teams' minds, that they want to start it well. And speaking about starting well, Nova banning out the Jin, I think this is a very, very good ban, because Akira is just a monster.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start. I think that you definitely want to kind of just focus on as much as possible, right? I think the biggest thing here is it's not just about the heroes, but it's also about maybe playing something that they're not as familiar on. Obviously, with the global ban pick, we've seen time and time again where players are able to pick a huge, you know, an assortment of heroes, and putting themselves in a good position. But Nova Esports going with the Arlie, I think that this is a great first start. You want to put, again, put your best foot forward.
Yeah, you want to put in the cards right on game number 1. So Arlie is a good pick. It is a very slick farm laner, able to get in and out very quickly, self-sustainable during the farming stage. So it's a very good pick for Nova. They're starting off real hot. And speaking of starting off real hot as well, AG starting off with Lanpo. Okay, the Zhang Fei is still up for grabs though, and Zhang Fei is normally the other pick if a team has already picked up the Lanpo.
Yeah, so I always make the joke that, you know, Lian Po is like the poor man's brother of Zhang Fei. I just like it a little bit better. For me, it's more of a personal play style more than anything else. But I see it has a little bit more, you know, it has a little bit more control. It's easier. Like the Tremor Smash is kind of hard to time and everything, but these guys are on another level and don't even compare with how I play. So it's a very different style. But okay, let's kind of talk to the viewers, because they might not be too familiar on this global ban pick. Walk me through exactly how this works.
Right. So whatever heroes that have been played on game 1, for example, by the team itself, they cannot repick that hero in the second match. The opposite team can though, but not for themselves. So it's as simple as that. So can you imagine now that we're in a best of 7 format, if games go all the way, then the hero pool will shrink to, like, I don't know, there'll be at some point it's like you really don't know what to pick.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of why in the, you know, best of 7, the final game, the 7th game, if it goes there, we have something called the Ultimate Battle. This is something that's, you know, in the final game of the series where both of the teams will draft blind. 0 restrictions on this one. So if you've picked it, it doesn't really matter. You just pick your best heroes and you put that one in. This is done completely blind, where the coaches kind of submit it with some subterfuge, so to speak, and they pick these heroes. It could make for an interesting one. We haven't seen it in Season 3 as of yet, but it could potentially happen, because these are 2 heroes or 2 teams that are potentially able to go the distance.
Yeah, and you could potentially have a mirror match as well. So that is something that we want to see when it happens. Now, coming back onto the draft here. So looking at Nova's draft, Wow, lots of mobility. Look at this. You got the Arlie, you got the Guan Yu, you got Ogre. They can go around and then you have the Da Chao with the Eye of the Whirlpool. They can be all across the map, and AG might have a problem trying to catch them.
Yeah, so, okay, look, they do have Lam, like the Pub Destroyer, you have the Zhang Yu, and then the Princess Frost to kind of just round out that draft. This is, in my opinion, something that they're kind of like, hey, game one, I don't think we need to pick the best heroes. I think that Nova, if I'm looking at straight up, heroes being picked in a vacuum right now, I would pick the Nova lineup any day of the week because, the Ogren, you're talking about Guan Yu's repositioning. All of these heroes are good to go. Now, are Nova just kind of going a little too heavy in terms of picking some of the power picks right now? Because it seems like they're really setting themselves up for a victory in game one.
Yeah, they could be thinking to themselves that, like what we discussed earlier on, you want to set the tone, you want to set the rhythm, you want to strike fear into your opponent, you want to start it off well, you want to absolutely smash your first game. And based on this draft, it seems like they are heading there. They want to go all in for it. Now, then it's up to AG to like, okay, we allow you to play the first game, but we're going to take the second game onwards. And that could potentially happen as well. You want to play a bit of mind games here during the drafting phase.
Yeah, so I do agree with you, but I've always said, like, in best of fives, you got to put your best foot forward. I think that we have that agreement. But I think in longer series with best of seven, it could be very sneaky for them to be like, actually, we're going to kind of pick our not so greatest heroes. And I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a power drop off here where AG are, again, just not playing those best ones. I don't really like their draft going in if we're going to compare just heroes that are picked. I think Nova Esports is far superior. But again, this might bite them in the butt, so to speak, come game 3 and 4 when things are kind of different with heroes that are then available.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The stage is set. This is the knockout stage between two amazing teams, Nova Esports and AG Global.
Yeah, this one's there's gonna be a lot of pressure, and setting the tone gonna be important. These are teams that have gone at each other quite some time. They have a lot of familiarity. They're gonna be kind of, I would say, almost be able to read each other's minds in terms of movements. It's gonna be an exciting game here.
Right, I want to look at the glass half full for AG Global, right? Like a win condition. So, considering that Eye of the Whirlpool would normally group your teammates together if it's being used, the Tremor Smash, if it's timed well, it comes in, they could potentially catch like 4 or maybe even 5 of them from Nova, and that would be a perfect scenario for AG to counter.
Yeah, actually, it was interesting that they kind of went with that into these quote-unquote counter, because again, the Tremor Smash also has that thing where even if you see a Fate, you could be bounced out, where you don't get credit for that. So something to kind of take note of, that, like, again, if Saber can time it perfectly, he could have a good time.
Yeah, it's truly down to execution, right? You can come up with all the theories, the theory crafting, but it's really down to timing and scenario. But we might see the first blood here, and right underneath the tower, Nova will secure it onto Akira.
Look, my struggle with the Lam pick is that it's a little bit more action. I think they're gonna be fine. CY just kind of threaten them on their tower. But Lam is the type of hero where he needs to snowball. He's like a win more hero, like assuming that you have a good start. Dying there, giving up first blood, not great for them, putting themselves in a bad situation in this game one.
And I'm just looking at the lanes, right? There is a bit of a lane swap here. So the Arlie is being played on the Clash lane instead of the farm lane. So I guess you just want to funnel all the potential farm and the experience with the Arlie. Don't need to deal with the Direnjie. And that is also a decent strategy deployed by Nova.
Yeah, it kind of works out. I think that they're going to be fine. I mean, another strategy is that, again, you're just kind of feed CY, let him take some of the lane creeps, if anything, because Wendy, at the end of the day, he's going to find other ways to get farm. He's going to get some decent ambushes and some pickoffs with those couple blades. Like, I think that you don't need to worry too much about him. He's going to be shooting them all day. I think AG need to be a little bit worried and find out where Wendy's going to be on the map at all moments.
Now they just did a reswap. They sent the Arlie down to the farm lane instead, but there's 3 other heroes from the side of AG Global waiting right in front of the tower, trying to take advantage. I'm keeping my eye on the river though. There is a movement there by Waypit. He's just scouting things out as long as he's not caught with the time.
Yeah, and again, Wei Pit, this is a guy that wherever he moves around, kills are going to happen. He has an 82% kill participation on his team across 7 games, excuse me. He's a type where he's going to set things up. He knows exactly where he's going to be, where he needs to be. But Mucci right now left for, like, stranded, right? 1 versus 3, having a difficult time trying to get any sort of farm. He's starting to fall behind Gia a little bit by, 400 or so gold at this point. But now, a little bit of rotation here.
Oh, here comes. They're trying to zone out AG Global. 30 seconds more before the Tyrant. So they're not going to commit all their skills yet. They're going to keep it for the Tyrant.
Yeah, I think that this is a good time. I mean, setting it up for that 4-minute marker, pretty huge for them. Just kind of pushing people away, but I think that they went a little too early. Now they've gone back in. CY is very far from the Tyrant, something to take note of as it's up in about 10 seconds. And again, Mucci all by himself, dealing 1 versus 2 versus the Gia Saber matchup. Not the easiest matchup, especially when you're by yourself.
We might see a 2v1. Flash being used by Leo to get away, so they burn the flash just before the Tyrant objective. Well done there by Nova, and not only that, they want to jungle Invade, try to stop Akira for getting the buff, but Akira still got away.
Yeah, I took the red buff. I mean, Shirty got it with the smite. He saw there were plenty of numbers coming in. Did not want to give CY even a chance at it. But, this is one of those things where CY, now he's got the smite. He could potentially steal the blue here as he's being very aggressive on Gia.
Oh yeah, he will be. Okay, now the blue is up for grabs. Okay, that will fall to the hands of CY, and they will continue in the middle. They got Saber, and that's going to be another kill to the hands of Nova.
Yeah, but look, again, Wendy, his positioning with those blades, he's like a sniper, right? He is everything I want Kin to be in when we team up, right? When he plays his Ganon mode, because he's never hitting his couple blades. Boom, I said.
I mean, I have a 0% win rate when I play with Kin, so I cannot disagree with that.
Okay. We've actually got we've played the numbers game and we've got some level of success, but it's a little bit higher than 0%. Let's be honest.
Well, to be fair, we only played like 2 or 3 games together the other day, so yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But Nova is not going to give the benefit of the doubt. Nova will have to take the Tyrant for themselves.
Taking it up a little bit on the delayed side. I mean, usually you want to kill that on 4 minutes, but just kind of how the game has been kind of, pushing, has been kind of going, has been flowing, excuse me. Nova were able to kind of capitalize it, ensure that they weren't going to get it, but another pick off, Dao Hen goes down.
Oh, again by Wendy. AG, do they really want to go for it? Nah, they're not in the position to do so. They have a 2k gold gap at this moment. Leo takes a lot of damage, 50% of health left. Now he disengages, but look at Saber. He's trying to buy time for his other teammates to get away as well.
Yeah, but Akira did get it. That was a huge win for them. That was a precarious situation. All 5 members of Nova were there. They're putting a lot of pressure on. AG right now have very limited room to breathe and any sort of space as that mid T1 goes down.
There goes the T1 and even more access to Nova Esports into the jungle of AG. And right now they're still pressuring AG. Look at the couple of blades. Just pushing them back. They cannot even move forward.
Yeah, look at them. And now they've all kind of scurried away into that top lane, just like fighting for fun. This is not a good situation. Gia right now and Dao Hen, both of them kind of finding places to even farm. Not that much space. It has been tough farming for them. I would say that this is, you got to let Gia carry at the end of the day, so you got to give them as much farm as possible. But again, then everyone else is kind of suffering because there's just so much limited farm on the map.
Thinking about Gia, I'm just looking at the formation. He now has 2 bodyguards with him, but one of them might fall. Oh man, Saber again, down for the second time. This time to the hands of CY.
Yeah, I mean, those kills, once they're converted into objectives, which Nova seems to be doing, right now they're taking just map control, but being able to push that out, you need to be able to convert those kills into some sort of objective. Right now, it looks like they're going to put a little bit more pressure on this mid T2. Tough situation. Duel of Dao Hen. Oh,
from the back, here comes the heroic charge. Where are they going to run? If you have been pushed to the front with the heroic charge, putting them in an awkward position, they will immediately go down, but the fight's not over yet. They try to go in. Look at this Nova. They are just dominating the map.
Dominating the map, going, hitting you from behind. You have very little map control. The vision has been affected, and it looks like they're kind of just looking to slow this game down. This has been an all Nova game as they're up 7-0 at 7 minutes.
I'm glad that Nova calmed down because they still had the T2s up, but they are already in AG's space at some point. And now AG, they try to win back the map. They found one target, they're going for it. The Tremor Smash will be used, but they will not be able to give them as many returns as they would have wanted. They only got one, and it is a support play away bit.
Yeah, but role lives matter. Come on, man. Don't undersell us, okay? They're able to get some sort of something, right? But mind you, yeah, it's tough, right? The fact that all 5 members were, and then this is pretty much all you got was Way Pit. Not great, but fine. Get yourself on that board, on the scoreboard, so to speak. This is a situation where now you gotta kind of push things out. You gotta stem the bleeding in some way, fix the lanes. Right now, all of the minions are kind of pushing beyond that river, so you have even less space. And with Way Pit up already, already you need to be on the defense.
And this is what we did talk about doing the drafting phase, right? Like Nova's ability to just be everywhere across the map. This is their advantage, and they are using it to the max right now. Just look at this. Okay, from the top to the mid to the bottom, like. If you're AG and you don't have complete vision like what we do have right now, like you'd be wondering where they are at.
Yeah, you don't really have much. But like again, this is just the power of this draft. Look at how Wendy uses those blades to push people back, kites them out. AG can't even get into the lane because they've been thwarted. Like Wendy's positioning, perfect. How does AG get onto Wendy and kill him? Potentially with Akira. It's very difficult because you know where the avenues of attack are.
And if they were to jump all the way onto Wendy, like everyone else is going to jump back in onto AG. So AG, they cannot make those calls. Hence, they are forced to just be in their base.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you're never going to win very many games when you're just kind of like huddling in a corner in your base, right? You need to figure out how to get out of this. But, you know, oh, they found Way Pit? No,
okay. Oh, but you see here. They got Way Pit, but CY comes in, and they will target onto Chat. Chat is the main target that they want. CY will make sure it goes down without their main damage dealer. AG Global, no way for them to counter back.
Yeah, no way to counter back, and I mean, now they're just going to start to slow siege. They're kind of the flash away by Daohan, just keeping him alive. But now with the numbers advantage, they do have the minions if they can kind of clear those out, but it looks like he wants to go.
Oh no, Akira foul! And now it's goal time here for Nova Esports. They will take down the T3 and open up the mid lane for them to enter.
Yeah, that was a little impatience there by Akira. Just being up in front. You had a member down. There was really no reason to continue on. When you go in, you want G on the back line, just free firing everybody from the back, right? And just getting those free shots in. The fact that he wasn't up and Akira was trying to make a play, not the timing for that kind of stuff. You want to just hold up. Just wait a little bit longer, and now you've lost the T3 because of that. Again, Nova Esports taking both of the big neutrals at the same time.
Double whammy for Nova. It just shows the dominance that they are having right now. I mean, they have a 7K goal lead. When it comes to even items, like they are one or to some of them even 2 items ahead of AG.
Yeah, it's been a rough, sledding game for AG right now. Coming back is going to be difficult at this point. I mean, this draft is just so good. Like, Zhuan can hit you from the flanks, and then if he's in a bad spot, oh, it looks like they want to go. CY.
Oh, CY at the forefront, he's taking the damage, but look at the amount of damage they can tank. It's almost just tickling him.
Yeah, tickling him. Although I would rather not be tickled like that. I'm just saying, not with people just trying to kill me. But CY has some decent positioning. He's still up front. Needs to be careful. Again, they're not able to deal with this slow siege by Nova Esports. They're playing this game perfect.
And they forced out the Tremor Smash out of Saber so that he could get away. And now with that Tremor Smash, how else are they going to engage Nova Esports? They want to close this game right now. They know it's going to be a long series. They don't want to prolong it. But they don't have the minions. They have to play the patience game right now.
Yeah, they need to play it. They'll deal with the Shadow Vanguards pushing in the top lane, if anything. But now they need to be careful. CY, again, see a Phaeton out of there. He's going to probably get Whirlpool back in. But this is a situation where AG just trying to hold on.
Again, lots of damage onto Leo. Look at this, the damage onto AG. One couple bolts, and they go down to 50% of health, and now they go all the way to backline. They want to finish up this job right now. Just still got Juan in the process. Could this come back by CY with a double kill? Where are you going to go? CY, triple kill. He is massacring the backline right now to make sure Nova Esports takes game 1.
Very good game by Nova Esports. That's exactly how you want to set the stage. putting them back. AG really had no answers on that one. This is a very difficult game. I think that they're going to have to want to check out the replay and be like, wow, we got to be a little bit more, we got to put a little bit more pressure on. We cannot be on the back foot letting CY farm like that because he was that raid boss at the end of the day.
Yeah, and if I were to be absolutely honest, and we did talk about it, the game was lost during the draft. Like, the draft from Nova is just superior. There was no counter with the draft.
Yeah, and again, I think that, look, I don't think it was their best draft going into this one. I think they knew this going into with game one. I think they're setting themselves up. Again, I want to be very hopeful on this. Maybe I'm a little too Pollyanna. I think that they do have some sort of answers, but that was not a, again, like a 50-50 draft.
Yeah, but it is, of course, the global ban pick, right? So now they obviously cannot use the same draft. They cannot use all these power picks. So this is the time that AG might think to themselves like, aha, we have made you use all your power picks. Now it's our turn to show the cards.
Yeah, but again, it's just 5 heroes. Let's check out the post-game stats on that one to see exactly what happened and, what they could potentially do. Because if we're looking at some of the KDAs and everything and, like, the net worth alone, I mean, it speaks volume when almost everyone on Nova are 9K and above. Waypit, man, he's like, really faltering guy. No, I'm just kidding. He's a roam life. But, like, everybody is just so farm and able to kind of really contribute that it's really tough for H to find that one target to kind of really hone in on.
And with CY hitting his Blood Rage, he has this item is enough for him to be as tanky as possible. I also want to add on that Swan actually went for full tank, but he did not tank as much as CY, maybe because of the level of mobility or his responsibility of just coming from the backline to try to push them in front with the heroic charge, so that he has a different value with this sort of build. And we will look at some of the stats here, look at the damage by Wendy as well. 141k!
Yeah, a ton of damage. I mean, at the end of the day, and this is an all Nova all the time. This is a typical growth that we've seen from this team, right? Being able to control the game from an early moment, even just like a tiny little bit of a yellow for AG, in like the first minute of the game, maybe, but then Nova just completely controlled that game. This is a very strong lineup, and to be honest, if they move up in this tournament, you're going to see even more of course, this gentleman here, the MVP Wendy, with 4, 0, and 6. Damage was 44% of the team damage. Crazy.
Oh man, hitting his couple blades like a charm, right? Putting out that damage. And even towards the end, we could see that like one couple blade, 50% of how shredded, and it can target multiple targets. That's how the couple blade works. But looking over at some of the best moments from this previous round, it is a total domination by Nova Esports from the get-go.
Yeah, from the get-go. I mean, they caught out Saber a couple times. You'll see this one here. He gets the pick off with Wendy, but look at his positioning. Look at how far back he is. Never in any danger. How are they going to get on? And I love the fact that Xuan was on the Guan Yu because, you go in, potentially if things get a little crazy in terms of that positioning, maybe you get hit with that Frigid Prison. You have that get out of jail free card by Waypit and the Sea of Fate. So this is a really well-rounded draft. They thought about it going in, but again, I think our concern right now is more about, are there too many meta heroes being picked early?
Yes, and the hero pool will definitely be tested, right? I'm pretty sure that Nova, they have a very good hero pool, but hero pool is one thing. Like the draft, the coordination, and the idea, the plan behind it, what are they going to put out, right? This is already a very, very good draft to be honest. I look forward to seeing what they can pull off the hat next.
Yeah, they're not going to have Algren. CY is not going to have that one, which is going to be good because, again, just being able to sustain and just be up in front and just kill everybody is a tough situation for AG to kind of counter, right? They're going to happily allow that, the fact that it's going to be global ban picked and not able to come back into that Nova lineup again. They could even pick it themselves. But again, for this game too, it's going to be important for them. They need to win. They don't want to be down 0-2. They don't want to turn into like a high pressure situation. They did kind of gamble a bit on that game one, kind of, let them play with them a little bit by picking a I would say, prioritized draft that they had with their best foot forward. It's going to be interesting going into that one. But before we do, let's take a little bit of a break before we go into game 2.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own, what a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Game absolutely controlling that one. Waypit there, just kind of, just thinking about the next match in terms of what he needs to do. AG looking down a bit. They're a little bit more on the worried side. Maybe it's playing into the master plans. We're going to have to find out. My name is Holler. With me is Sir Cloud. Sir Cloud, your thoughts? How does AG... All right, it looks like we're... Go on.
Yeah, well, I think that this is their time to make their comeback, right? And they have seen the draft. They have forced Nova to put up arguably one of the best drops, perhaps. And now it's their time to show their card. So maybe it's them right now who's able to play a similar draft to Nova with that kind of strategy that is high mobile, able to go everywhere across the map and just try to choke down Nova Esports.
Yeah, they need to put a good draft here. I think that they would counter by even picking some of the heroes that Nova Esports picked in that game one. Just kind of equalize, right? Turn this into a marathon, not a sprint. You cannot lose game two. That's my biggest worry by ADG. They need something in the confidence boost, department. After going down 0-3 against Team Vitality, that was a bit of a struggle in terms of the groups. They really are desperate for a win now, and they want to strike back onto Nova Esports.
Yeah, so some of the hot picks are still open, right, for both sides, that is. Like the Dharma is still open, Low, the Zhangfei, the Dune even is open, and even a slick one like a Mayan. Now, there was a respect ban as well from Nova Esports towards Akira, the fact that they banned out the Jing. So I would expect that the Jing would still be given a respect ban.
Yeah, I mean, to what cause, right? I think that you would, unless you have like a draft that can kind of deal with it, I think that you kind of let it go at some point, because if you just constantly ban it, you're kind of limited, and then you can really target them. But again, Akira is a beast on that one. Maybe it's probably the right play to kind of ensure that he doesn't get it. But going into this one, yeah, the draft was not great. Really didn't put themselves in a position to win. But I expect a bounce back from AG in game two.
Yeah, I want to see the Dharma bit deployed. I want to see the potential of having this flexibility of either if you can't win fights, you have the opportunity to do a split push strategy, or if you're dominating fights, then deploying like the Dharma, you're able to just backstab and make sure that the fights do end with a potential ace.
Okay, all right. But now, okay, we talked a little bit more on the AG side about picking a little bit more of a, the prime hero, meta heroes. But now Nova Esports, do you take your foot a little bit off the gas now because you do have a little bit of a cushion in that one-game lead?
No, man. I think looking over at the course of the group stages, there was also a lot of attention towards Team Vitality, and a lot of fans out there are touting Team Vitality to be the S-tier team and might just go all the way. Nova Esports, I'm sure at the back of their mind, they want to snatch their title back.
Yeah, but obviously they want that one. This is going to be personal, right? And the fact that like one of these two teams, both of them being from Malaysia, has to go home, which would be a killer, right? Going into these ones where we've seen, Malaysian teams have nothing. All they've done is win, right? If we're talking about Honor of Kings Esports, they've ensured that they've kind of got that mantle. So whichever of these teams does move on is going to be even more pressure on them. But I think at the same time, they're going to be feeling good knowing that, hey, they are destined, so to speak, quote unquote, to be the champion here.
Oh yeah, and only one can be the champion. If you gotta think about it, like looking back at the bracket, right? Like Team Vitality is in the same bracket as these two teams as well. So either one of them could potentially meet with Team Vitality in the next stage. Of course, Team Vitality, they have to win their match tomorrow. That will be a topic of discussion for later. But it is inevitable, right? If you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest.
Yeah, easier said than done, my friend. And this bracket is looking to be a tough sledding for all of the 8 teams that are here in the knockout stage. Going to be super key. But if anything, you have in terms of the brackets, the lower bracket one for this one, which is Bigatron and Team Vitality, both of these squads are watching for this game because they want to see who they could potentially play in the next round. Obviously, they might be getting a little ahead of themselves, but getting that research, any sort of insight in terms of draft is going to be key.
I was just looking over at the summary of the previous draft, right? So the Elaine is open as well. The Elaine Dolia combo can be an interesting one if any of these teams choose to deploy it. And coming into the draft, we're going to see AG on the blue side. So the pressure is on the Nova on whether they want to ban out the mine.
Yeah, I mean, look, more times than not, I think that the Mai has been banned against Nova just because Wendy and Mai, those are like, peanut butter and jelly. They go really well together. They're going to have a good time. But they've banned out the Arlie. They picked it the last game themselves. And this is their #1 ban. They do not like facing any sort of Arlie player. Gia happens to be one of them. So a good ban there to start this off.
Oh, I would love me a good peanut butter and jelly, not gonna lie, but normally we see like the second pick team to ban out the Mai, but instead it is AG to ban out. Means this is a signal that they themselves don't want to play the Mai. So it could be a signal for the following match to Nova. It's like, hey, we might not need to ban the Mai. They might not. Maybe they don't like playing the Mai. Okay, but anyways, we're gonna see the first pick Dolia here. All right, expect the Elaine to come in play unless Nova picks it.
Yeah, and it kind of, in my opinion, it's more on the fact that Daohan, who had previously played Clash, he had subbed in, now he's playing the mid lane. He might not be as, polished, so to speak, on that Mai. I mean, when you're a Clash laner, you don't really play Mai there. So I think it might be more of like a comfort thing. And then the fact that they had to ban it out here, kind of protecting the lineup, I think that they're going to be fine, especially with Dolia giving them that Celestial Melody.
Yeah, okay. So, no Elaine. Yep, there you go. If Nova doesn't pick in their first 2 picks, AG is going to say, thank you very much. We're going to get it before it's being banned out in the second phase ban. So, Elaine, obviously, Dead by Sunset, a combo to get a Dolia, and then you got to put the long in as well. Infinite Fastness, a combo. So, Dolia has at least 2 options right now to combo.
Yeah, really good options. But again, the only issue with AG's lineup is they're a little on the squishier side. Obviously, Elaine has that get out of jail free with the second Death at Sunset. Going to be huge for him. But now Nova Esports start off strong. I think the Dune and the Yuan are very good, strong heroes. But they're kind of rounded up with Marco Polo, which is, again, not the best of farm laners. But it's definitely capable, especially in the arms of Fuji.
Marco Polo is actually interesting thing. I want to see how it works out, because if he goes in with the forward barrage, you have either a lane or low who's able to get away with their respective ults, and then you have the Dolia who's able to just stop Marco Polo from continuing on the forward barrage. Yes, he can purify himself, but I don't know. There's just too many counters to Marco Polo as of the current draft.
Yeah, but to me, it's more of the fact that Nova are looking to just kind of create havoc with the Dune. CY, Secure on the Way Pit, he tends to be like really leaning on this hero quite a bit. We've seen a lot of Secure play from Way Pit. His Mulberry power is going to be very strong, but being able to kind of, combo them up and attract all that attention on that Dune is going to just set things up for that perfect Fever Barrage by Marco Polo. I think potentially it could be game winning, but again, I might be getting ahead of myself. It looks like AG are just going to go with kind of Yixing and Kaiser to kind of round out this draft.
Yeah, box them in so that all these AoE skills can come out. The Dolia, the Elaine can come up with the AoE skills, even the Kaiser as well. But a tanky lineup again by Nova Esports. Look at this, you got the Sanjay, you got the Dune. It is not as mobile as the previous draft, but still this lineup offers a lot of flexibility to go across the map.
Okay, all right. AG right now thinking ahead in terms of how do we deal with this Dune who likes to unruly play, gets in the heart of the enemy team. What we're trying to do is Yixing him, taking liberties, pull him away, get him out of position where he's a little bit closer to everybody else, because AG on the other hand are very, I would say they're high potential in terms of damage, but they don't want to be too close, other than like maybe the Kaiser, right? So you kind of able to control him, repositioning him, that's going to be key. But Nova, they see that potentially Dune could be, got caught out. They're going to have Sun Tzu, who was again 8-0 in the group stage. Absolute monster. Yes, it wasn't, first pick material, but every time we've seen Sun Tzu on the map, he's done quite well.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of like team fights as well, right? Because AG with the Yixing, they probably are thinking of like, okay, we're going to take more team fights, but then again, on the other side, you have the Sake who's able to sustain the Nova players during team fights, and they do have like two different tanks as well. So I do see that potentially if AG were to win team fights, they have to find a way to take down Sake first as soon as possible.
Yeah, but look, the AG lineup is very squishy, which means to me, like, they have the potential. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, the play skill, the mechanical skill to play all of these heroes, definitely possible, right? AG are definitely able to do that. But when you're looking at two teams that are very evenly matched and have that same level of mechanical skill, going into this one, I always like kind of lean on teams that are a little bit easier to play. And I'm seeing what Nova have brought. I think that this is an easier lineup to play. It's very stock standard. Obviously, Marco Polo might not be top tier in terms of farm lane, but I think that this is a lineup that can really do some damage. It's very predictable in terms of what they want.
And well, if he has his other teammates to really back you up, or maybe even draw out the skills from AG Global, that could be good enough to give them that winning condition in all their team fights. And speaking about team fights, can't wait to see what's going to happen in the upcoming match, because this is going to be game number 2 to truly set the tone for the entire series. Here we go. It is AG Global versus Nova Esports, game 2.
Game 2, probably the most important game of AG's tournament lives thus far, setting the stage. Obviously, going down 0-2 is a bad spot, especially going in. I think that this is a draft that they thought about, and they've kind of practiced. They have an idea. Again, my only worry is, are they able to kind of pull it off? Execution is going to be key. There's only so many Celestial Melodies to go around. It's not like, the group stage where you saw those 10 Dolias cosplaying. There's only one Saber, so to speak.
Yeah, and we still have not tested our theory of like, okay, if you stack multiple Dolias together, do they just reset each other and it becomes infinite outs? But okay, we'll leave that conversation for maybe a forum somewhere.
Yeah, we need to do that science experiment. But in the top lane.
First blood.
Oh, okay. Looking at the engagement here, we're going to see the first blood given to the side of Nova. Again, another good start, just like game 1.
Yeah, a little bit of a change in terms of lineup, changing it out. And I mean, you were talking about how, this Marco Polo one, might potentially struggle. But hey, when you're getting first blood and you're able to put a lot of pressure on AG, especially early, like that Marco Polo, once he gets his farm, you're going to have a tough time.
Oh yeah, and you have to give it the space thanks to wait it as well. I mean, if you pair any farm laner together with Sakir, you're able to sustain in the lane. That gives you the courage to go in and poke your opponents more, forcing them back and get the entire lane to yourself.
Yeah, that's kind of what you want, right? Like, I mean, as Muchi in the top lane, I think that it'd be super good to continue that. But here we go, Windslash.
Oh, well, my boss is scored as well, and then CY with this, and CY will not be able to sustain as much as he would have wanted. Setzel comes in, smashing on the two players to start AG, and there's the counter engagement by Nova, trading back Leo.
Yeah, taking this out. I mean, one thing that we didn't really mention, Akira is usually the jungler. The fact that he's actually playing in the Clash lane or in the bottom lane because they did a little bit of a lane swap. And so Leo has picked up with that jungler.
Speaking about the jungler, look at, okay, death by sunset onto Swan. Swan takes a bit of damage, but not that significant. He just walked away.
Can we talk about Chuan Sunsu? That set sail was perfect, right? Like, I mean, CY was getting gone on or whatever. Yes, he did die, but the fact that Chuan was right there and they were able to get the counter kill, that is perfect team play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? Like, a good trade-off there, and that keeps Nova abreast in terms of goal lead against AG Global. And the coordination that they had is just top-notch.
Yeah, this is why they're one of the most feared teams here, right? It's super scary. At a moment's notice, they could be calling in the Avengers and they're all on top of you. So, you know, it's a situation where, you know, you got to be careful. Like, you think you have somebody out of position and then they're looking to go. There's probably a reason, and it just happens to be bait.
Well, thinking about Avengers, they could assemble here at the bottom, looking at CY as a potential target, but the moment they saw Setzel coming in, they backed off just in time.
Yeah, if anything, Akira needs to be that guy, that forward scout that just be like, hey, Zwan off the map. Where could he be? You know, and constantly giving those team calls, because that's going to be super important. Understanding where he could go. There's going to be that element where he does need to travel there. He's not flying by teleporter or plane. He is going by boat, so you can see him in that river.
Yeah, you have that split second of a moment to just step away. So good call there by AG. But now they have to make the call on whether they want to go in for the Tyrant or not. And Akira is there. He is poking the Tyrant. You might want to ease Nova and try to bait them in.
Yeah, but speaking of being baited, I think Leo, he committed the Invincible Warrior very early. He was at about half-life. He pushed it out. This is a potential window for Nova Esports to kind of capitalize on that, but instead, they're not looking to go for 4-minute Tyrants. They're just looking to just kind of put pressure elsewhere. They will pick their moments.
Yeah, they want a clean Tyrant, it seems. So now it's all about just getting map control, dominating the river at least, and maybe after their next pick-off, then they will try to get the Tyrant.
Look at how strong, look at the net worth side from the Nova side, because you're always thinking like Muchi on that Marco Polo. We did question it. Was it, you know, going to be able to kind of keep pace? Yes, it has. And I think he's been able to answer that as he's second place in terms of net worth on his team, only behind CY, who's the jungle, but here's the Setzel.
Oh, here comes the Setzel in the middle. Where are you going to go? Dowhand, easy target, and with that, the world is my boy. Potentially Nova might go for the objective.
Perfectly timed. Understanding the cooldown, it was off. They committed on, but infinite fastness, keeping him back. It looks like Gia thought about, he pump faked it, looked like he was going to go in, but he was actually not going to go. But again, this is the opening, and going in and CY takes the Tyrant.
Oh, Akira wanted to steal that away, but unfortunately it did not happen. And now they have to retreat. Leo is the one to be chased, but they're not going to overcommit onto Leo, knowing that he's a little bit more tanky and probably not worth it at this point. But coming in with a further barrage, a little bit of a missed opportunity there by Muchi. If he was just 1 or 2 steps front, he would have got it.
Look, I'm believing in Muchi just making the right play on that one. If anything, you've pushed him back and you've gotten a tower out of that one. Akira, though, will put a little bit of pressure onto Juan. Juan taking a lot of damage here.
Okay, hoping for the tank, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, look at CY thinking about invading, if anything. But, you know, AG on the back foot. This is not a good situation. You're down 3K at this stage. We haven't really seen AG's lineup really kind of soaring, hitting in that groove where they're able to kind of really fight back. Nova Esports have been dictating the fight, putting the pressure in, especially with all these towers that have been gone. Nova have done a good job of ensuring that all of their own towers are still up, which is less space for AG.
Oh, keep it out of Setsail as well. It's going to come in from behind. Setsail arrives, catches the three of them from behind. Beautifully executed by Nova. They lost a bit of process, but they traded back these three. Make that potentially four. As they try to fight back, Leo will be taken out, and it is a ace for Nova.
That was such a great engagement. That was perfect. The fact that they were stun locked, Wave Pit had that Mulberry power, really kind of set things up. But then the set sail, the counter, play into this one, just kind of set everything up for the rest of Nova to just clean house, getting an ace at the 7-minute mark against a Titan like Nova. And AG right now really on the back foot. I don't know how you come back from that.
Dude, and AG is not able to get a single tower yet. Can you imagine the amount of dominance that Nova is having right now? And the gap is so significant. It is almost a 6k gap.
It's absolutely huge at this point. And I mean, Muchi right now, he's been farming. He has so much damage. Scary, CY has the damage and the taking this. He's looking to maybe just go. But if anything, now they're going to put pressure on this bottom T2. I kind of worried when I saw Akira having to play that a lane, because I always feel like, hey, whenever you're doing a role swap, something is up, right? You're not going to play to your top tier level of play, and this is a little bit worrying going into this game too.
Oh man, now that you mention it, yeah, we haven't seen the best of Akira yet. Not given probably his best role or his best hero. And that's also with the fact that the King was banned out, right? A lot of respect banned by Nova, 2 Kings banned out at the same back-to-back. So it seems that Akira is just not having a good time.
No, not having a good time, but here's the thing. It's not like, if a team bans out your Jing, then you need that counterplay. You can't just have like a one-trick pony. You're not me.
You're not me too.
But Muchi, look at that, takes the top T2. Again, just more space, more farm going the way of Nova Esports.
And now a lot of pressure by Nova Esports. AG, pretty much no way they can fight this. Okay, anyway, they will still try as they might. World is my bot underneath the tower. They will still get CY thanks to the help of the tower. They try to go in and get the others, but they still have a good frontliner in the name of Swan.
Yeah, they were thinking about it. I mean, they were like looking to go, and on this one, they did get that one kill, but they did a really good job, because if they continued with the engagement, Sean would have hit them with that set sail. They backed off. Yes, they did get hit, but they were under tower. So Nova Esports were not able to capitalize with that stun to get the pick off and the damage to kill them. So they weren't able to get a return kill. Good hold by AG, and they will survive at least for another couple more minutes.
And you don't want to be funneled in, right? Because you still have the Purple Barrage. They pull you back, they bait you out, they funnel you in into a hallway, Purple Barrage comes in, bam, everything goes. It could be potentially another ace. So AG, they made the right call with that.
Oh, definitely. Oh, here we go. Set sail. Good too.
Oh, set sail comes in. Okay, crashes into Leo, not the target that they want. Leo is happy to receive that, just like how happy I am to receive my Angpaos. And they just back off from there.
Yeah, but okay, Invincible Warrior was committed, as well as Dao-Hen's The World Is My Board. 2 key ults going into this one. This is the Shadow Tyrant, this is an opening, and now it looks like AG really can't fight. They're sticking together, and you're probably wondering, why are all 5 members there? They just want somebody to show face, and they blow him up, but, Nova, too smart, they're just going to take the Shadow Tyrant and move on with their lives.
5 heroes, 5 players packed up in this burst. Okay, CY comes by. Okay, CY will be the main target. Oh, look at how tanky CY is. They expended so many skills on the CY. Oh, they're starting to be a disaster as Noah will try to counter back. They will take down Akira. No Akira, no party, no Saber as well. No jab. Potential ace here by Nova Esports. They got 4 of them. There's nothing that Leo can do. And Nova Esports, they can end the game right now. And Leo, this is his last hoorah here to try to defend the base. But to no avail, he is not able to do it as game number 2 goes to Nova Esports.
Nova Esports play that one perfectly, right? AG right now, okay, they just lost and they just instantly go back to the locker room. We need a quick timeout. We need to figure out what's going on, because that was not a great game for them. The fact that that draft by Nova Esports, let's give props where props are due. That was an amazing draft. The team is well synergized. They understood what they needed to have done. And anytime you grouped up, you were just, slight risk of getting wiped out, and it did happen against them.
And Sanche continues to be a force to be reckoned with, right? Like a perfect win rate when Sanche is being played. You know, I'm kind of like a stats guy, right? And when I see a stat like that, I do wonder that why is Sanche not given the priority? Maybe in bans.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like there's so many other good class laners. I think that the game is in a good state where, you know, finding which, you know, clash laner to ban is like Sun Tzu. You're kind of like, is this something that we really need to ban? I mean, what about the Dharma? What about, like, you know what I mean? There's so many other options where it's like not really heavily prioritized. I think it's more of the team's synergy, and they picked it last, right? So they had like a set idea on how things were going to go. Whenever you go into the draft, you saw that the Dune was picked first as well as the Yuan. This is telling a story in terms of how this draft is going to potentially play out, to how the team fight is going to go. Those guys are going to attract a lot of attention. Then we have the rest to kind of just kind of follow up. And that's Sun Tzu, the Secure, the Mulberry Power. You have so many counter initiation that just kind of, you know, again, will clean house.
And if I was AG's side, right, I'm thinking to myself right now that, guys, we have deployed one of the best combos, right? You got the Dolia, and then you deploy the Long, and then you have the Elaine. It sounded perfect on paper. Like, you have multiple ults that you can deploy in many, many different situations. But I don't think we got to see the situation play to their favor at all.
Yeah, and I to be honest, I'm thinking if like the junglers were kind of swapped in the sense that like the Dune was on the AG side, you needed somebody a little bit more tanky up front, that initiator who's going to attract a little bit of attention so that the Yixing, Lung, and then like, you know, the Elaine can kind of do their damage on top of him. But it really seemed like the Kaiser was a little underwhelming. We haven't seen him shine too much in Season 3, and you're kind of seeing that where it's like, yeah, you can be this tank and this damage sponge, but are you really contributing to the team fight?
Yeah, so everyone has their respective roles to play, right? If you kind of think about it. And Kaiser, probably he has that role of trying to be that frontliner, but it was also the fact that he lost his lane, so he was not able to farm as much as he would like, and his opponents were way ahead in terms of gold and also leveling difference, and he couldn't play his role.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, was not able to do so. I think that this is one where, you know, draft, I think that I would have given an edge, definitely like 70-30 in favor of Nova. I thought it was that much more powerful of a draft lineup. This one was definitely not as much. But let's talk a little bit about the post game, because it's, again, it's going to be very telling as of how this story went.
Yeah, and if we were to look at our previous MVP, Mr. Wendy, still on a perfect streak, 506 KDA this time, and this guy is a monster right now. Looking over at some of the items, okay, Akira went for a semi-tank build. He managed to build the Blood Rage, but he was not able to tank much overall. And just across the items, right, like none of the AG heroes are able to build enough durability to withstand fights with Nova.
Yeah, like how would you take this fight on? I mean, like, look, you're going to see Wendy on the Yuan and see why Dune up front, right? And then those are the ones that are going to be focused first. But none of these are easy to take down right away. It's going to be more of a sustained fight going into this one. And if we're looking at some of this damage here, Wendy still up in front, most damage. We've seen this time and time again. He does the highest average damage done per game with 220,000. And there's a reason why he's always on the top of his team, because he just helps to carry.
Yeah, even if you compare him to a farm laner, right, he's just way ahead. And speaking about being way ahead, looking at this graph, it tells a similar story from the previous round. Total dominance by Nova Esports, not as dominating as the previous game, like what we mentioned earlier on, but still, a win is a win.
Yeah, definitely a win is a win, but some wins are better than other wins. The fact that this wasn't even 11 minutes, and Wendy again, 5-0-6, his damage, I just talked about that, the 29% on his team, constantly tenderizing the enemy team, ensuring that they were very low, and again, they were very squishy, so it's like we could never really go in.
Yeah, it was 44% in game 1 and 29% right now in game 2, and of course, it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, it's a different hero. But we're going to check out some of the best moments here from game number 2. It kind of looked like a 50-50 at the start, like it could go either way, but Nova Esports, they stepped on the gas early.
Yeah, they stepped on the gas early, but it was kind of just set up by Schwan. He was like the game changer in this one. Every time, any sort of team fight, you were like, hey, we just need one last stun or some sort of catch-up. But like this Overrated Power, oh my god, the 3-man. And here's the set sail right on top, the Wombo combo. That's the perfect setup, and that's what you want. And Nova Esports made them pay, even getting another, win slash on top of that by CY. This was such a good draft.
Oh, I love the set sail from the side. Set sail from the side, you got the backline, you got 3 of them, it was a perfect setup. Now this was an attempt of a perfect setup by AG, like stacking 5 of them in the brush, but the problem with AG at this stage of the game is that they do not have the damage, and the target was CY, and CY is one of the tankier players for Nova. There was no way they could have got it.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where AG were hiding in that bush, and they were like, okay, whoever walks by, we're going to jump them. It's going to be a dark alleyway. We're going to ensure that we get this pick off because we have the numbers advantage. And then all of a sudden you find that it's like CY, and he's like this killer. And you're like, oh, okay, my bad, not this guy. Let's get out of here. And CY completely changed the tempo of that entire team fight. He's the one that was like face checking that push. Not a good situation for AG considering he had so much fun.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to CY as well. If he didn't check that push, and imagine if everyone just walked down the mid, expecting like their opponents to be inside the base, they could be backstab, and the result might be different. So good work there by CY as well. But in fact, every player for Nova Esports did their role really, really well.
Yeah, everyone does. And there's a reason why they were the favorites going into this tournament, right? Everybody's scary. Everybody's top tier. Everybody understands their role and what they need to have done to pull out victories like this. But at the same time, I do think that they knew what AG were going to look to do, right? That was kind of obvious in the sense of just like that bush, something is a little awry. My spider sense is tingling, and CY was on point. But first, that was just, let's take a little bit of a break. That was just the second game. We're not over yet. This is a best of 7. We're going to find out how AG bounces back.
Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. Taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around.
Nova take yet another game off of AG. 2-0 AG right now. Can they come back in this game? Sir Cloud?
Well, looking over at the past two drafts, they had expended a lot of top-tier heroes, right? You can't think about that, especially on game 2, where they deployed like the Dolia with the Low, with the Alain. Those are some of the top heroes around. Of course, you still have more other heroes, but some of them have been banned, like the Dharma, for example. The Yuquan, the Sunfade is still in. They could potentially use the Doom for themselves as well, or maybe even the Sunset, that has currently a 100% win rate in this tournament. So there's still some cards that AG can play.
Yeah, it's still very early. I look, if at game 3 and you're like, hey, actually, we don't have any heroes to play, you're going to have a hard time in Season 3 in Honor Kings Esports, right? With its global ban pick. I think that the players have the ability to play more heroes. It's just that, is there the right synergy and the coordination between the different heroes that we need? Right? Like right now, what we've seen is that they have an idea in mind, and you saw that in game 2 with the whole like refresh idea. We'll be able to just jump on you. We'll be able to be, kind of, able to get on top of you. But they were very squishy, and Nova knew that. They had the answer for this. We have that perfect counter draft, so to speak, by Nova Esports, and we're really able to take this to them.
Speaking about Nova Esports, one thing I noticed from the two games that they have played, both games, they played their farm laner on their flash lane. They did a lane swap from the get-go, right? So if then probably AG might want to consider to do the same strategy to get that 50-50 at the start, and then you try to scale from there.
I kind of also feel like they're a little bit too much in their head. And again, okay, let's talk a little bit about the global ban pick. These are the heroes that were picked in game 1 and 2 thus far. Going into this one, those heroes are not are allowed to be picked by those teams as they move forward. This has been a special since KPL 2018. This is an amazing way to kind of play these MOBAs where we're not seeing the same heroes anymore, and heroes and teams really need to dig deep in terms of what heroes they pick.
Oh, I love it. I love this kind of mode. And whether you love it or not, looks like Nova is going to go in for the blue side, so they're going to have the first pick. So based on the previous matches, AG will still be consistent in batting out the mine. Probably Nova is going to block AG from taking the early, and that's going to be their first bat.
Yeah, for sure. Nova hate the early, right? I think at the end of the day, we've seen it time and time again. This is like they're one of their most banned heroes. They don't like it. They, definitely a lot of respect to AG's Jia in that farm lane, right? So these are type of, they know each other. There's a lot of familiarity, but I'm actually worried if AG's just like, actually, we lost to these guys before in the qualifiers, that is, and they might be outthinking themselves a bit. I think they need to play a little bit more standard and take the fight to Nova. We know that AG can play, but right now it seems like they're making too many adjustments that are kind of hindering the team.
And Jing will not see the light of day. They will not let Akira use it at all. And here comes the Dharma. We've been talking about the Dharma since game number 1, and finally it's been deployed and been picked up by Nova. This is a S-tier hero now, especially in this tournament. The Yuhuan, we've seen it used by Nova, this time by AG. And we're also going to see the Mayan that will provide them a similar attribute with the Dharma, the potential split push, backstab sort of gameplay.
Yeah, the potential of the Mayin just getting on that backline, of course, just as equal with that Dharma, that truth, right? It's going to be super exciting. I think that these two teams right now looking to kind of ensure that they put their best foot forward. Nova Esports, no mercy, no respite. We want to go in. Looks like they're going to go with the Zhang Fei and the D-Range 8 to finish out that first phase of the draft.
Okay, so they're going to put out another power pick here, the Dune. All right, so far the Dune, Mayan, and Yuquan, they are somewhat in the top 10 in terms of hero popularity in this tournament. So the AG, again, they're putting all their cards on the table, right? They gotta find this win. The Nuwa will be banned out. Nuwa is a very good high ground hero, so they don't want to deal with that, and it's also very good in terms of breaking up team fights as well.
You're going to need that. I mean, one that's been pretty good in past seasons, the Zhang Fei, the championship, very high win rate, hotly contested hero, roamer that is. But in this Season 3, he's kind of had a middling success. He's what, 4-7 in 11 games in that group, only a 36% win rate. Has not been great. But going into this one, I think that it still sets things up because AG right now, if you're going to have the Dune or the Mayan looking to control and to create havoc in that back line, you want that counter initiation with that Unbridled Outburst. I kind of see where they're going with Nova's draft.
Okay, so AG picked up the Shoyu. So I'm a little bit worried with the Shoyu, considering that you have the Dharma and then you have the Musashi, both of them able to cut through to the back line and also to try to take down the Shoyu. And we have the Angela in play as the first damage dealer from Nova Esports. The Songsi will be the one to provide sustainability to the team. But if you are going up against like a J who's able to deal fast damage with the attack speed, and then you have the Angela with the amount of burst damage. The Zhuangzi, he has to be in a position that he's in between all of them to be able to protect the entire AG team.
Yeah, it's not easy to do so. I mean, it's to be honest, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Saber to make those plays. You know, that butterfly flex, you were talking about the CC just being immense. They have a ton of it on Nova, right? And they can kind of wombo combo things with like pick your poison and Angela with a Chaos Cinder even on top, the Unbridled Outburst from Wave Pit. Like you have so many options at this point where it's going to be tough to get in. AG right now, they need to kind of ensure that they're kiting that range advantage that they potentially have with the Yuan up in front. Isn't just pushing people off from and providing a lot of space for Shoyu to really do that damage.
All right, and here's the draft set here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm looking at, if we were to talk about formations, right? AG, they have a very good defensive stance when it comes to the front to back. Like the Zoxy will be at the back, and then you want to send the Dune at the front to protect the front line. So they have a decent level of formation here because they want to set the Shoyu up for success.
They definitely do. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him to ensure that they kind of give Gia the chance to carry this game. You know, Saber has got to be like on him. He's got to be the babysitter. He's got to be his best friend, ensuring that he has all that space. Because again, this is game 3. AG go down in this game, and it will be a foregone conclusion. Because I don't know if they can reverse sweep against that Titan that is against Nova.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that the fact that the hero pool will dwindle down, and then you have to deal with the momentum that Nova has. So it's going to be a bit scary here. Okay, looking over at the common spells, of course, we're going to see a double smite here by Nova. So even when it comes to getting those Tyrant objectives, Nova is going to be superior.
Definitely superior. And Wave Pit, he's hit a decent number of steals in his day, for sure. We've seen him, and we have the data to prove that because, you know, he's actually very good on this hero, especially with that smite. Something to take note of. Just an added dimension. Again, just something that you need to think about as an opponent of Nova.
Looking at Nova's position right now, they're probably trying to find an early pickoff here. They might see the potential into Daohan, and Daohan is forced to use a very early flash.
Yeah, used it early, but they're continuing on. Wave Pit providing a little bit more space for Wendy. It looks like Saber and Wendy, or Wave Pit, have been kind of sticking around in this mid lane for quite a long time.
And chase is fairly happening here, but Daohan and also the Zhongzi Saber, they won't be able to do as much damage, so it won't make much of a difference other than just trying to zone them off. But by zoning off, we may see Daohan here giving away the first blood. One last hit, Daohan survives.
Oh, Zhangfei, the Forbidden Domain. I've done that too, where you knocked him away and then you actually save his life because now he's out of position, or he's so far out of range of the rest of your team. Unfortunate for Wave Pit, not able to do it and not to help his team get first blood there.
Yeah, I mean that's the dilemma, right? When you play a Zhangfei, you want to deal the damage, but at the same time, you might push away your opponent. So you kind of have to have that game sense or that kind of gauge to be able to tell yourself that, okay, is it the right time for me to press the button?
Bro, are you saying I don't have game sense because I knock all my opponents out of range of my own teammates?
I'm taking myself based on experience. I mean, being a Zhangfei main, you know, I can totally empathize it.
Okay, for sure. I've definitely done it myself. I've definitely been guilty of it. But yeah, it's a terrible, terrible feeling. And sometimes you're like, ooh, okay, I hope nobody saw that, even though everyone did.
Yeah, as long as they don't talk about it, okay, we're cool. We just keep it between ourselves. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been reported because of
I'm surprised to see you still in game, but okay.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this bottom lane here. Muchi, the D-Renje versus Shoyu Jia. Who are you giving the edge to?
Ooh, between the Muji and the Ja, our early game I would give it to Ja just because of the range that he has. Like Muji being a different J, the range is not that great, so he might be forced to push back. And we can see like based on the current laning phase, right? Like Ja managed to do that, and that's why he has some free reign to roam somewhere towards the riverside.
Yeah. Definitely free reign to roam. And I mean, okay, speaking of which, Leo, again on the jungler, right? Akira, we're talking about how he's going to be this jungler or whatever, but it looks like he's kind of switched roles throughout. I'm a little worried.
Oh yeah, okay. That's an interesting point here. So now he's playing the jungler role. The last time we saw a team actually doing that, it wasn't a good sign. So I'm as worried as you now.
Or they're looking to just like, you know how people like they're training with like weights on, and then they're like after they go down 0-3, then they take the weights off, and then you see the real AG. No, I could just believe. No.
I clearly don't go to the gym, so that I can't.
Okay, all right. But let's talk. Okay, let's talk a little bit then more about this like mid lane, because CY right now has done such a good job of just farming. He's up about 500k, making it very uncomfortable for Leo, really setting it up for this Tyrant fight here.
All right, Tyrant fight, and we can see Ja from the back trying to poke as many of them as possible. He takes a bit of damage. Wave pit. He may come in anytime soon with the Unbridled Outburst, and he will right now. And here comes Wendy from the back, having free reign onto Akira, taking Akira down. Try to go for the backline. It's going to be AG Dowhan, and Dowhan failed on his smasher.
Yeah, really well played there by Nova. I mean, Wave Pit, like Unbridled Outburst, was completely mitigated by the Butterfly Effect. Nobody was really stunned on this one. But the fact that they were able to catch out Akira, you know, and it's, again, very worrying to me about, like, letting him play these heroes that I don't think that he seems to be 100% comfortable on. Is this more of like, oh! Okay, no, CY did pick it up with that smite, but that was super close with that wild hit.
Okay, for a second there, I thought Jia sniped it out. If he would have done that, then that would have been one of the best smites so far. Smite, quote-unquote, steal, yeah. But anyway, it didn't happen, so nice try there.
Yeah, Nova Esports, again, this is the map control, the dominance. Oh, the blue buff. Oh, CY!
Oh, he lost the blue buff. Oh, yeah, he lost the blue buff. He lost his life. Oh, man, this is AG really taking the fight back to them.
No, they needed to. They need to be aggressive. They need to change things up. They've let CY have free reign in their jungle as well as the enemy. Like, they're everywhere, right? He's been able to farm, but it's just been way too much, and they need to change things up. And getting that pick off, a really good start by AG, even though they are relatively behind.
I'm also looking at the fact that the Blazing Brilliance is, when it's used, is also protected by Wave Pit with extra shield, and it renders him almost invincible. I'm going to check out how this fight went on.
Yeah, look at Leo all the way up in front. That wind slash, decent, but the Unbridled Outburst completely shaken off. And it looks like Akira all the way up in front. The rest of the team were not there, giving up first blood, and they continued to go in, which is a very worrying situation because the rest of the squad was like, no, we're not going. Akira died. What are we doing? And 2 members go down.
Yeah, now that we get to look at the replay, it looked like there was a bit of a disconnection there for AG. Like 3 of them disengaged and 1 of them went front, so it was pretty scary. But potentially be scary here.
Yeah, very scary here. I mean, even here, like, look at Gia, not able to free farm. This is tough, right? He's just kind of using that wild wind. It's just kind of, ooh, it's lit.
In the middle, the tower might go down first. Objective gameplay by Nova. You don't want to overextend yourself. And now they see an opportunity to potentially take out Dowhan. But Dowhan is still together with Saber. So as long as Saber is there, they'll both full hand.
Yeah, Nova Esports not giving anything up right now. And they're continuing on. Akira didn't back him. He cartwheels away. I mean, they get to safety. But Nova Esports right now putting so much pressure on.
Yeah, and look at the amount of pressure, right? AG, they had 1 attempt, which was great. They stole away the blue buff. But now Nova is saying, okay, you steal ours, we steal your entire jungle.
It's personal like that. I mean, Nova Esports, though, I mean, they've been taking over most of this map right now. Look at this. CY all the way up in front. How are you going to deal with, like, Wave Pit as your bodyguard?
Yeah, and he still has the Unbridled Outburst, though. He can use it anytime. So you don't want to be caught in an alleyway just for the Unbridled Outburst to even push you to a wall, and you cannot get out of that situation. And the rest of the follow-up will happen, right? So that's why they cannot engage as long as Wave Pit still has Unbridled Outburst at the front line.
They're thinking about going.
Well, they might though. Okay, Blazing Brilliance did not truly connect onto many of them. So it's more of like just zoning out the situation and shooing them away for the Overlord to fall in the hands of Nova.
But look at how patient Nova is, right? The fact that Waypit, you were talking about the Umbrella Outburst, he could use it at a moment's notice, but it was just like the threat of it where AG were like, okay, he has it, so we're going to give him so much respect that they've been completely pushed off. And through it all, Waypit has not even used the ult, right? And the fact that he still has it means that he can kind of go in, and they were able to take the red buff from that as well. So they're just playing to, you know, into Nova's hands, so to speak.
It's like the psychological disturbance, right? Like, is he going to do it? Is he not going to do it? Do we go in? Do we not go in? A brighter outburst? Ah, man, that's just so much for AG to consider before they even go in, unless they are able to somehow bait out the Unbridled Outburst. But Waypit is just a masterclass at using the Zhangfei. It's going to be hard.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's why they're so strong. They're in your heads. They're playing mind games. You have to react to them. You're not able to play the game that you're wanting to play. Now you're very defensive. You're sticking 5 people in your base at the 9-minute mark. This is just more farm that's going to go the way of Nova. They're going to push it down, and at some point you got to make a stand.
And even if they want to try to unlock Nova by doing the backstab, but they don't have the damage, they don't have the durability. As long as, again, Waypit still has this Unbridled Outburst, they won't have that clear window.
Yeah, it's like the best use of Unbridled Outburst where you don't use it at all, right? It's the threat of it more than anything else. And they're giving a lot of respect. They're giving a lot of space. The Vanguards are going to be constantly pushing here, and they'll just happily take slow siege these towers. Like, how are you going to walk into this lineup, this death ball?
Yeah, and for Nova, they've been keeping this formation, right? Okay, just whip it in front, like pretty stock standard. And with that sort of kind of capability of just drawing the attention towards Waypit, I was keeping my eye on to Xuan as well. He did a bit of a move to the top lane, trying to shove up the waves as well at the same time.
It's smart, right? You just got to push out all the different lanes. Look at Jia all the way in the bottom lane. He's super scared, doesn't know where they are. He's just going to recall back to safety because he doesn't feel safe. He will have to just go back, but this is why map control is super important. That vision control and the vision score of showing why Nova are in the lead, it speaks volumes of just more than just being able to outfarm them, but being able to push them back. AG right now, their side of the map, very dark.
And you got the free Tyrant as well. Look at Waypit. I mean, this guy is just like, hey, come and get me. Hey, hey, hey.
Okay, for the record, that's not how Waypit sounds at all, but we'll let it go. That said, they're going to pick up the free Overlord here. Again, Waypit still up in front, probably not using that alluring voice that you just spoke, but he's definitely up front, ensuring that he's providing the vision where, again, nobody from AG can even get close to them.
Yeah, even the closest one is Saber, and Saber's role is just more like just to gather information, not like he can engage. It's like, hey, Waypit is here. Is that the team is to go like, duh,
yeah,
and they just turn back.
Yeah, they know where he's going to be. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're going to be up front, providing that forward scout and that vision, but they need to figure out ways to get around this. Look to split push, but now they just need to hold this top T3.
Blazing Brilliance is to try to zone them back. Yeah, Leo absorbed the Blazing Brilliance, and now they know the Blazing Brilliance is being used, but still, it's not about the Blazing Brilliance, it's about the Unbridled Outburst. Waypit has been keeping this Unbridled Outburst for the longest time. No real reason for him to use it, but he might use it now as they go in. Okay, Blazing Brilliance and Muchi to take out the tower at the same time. Unbridled Outburst finally used to push them to front. Now they are in an awkward position with the minions actually coming in. The Crystal could be taken down by Nova Esports before they find their next target. Akira Rasen survives it, and we can see that they try to draw the attention away from the Crystal, but to no avail. Nova Esports still another clean win.
Very clean. I mean, that was actually cleaner than the other games right now, just in terms of how they play this one out. That has to be so demoralizing. AG have very little answers for what Nova are throwing at them, and you're kind of seeing exactly, you know, the effects of it. The morale has got to be super low. 0-3, your tournament lives are at stake right now with this game 4 coming up, right? And getting into that one where these games have really not been too competitive. They have not been able to fight back. They have not been able to find any answers against Nova.
Dude, at this point, if I was AG, I'll be devastated, dude. I mean, it's 3-0, and none of the games AG looked like they went like 50-50 or head-to-head with Nova Esports. It was just Nova Esports dominating all the way.
Yeah, all the way. They were complete control. And this is where you're like, hey, how do we find ways to get back in this game? There are really no answers against Nova, right? So if you're tuning in, your ranked games or your scrims or even the other top tier teams, how do you close out games? This is a picture perfect one. It's flawless.
Oh, absolutely right. And for AG especially, they have exhausted most of the S tier heroes, S tier picks. So at this point, if I was AG, I would be even thinking to myself that, what else are we going to do? What sort of draft are we going to put out? What sort of heroes are we going to put in the draft? But of course, we'll talk about that before we start our next match. Right now, just a bit of a recap. This is the lowest kill count so far.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that Nova fans are kind of disappointed about is that their KDAs will not be as high because they haven't been able to get too many kills. AG right now playing scared and they're playing very defensive. They're not giving up a lot of kills, but they're giving up their base and they're giving a lot of space and a lot of respect to Nova. And Nova have taken full advantage of that, like literally dying twice in this game. Tough game for AG.
Yeah, and for Akira, he went for a full damage build, but obviously the damage output isn't enough. We can see here in the numbers, Akira only 16%. Jazz still did the most damage because of his long-range poking, especially on the early stage. That's why he's able to stack up that amount. But at the end of the day, this round is not about the damage. It's about objective gameplay. Hence, we don't see as many kills as the previous round.
Yeah, not enough kills, and Wendy not able to hit his normal average of 220,000 damage in a game because the games are like 12 minutes, 11 minutes, that type, right? And they're just completely in favor of Nova, as we see in this gold graph here. Complete dominance, taking over all the neutrals, just pushing it out, no space for AG to move.
Yeah, the only best moment that I remember from AG is that when they stole away the blue buff at the top, and that was pretty much it. Other than that, it's just Nova all the way. And we're going to give our MVP for the third time around. Say hello again to Wendy.
Yeah, I think Wendy just making it very easy for production, just in the sense that they don't ever have to change the picture or the hero. It's just constantly Wendy on this one. But 2-0-3, again, 37% of the damage that's been given. Just very impressive game again. But let's check out the highlights here.
Yeah, they probably even have Wendy's picture drafted out. Just depends on what hero he will pick next. Anyway, but yeah, this is one of the earlier fights, right? And we can see that there was a bit of a disconnection by AG. An attempt by Daohan going all into the back when three of his other players are pressing base.
Yeah, they weren't. Again, it seemed like they weren't really on the same page. Like just going in for this. I mean, once one member down, Leo is down. It was pretty much just do whatever we can, survive, try to get some sort of counter kill, and they did get Juan on this one. But then, like the minions are pushing in. Saber right now forgetting that he's actually on the red side and the fountain. But they just closed out the game. It was just very easy for Nova Esports to figure out how to just close this game out.
Yeah, and to tell the story, there were only two key highlights there. So that is how much this round was about. It is about objective gameplay by Nova Esports. They focus on securing the map, take down the towers. We are not in a hurry to just get kill after kill after kill. And as long as they're just able to put Whip in front, still with the unbridled outburst until the very end, that would have been good enough for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the Nova winning strategy, and that's kind of what you want to do. Just play to your hero's strength. They needed some way to crack this armor and this 3-0 lead by this Nova squad. But we're gonna find out in a game 4, but it's gonna be coming up right after this break.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames Feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
AG down 0-3. They have a heavy mountain to climb. Very difficult situation going up against Nova Esports, who are looking to close this game out. We wanted to see this go to the potential 7th game. We might not even get a 5th game at this point. This is game 4. Backs on the wall. What is AG going to do, Sir Cloud?
Oh man, AG. I mean, we've been seeing this for a couple of rounds now, right? Like all cards on the deck, put out your best strat, everything. They try, but Nova is just superior when it comes to the drafting stage.
I mean, it's not just draft. I think we have to give props where props are due in the sense that their execution has just been next level. This is such a scary lineup. Everybody playing really well together, understanding how to control the game. The only thing that we haven't really seen is AG really stick it to them, right? Once Nova are kind of playing on the back foot a little bit in the early game, how are they able to respond? We haven't seen that in the entire series.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, and now that we have the global ban pick, and we are coming into game number 4, I don't know what else are they going to pick. And surely, if Nova is going to get the first pick, or maybe even the second pick, they're going to ban out the Arlie and also the Jing. These 2 top heroes, they could potentially be used by AG. So AG, they have to plan around the fact that they might not even be able to get these to use these 2 heroes.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time, right? You can't mess around. You can't do anything. You need to ensure that you get, again, best hero, right? If you lose this game, you're out of the tournament. You're going home, right? So whatever you're going to play, you got to ensure that this is the moment. This is the time. Think of it as baby steps. Think of every single game from here on out as a best of 1. You need to just kind of build a little bit of momentum slowly.
Oh man, but Nova won't allow that space, right? The last time we saw them trying to build slow momentum, like Nova just deny everything from them, denying away the jungle. So that's one thing. We did see an attempt from AG Global to try to pick up the pace, going to jungle, steal away the blue buff, but that was their only moment. And Nova, they woke up from there and said, hey, you know what? We have a bit of a gap. Let's cover that. And they just went all the way to the end.
Yo, I'm trying to be a little positive for AG, okay? Tough situation where they're 0-3. Got to build a little something at this point, right? Because again, you're talking about some of the drafts. I think the first game draft probably was a little suspect, seeing what that we've seen from games 2 and 3, where it hasn't really been like these super powered lineups because they're gonna play not so strong heroes in that game one because they're going to save them for later. But now is the time. You got nothing else, man. Like, this is your best hero. I don't care what it's going to be. If it screws you over in game 5 or 6, so be it. At this point, you need a win.
All right. If it, to be positive, game 2, game 3, their drops are all right for Nova, but for AG. But then again, Nova's execution is, I still fall back to Nova's execution that they are really, really solid. But okay, here comes the draft here, ladies and gentlemen. So AG probably going to ban out the Mai again. Nova is going to ban the Jing and also the Ari.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if the Jing ban is just kind of shaking AG. They're like, you know, I mean, I know you can only pick it once, but Akira has not even played in the jungle aside from game 1. That is very telling to me, right? As a team, you know, if you're not even able to play your main roles, like, what are we doing here, right?
Is that because of the fact that they banked everything onto him getting the Jing, and if they don't, they went for plan B, which is the role swap? So I don't know. This is something that hopefully we are able to hear from the coaches at some point. But as expected, the Arlie is out, but the Mai is open. So AG, they want to try to get the Mai for themselves.
But yeah, we've seen it before. They had the same opportunity. Remember where they banned it themselves because they weren't going to pick it and they were going to kind of just focus in. But Nova, go with the Jing again. Akira, again, unable to get it. But it looks like they're going to want to go with the Mai, the high risk, high reward glass cannon. Here we go by AG.
Okay, let's see if Mai can actually show herself here. Because of the stats, the win rate, the Mai hasn't had the best of stats. So I don't know about this, but yeah, like what you said, glass cannon, let's see how they will deploy it. Now the Mai is going to be really scary as well. The potential of a backstab and also the side lane pushes. Lady Sun also very strong if they are pushed to the corner. If they have to defend the high ground, Lady Sun is still a very good hero to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Sun and the Mayan, right? Even for the top lane. Xuan is going to just absolutely tear this guy up, but it looks like they're going to counter with the Dharma. We saw in the previous games where they had these swapped. So the Dharma and the Mayan, they're going to just deal with this in terms of the laning phase. Interesting way of handling this, but again, in the Menki.
Okay, I like the Menki. I like the Dharma, no doubt about that. Menki, as fluffy as he is very tanky. He can engage as well, so that's great. And the Dharma can come squish from behind, so they can kind of play this sandwich situation with Nova. But they must find the right formation, and they must break out Nova's formation as well.
Oh my gosh, but the Dianwei pick by Nova here, this is super scary. I mean, yeah, you've got the Menki, a little tanky, but when you have the stone cold killer that Dianwei is chasing after you, not letting you go, the juggernaut, so to speak, you're going to have a tough time. You need to figure out ways to kind of kite him out or to control him in some fashion.
I can see Dianwei playing the backline runner, right? So whoever they're going to pick for the farm lane, they have to be really, really careful with it. I wonder if they want to go for a higher mobility farm lane like a Fang for AG.
Really? I mean, you do have some mobility, but I don't feel like it's gonna be able to compete with the Lady soon, which is I think just top tier in terms of a farm laner. Like, you want something that's kind of competitive. I mean, obviously you're thinking big picture and having that draft that kind of feels like the you. I don't know if there's a scarier 1-2 combination that just chases you.
So far, and it's been a pretty decent. Just run away from danger and also keep the distance. So AG's pick, Lampo will be locked in by Nova, so they have a good front liner here. So with a similar trait of able to just jump away from danger.
Yeah, it's one way to deal this. In a vacuum, you're looking at Alicio. Lady Zun. Definitely has the edge here. So I'm more worried that AG right now are drafting in a not as strong of a lineup, and it looks like Nova still have the backing power of all these power heroes.
Yeah, I'm trying to look on the bright side for AG, right? So they could still looking at the previous rounds, Nova, they start their farm lanes on the clash lane. And AG, if they are able to stick Alicio to the natural farm lane, then maybe he might have that space to farm up.
Okay. He's going to need whatever he can get at this point because, look, the Nova lineup looks solid to me. A lot of initiation. It's very clear as of what they want to do. Kongmin to kind of do that damage to potentially burst them, let Wendy work. AG on the other hand, okay. Also, I see how this one plays out. You have the Dharma that could potentially initiate. The Menki kind of dream roams when you need to. Mai's got to work. Daohen, there's going to be so much pressure on Daohen to make plays and not just run away where, they try to keep him alive as much as possible.
Okay, and if there's anything that maybe Nova couldn't manage, it's probably going to be Mai's mobility because they don't have like a solid lockdown just for Mai. You do have the Tremor Smash, but it's for a group fight, and it might not necessarily be able to catch the Mai. They don't have those single target CC. So this game, I would say it would depend heavily on Mai's performance.
Yeah, Daohan for sure on this one. Everything rests on his shoulders. Is he able to get the farm? Is he able to get some sort of, the laning phase going? And then is he able to find some sort of pickoffs? They need to figure out how to get some sort of farm and to get those pickoffs because if not, Nova are going to play Nova, their play style, which is to just let CY kind of get that farm. And on that Dion way, they're going to have a tough time.
And here we have it. The stage is set, people. This is match point right now for Nova Esports. AG Global, they have to claw back. Take it a game at a time as we head on to match point, Nova Esports.
Look, AG, they need to do everything to keep themselves in this one, right? They lose this one, they're going home. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They must win. They need to figure out a way to kind of get into and change it up because Nova have kind of done whatever they've wanted. They've been leading. If we're looking at gold graphs throughout all of the 3 games thus far, they have not relinquished any of that lead.
And they're having a decent start here in the mid. Like they know that Daohen is alone, so they see the opportunity to steal a couple of jungle minions away from his hands, and that's exactly what they did. Looks like for Nova, they stick Muchi to the natural farm lane as well. So as what we discussed, right? If Muchi is there going up against Alicio, then Alicio is not going to have the best time.
Yeah, I think Muchi as the Lady Soon just by himself, he's going to be fine, right? I mean, even with Wave Pit, I think that you can play a little bit more natural. Going up against Gia's Alicio, which is a little bit more different. I don't think is as strong as the Lady Soon. But I think that they'll just continue to play stock standard because they don't really need to change things up.
And it looks like they're going to stick to that strategy for now. Try to allow Jia to farm as much as possible. And Saber is still there, providing that level of support towards Jia. We can see Jia being very aggressive, poking them back.
Yeah, by the way, I love this new skin by Ming. I'm a Ming spammer.
Oh, from the side! That's going to be the first blood for Wendy. Beautiful rotation from the mid.
Yeah, very nice rotation. I was just complimenting Saber's new skin, the Ming one, the timeless Ming, and then he just dies. I feel like I focused on him too much, and that's why they all focused on him and killed him. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, I heard that you're a Ming main.
I am. I'm a Ming main. Yeah. Like just because he's the type where it's very unassuming. By the way, I love this skin. I think it's absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to get it, but I still haven't gotten it yet. But he's because your farm laner, if he ever goes out of position. Okay, looks like the first one.
Okay, and the Tremor Smash onto 2, and from the side we have Muchi dealing all the damage. How are you going to get out of this situation again? Another beautiful rotation by Wendy.
Okay, well, you're not going to get it by having an amazing skin, that's for sure. You got to actually play a little bit better in terms of the positioning. And even in the top lane, they're making plays. Nova are not messing around in this game 4.
And that's a solo kill there. Wow, okay. Akira, again, he's playing on the Clash lane. Probably not the most comfortable of positions like how we've seen before. He's probably more comfortable on the jungle, and putting him still on the Clash lane. I don't know about this, man.
Yeah, I think we need to kind of get some insights as of what the team was thinking on this, because it seems like they've been shaken up, or I mean, even Nova were like, okay, they're going in.
Oh, straight onto the back. They're not going to let this go at all. Jia will be the first one to fall, and without Jia, everyone else has to back off.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this kind of thing where maybe the wheels have fallen off, but you're seeing the effects. Like, morale is a real thing, right? And being down 0-3 is got to be super demoralizing, and it affects your play. And I think that we're starting to see some of these cracks by AG. It's not been a good situation. They're not making the same smart moves that we normally see from AG.
Yeah, and AG has not had a good rotation at all. It was just Nova running the tempo and now forcing AG to play with their rhythm. And this is a situation that you don't want to put yourself in. Okay, they see Wavebit there, but Wavebit, do they really want to go all in? Okay, they will still, and Wavebit will fall, but they have the information.
Yeah, I mean, they're defended their blue buff, which is what Leo needs to get going. Looks like Gia actually picked it up, but still AG right now, they'll just look to just kind of hold the fort. They just need to stem this bleeding. They need to slow the game down. I know I've been talking about it, but this is the opportunity, especially early. They need to figure out ways to get back in because this net worth lead has grown 3K in favor of Nova. They are dictating the pace of this game.
And Nova might come in to steal. Nope, Leo will secure it. So first Tyrant goes to the hands of AG. To the best of my memory, this is probably the first Tyrant that AG got over the course of this series.
Yeah, I think I think you're correct, right? Nova right now, they haven't really taken him at 4 minutes though, but that was a little bit of an opening for Leo to finally take that one down. They need more victories like that. They need to figure out ways to take some of these neutrals here and not give things for free, because again, Nova has done such a good job of just putting pressure throughout and then turning that pressure into those neutral objectives.
Push check there by Wavebit. Okay, you notice that Akira is no longer in his lane, so he tried to check the push. Okay, good check there. And at this moment, it is still Nova really controlling the map still.
Yeah, full control. Everything about this has been just a Nova game, Nova series. Look at how far up they are. They're looking to even threaten the Overlord here right under the noses of AG. Leo does have Smite, something to take note of. Overlord low.
And Overlord taken by Nova, and now they're finding an advantage at the back. We have the Trumbo Smash. It did not truly connect, and now the counter comes in by AG. But AG, they lost Jan. No big damage dealer. CY takes the advantage, take a downhand. No downhand. Leo will be the biggest of damage dealer, though he got 1 kill, but they lost 4 for the side of AG.
Yeah, and a 4-for-1. I will trade Waypit any day of the week for 4 kills, right? That's a happy trade for them. They'll take that one. And now Nova right now looking to go in. Gia has to be, he's been focus fired. Dowhan has been as well. Those are the big damage dealers. And the rest of AG have not been able to provide that cover, that meat shield that you need as we watch this replay here. Look at how they're going in. CY trying to go ham. The Dream Roam actually does connect, but Gia gets blown up on this one, and then they turn it into Dowhan, and there's pretty much all she wrote at that point, because you can't cover and you can't get that damage when you have no damage dealers.
Oh, okay. That was a surprise to Joan though. I guess he's not the best hero to do push checks, so he got caught out there.
Yeah, caught out's unfortunate for him. I mean, Chuan just trying to at least just kind of push things along, but AG will take whatever free food they can get, so to speak. But they need to figure out, again, they need to look to invade. Again, Nova right now just putting them, their backs to the wall and just forcing them to play defense.
Yeah, and how are they going to come back out of this, right? Look at the gap now. It's about 5k gold gap, and Nova is just dominating the map still. And now with the fact that they took down this tower, it makes them even more dominant across this map.
Look at how they've been pushed back. Leo thinking about going in, but at what cost? Waypit hiding in the bushes. He's going to be spotted out. He will be pushed away, if anything. But AG, they're so scared. Every single bush, they're looking to check, right? Because they know that they're going to get on.
Well, Waypit comes in with Tremor Smash, does not connect onto anyone, but that's not going to be the point. The point is to zone them away for them to be able to take out Leo.
Yeah, and Leo goes down yet again, pushed out. Again, he's just not tanky enough. I mean, the mid T2 is still standing, so that'll slow things down as they have to kind of deal with that. Nova, but they're going to siege the top T3 instead. And Waypit, okay, gets a little bit low on that sense, but they're going to stop it here.
Yeah, he's pretty confident right now, right? With the level of tankiness that he has gained over time. I mean, he's like, what? Okay, level 9? Okay, he's actually just 1 level behind like the core heroes of AG. And if we were to look at the items, okay, not the tankiest of items yet, he doesn't have the blood ratios yet, but it's already enough, the fact that AG is not able to farm the damage items.
They don't have items. They don't have any space to farm, right? Like their vision score says a little bit differently, right? Leo's done a good job with 21, and then you see Daohan with 23, and so they've been able to spot him out. But Wei Pit with 32. There's a reason why map control has been their forte, and it's been on the back of this guerrilla scouts that is Wei Pit all the way up in front, and they know that they're safe. They're going to be able to take a 3 tyrant.
And CY already has like what 3 tank items together with a blazing cape, so if Wei Pit is not able to tank, he can swap in easily. Right? Think about swapping in. Daohan! Go Wendy. Okay, there's going to be a big target here, but Daohan paid for his life as Nova, they counter back, take out Akira and Leo at the same time. 3 for 1 again.
Yeah, but Wendy did go down, and that's the biggest damage dealer, but Muchi will just take out this tower. And look, Akira went in, was like, hey, we have to make a play. We have to do something, try to force things out. Unfortunately, it went south again. They lost 3 members, and yet another tower goes the way of Nova.
Yeah, still a worthwhile trade for Nova, right? And at the same time, they have the space to take down the bottom tower, so that's technically 2 towers down to Nova and the entire jungle for themselves.
They're taking everything, and this is like 10 minutes into this game, and you don't have an outer tower at all. AG right now really desperate, need to figure something out. If anything, looking to defend their own buff, and that's difficult too.
Oh, here comes the Tremor Smash all the way to the back. He tries to get Akira, but he pulls back, and he tries to switch his target onto the other side. It's going to be Leo, the next one to go down to the hands of Xuan.
Yeah, no real chance there. Leo just not tanky enough. Being able to just kind of, he's like a punching bag. Nova Esports just taking him down very quickly. Saber had been killed earlier, so this is a tough situation for AG to figure out things out. The top and the mid have been opened up. The siege camps are coming in.
Yeah, going in all the way to the back line. They want to finish up this job right now, but first they want to take out Akira. Akira will not see the light of day. Same goes for Daohan. It could be a potential ace for Nova Esports as they will claim a clean sweep against AG Global.
Oh my gosh, Nova Esports back. I mean, there's a reason why this team were the favorites going into this one. What a crazy game. Very good series. Very few flaws, if anything. And they didn't really show much because when you play 4 games and you win out every single one, you look like a genius, right? And no issues with this global ban pick. Flawless game.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a tough win for them in every single round. It was a total dominance by Nova Esports. Yeah, again, this round 3, we saw a few moments by AG. This round, we did see a few moments as well, but it's not significant enough to impact the score.
Yeah, nothing. I mean, AG did not have any answers. It really seemed like they were shaken up after that first game. A little bit of a role swap here, but here we go. This is Nova Esports. You are going to see them move on. And this is a team that's starting to hit their groove. They give the salute, and they are ready to go. And yeah, a little bit of bias there, right? You got to be like a proud dad at this point, right?
I mean, both of them are like teams from my home country, right? So, you know what? It's a competition. Only one team survived, and yeah, Nova was one to do it.
Yeah, they were playing on all fronts. This is a scary lineup. I think any team that's watching this replay, they're like, we didn't learn much about how to stop Nova, right? There was really very little in that one. It'd be like stomp after stomp, 4 games in a row. I think total game time was like, you know, I mean, I want to say less than an hour, right, in 4 games, and that's pretty crazy if you think about it. But Nova just on another level there.
Oh man, yeah, and Team Vitality, while the other top teams in the same bracket, they'll be looking at this game as like, okay, that will be a puzzle for not only Team Vitality, that is, for the other teams to try and solve on how they're going to overcome Nova being an S-tier team from the start of this tournament, and they're still showing the level of consistency.
Yeah, it's all about consistency, right? I mean, it's totally underrated. It's just having your best foot forward. I mean, we can talk about draft and all these execution, all these things, but being consistent, understanding how to close out games, super important. And there's a reason why Nova are the top dogs and the favorites in this thing.
Absolutely, right? It is shown by their gameplay. And if we kind of reflect on it, during the Malaysian qualifiers, they went 4-3. But now they are 4-0 against AG, the same team. So it just shows how much Nova has grown over time from the last time we saw them in the qualifiers.
Yeah, they've gotten better and better and better. And I don't know if we've seen the peak level of Nova, right? Because I mean, they haven't really been tested, which is my worry moving forward. Because getting into those barn burners where you're talking about like a game 6 or 7, very different story. But let's talk about a little bit about this post game here. Wendy dying a single time. I don't think he had died in all the other games. He dies here, so I'm going to give him one tick mark off on his perfect score there because of that.
Oh man, you're doing the Asian dad. Come on, man. It's like perfect score or none. Okay. But you know what? Even if you look at like his KDA and also the goal that he has garnered, he could potentially be the MVP again. But we'll confirm that in a little bit more if we look at some of these stats. So Wendy, yes, still the highest damage dealer of them all.
Yeah, for sure. The highest. I mean, he's so consistent. He's able to do this time and time again. And there's a reason why you see Nova on the big stage almost every single championship and tournament, because he puts them on the map. He really gives them an opportunity to win. The rest of the team obviously really stepping up and playing to their roles as well. But they're, again, just Nova all the time, you know, from the first minute in this game. They were in full control.
Hey, you know what? If you want to look on the bright side, based on stats for AG, they got a Tyrant. So, I mean, and they got the first Tyrant, if I remember correctly. And it looked like kind of like, oh, okay, they got the Tyrant. Cool. Could this be AG's comeback? But Nova just says no.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to say no to a lot of things that you know AG wanted to have done. They had no space, no room to breathe. They couldn't really get anything going. AG just defensive from the beginning, right? Very reactive. And this is more props to Nova, because if you can suffocate a team like you did in this game, you just kind of suck out the will, so to speak, to kind of play against you. But the MVP, it's different. Oh my gosh. But they got the first 2 letters right, and as in Wendy, W-E, right?
Okay, I'll take that. The graphic designer might disagree though. It's like, I still have to change the graphics, man. But yeah, KDA 0216 with the damage taken of 32%. Definitely was a good game by Waybit. I would argue that his Zhangfei was a little bit better, but hey, we had Wendy that time to put off a perfect round. And looking over at the highlights from this game, from the start, it was Nova really pushing it in.
Yeah, pushing it in, forcing it out. And again, Gia got caught out. He seems to have died almost every, first with every big team fight, right? And then once you don't have that farm laner, it's a real struggle to kind of make a dent into this lineup that is Nova. Maybe you find Wendy or Muchi, but it's tough, especially since they had so many counters and ways to kind of protect those. That was a sick truth by Akira. They had a chance, they killed Wendy, but even these sorts of good initiations, they were so far behind that Nova were still able to get a 3-1 victory.
And this was the final fight here, right? Look at Waybit. Like, his Tremor Smash did not connect, but that wasn't the whole point. The whole point is just to try to break their formation, try to scatter them around, and then the pickoffs happen one by one. And that's how Nova, at the end, they closed the game. Obviously, at this point, they were very, very confident. They just wanted the ace for themselves, and they go out with a bang.
Yeah, going out with a bang is the biggest thing. It's a statement not only to AG, but to all of the other teams that dare try to contest against Nova Esports. I think it's going to be super important for all the other teams to just kind of tune in, figure out ways. I didn't see any gaps to go up against Nova Esports. I'm hoping that some of the people that are better than me, that can analyze things, to figure it out, because I don't see any sort of gaps in their play.
Yeah, but anyway, we're going to hear from themselves. Back to our stage here, ladies and gentlemen, to our host for the interview.
Very excited. This is a good start.
It's a very good start.
Yes.
A 4-0, I think, is the best start you can actually ever have. So,
I mean, that's a simple question, a simple answer from the Clash laner, very clean. But when it comes to the mid laner, Wendy from Nova Esports. Now, we do know, congratulations to make it to the semifinals.
Yes, congrats.
The first team to make it to the semifinals.
Speaking of Clash Lane, his first hero was very dominant as well.
Oh, yes.
Guan Yu. No. The Ganon Mo.
Oh
my gosh, every little flick, half blood.
Yeah, that's
One
true.
more, you're dead.
That's true.
Very dominant.
But Wendy, we do know that the next matchup for the semifinals is going to be between either BTR or Vitality. Which one would you prefer to fight against and why? 我们知道在一场你们半决赛的时候，你可能对 BTR 或者 Vitality， 你自己选比较喜欢谁，要打谁，还有就是为什么？
我比较希望 BTR 吧。
为什么？
因为他们打野掌权跟我们很熟嘛。
They want to fight BTR. Sorry, Vitality.
Why did he say? Why does he say
because
BTR?
They are very close with the jungler of the BTR is very close to them.
Ah, okay. So they're good mates. They're good mates.
Yes, but also another question, because we know you are a veteran player. You've been in KPL before, and now you're in the global stage of the Season 3 Invitational. How was the difference between that time and this time for you? 我们知道之前你在 KPL 也是有比赛过，那现在是 KIS3， 也对你来说，那经验有什么差别吗？
有句话是这样的，不是一个人的王者，而是团队荣耀。我觉得这两个游戏根本没有区别。
Wow, he said basically there's no difference. KPL or globals is just honor of kings for everyone.
That's right. Oh, that's amazing. Wendy, you had a great performance earlier as well. My last question for you all is, what do you guys want to say to your fans? And for all those Malaysian fans out there that are watching and supporting you and rooting you, I know that if we were in Malaysia right now, everyone will be screaming loud right now. So, what can you say to them? Great translation.
I love you guys.
I love you guys. Malaysia boleh.
Sweet and short.
Yeah, short and sweet. There we go. Mahal ko kayo ang sinabi niya. Yeah, that's right. So, guys, big flex right here and get ready for the semifinals.
Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed. Climb separately. Emerge where you're needed. Emerge where you're needed.
Hello guys, welcome back to my
I believe that failure is a stepping stone to my growth. I believe that persistence is the only shortcut to glory. I believe that giving it my all will lead me to victory. I believe in myself. With Honor of Kings, I will achieve my own glory. HOK Invitational Season 3. Step onto my stage of glory. Witness the thrilling moments of passion together. February 21st to March 1st. 12 global teams battle for the ultimate victory.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational S3, where excitement will unfold at the vibrant capital of the Philippines, Manila. The tournament will run from February 21st to March 1st. Honor of Kings Invitational S3 will be held at SM North EDSA, the Block Atrium, and we are ready to bring an electrifying atmosphere for players and fans. Representatives from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Americas, Europe, the Middle East and North Africa, Japan and South Korea,
And wildcard qualifiers will compete at the grand stage in Manila. 12 of the world's best teams will compete for the ultimate prize, the first Honor of Kings World Champion title of 2025. 4 teams will be seeded. The first places from the S3 Philippines qualifier, S3 Indonesia qualifier, S3 Malaysia qualifier, and S3 Americas qualifier. Each seed will be assigned to a different group, while the remaining 8 teams will be randomly distributed across the groups. The group stage will follow a best-of-5 format, with the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the knockout stage, where teams will face off in a best-of-7 format. The journey will culminate on March 1st, when the first 2025 Honor of Kings World Champion will be crowned. Additionally, a major announcement: the global ban and pick format, pioneered by the KPL in 2018, will be fully adopted in this tournament. For over 6 years, KPL, Chinese Honor of Kings Pro League, has set the gold standard in MOBA esports and will continue shaping the global competitive scene. Honor of Kings remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence. We can't wait to see how the world's best teams rise to the challenge. With a staggering prize pool of $300,000, honor, recognition, and substantial rewards await the champions. The stage is set, and the stakes are higher than ever. Here's a guide for Honor of Kings esports fans to join this exciting journey. You can catch our live streams either in-game or on our official channels. Joining us in person, here's everything you need to know to make the most of it. Take part in in-game activities and earn exclusive rewards. The countdown is on. Mark your calendars and see you in Manila.
Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Gamitan mo ng utak, dagdagan ng puso, laban hanggang dulo, bawal ang sumuko. Dugo naman dirigma, sa akin nananalaytay, watawat ng Pilipinas, sa aking iwawagayway. Sa kasaysayan ng matitirang taga-salaysay, ang matamis na tagumpay ay walang kapantay. Ibusan ng lahi, ang pwersa ko ay pupuntangi, humahawi ng isang batalyon, parang buhawi. Di magwawakas sa digmaan hanggat ang huling hari ay di pa nasasakal gamit bituka ng huling pare. Ubod ng barumbado kapag nang balagbag, sugutan ng patago hanggat di papasag. Puso lang ang dala ko, palaglan ng palag, uulan ng palaso, taas ang kalasag. Kasi kapag ako nakumana, lahat natutulala. Hindi nila inaasahan ang mga atake ko na nambubulaga, namumula pa ang mga mata na parang bata, kalabawasak sa kada atak. Lumalago pa ka mga katawan ng mga kalaban na nakakatapat pa siya. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Ikaw kaya matik iba yung galing. Kahit gano'ng kang veterano sa'kin mukhang noob pa rin. Kahit letra lang gamit kaya kang buntalin. Kahit pagsama-sama pa akin lang bubombahin. Yung asta boys in the hood, yung dating boys to men. Sobrang toxic na galawan, dapat dyan poisonin. Ako yung Prince of Landling, lahat pupuksain. One hit kill, lahat susubukin for the win. Paalam sa karera nyo, advanced condolence. Mga kulang sa intelligence, no offense. Walang duda na kami ang the best, oo gets. Pahiya kayo sa amin in-game hanggang sa online trends, diba? Common sense.
Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Kami yung pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas.
Cash G. Hindi ko na dapat gagawin to eh. Pero wala, binuhay niyo uli ang dragon man. Kra! Samda na po, kanda na pita, lakanda na pita, lakanda na po, sa lakanda na pita, lakanda na punda na kinda na po. Sa lato pira da pi, sa lato pira da po, sa lato pila da kulo, sa pila da kalita pira da. Pero ang kompetisyon, bigyan mo ng kombinasyon, siguradong bumpanisyon, yun lang ang aking misyon. Malupito ng paboritong kombidyante na jowa mo. Pag-nag-aaway tong dalawa, di ba magtropa to? O ano kung mag-isa mong nagagawa? Pag nagsama ka mas malakas. Imbis maghilaan pababa, bakit di na lang tayo maghatakan ng pataas? Kasi
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tapang ay likas, lakad matigas para sa bigas. Honor of kings is what we fight for. Looney, Abra, Malupiton, 2025.
Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
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 Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas. Tayo ang pag-asa ng Pinas.
Hello, Honor of Kings players! Starting from 2025, Honor of Kings professional esports games will implement a new format, the Global Ban and Pick. This exciting format enhances the viewing experience by mandating a greater variety of heroes in every game and opening up new possibilities. The Global Ban and Pick format was first introduced by Kings Pro League in 2018 and has been in use ever since. It has now become one of the most popular MOBA game modes. Honor of Kings Global Ban and Pick format entails that each team can only use each hero once in the entire BO5 match. This means that in any given game, each team cannot pick heroes they've picked in previous games, or heroes the enemy team has banned. The banning of heroes is only effective for the current game. This goes on until the end of the match. However, in a BO7 match, if Game 6 ends in a draw, Game 7 will enter Ultimate Battle Mode, in which Ban and Pick is disabled. All heroes will be available, and both teams can pick heroes freely. Teams cannot ban heroes or see each other's picks, which on rare occasions may result in identical lineups on both sides. When this happens, a true ultimate battle will unfold. Global Ban and Pick takes tournaments to a new level. It challenges professional teams and players to expand their hero pools, upgrade their strategies, and optimize their lineups in order to secure victory. At the same time, the players and audience get to see more creative lineups and play styles that make games more unpredictable and interesting to watch. Get ready for more exciting HOK tournaments in the future.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are.
the match that the home fans have been waiting for their hometown heroes to step on stage in the knockouts. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy Holler, will be casters for today. And coming up next is going to be a big match. What do you make of this?
Oh, I'm excited for this one. I think that there's a lot of hopes and dreams on this Blacklist International team. Obviously, the home come whenever they come out to show up. They are in tandem, right? There's a lot of energy in the crowd, and you can feel it. And it's all because of Blacklist International. There are not to say the one true hope, because there's still Elevate out there, but they're definitely one of the, the expectations are very high for this team.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure that one big energy is there in the crowd, which is Jushi's auntie or grandma. Yeah, Jushi's grandma. But also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, what sort of phone are they using on stage? They're actually using the Infinix GT20 Pro, the phone for top gamers. And if you happen to be around the venue, do come by because you can experience the phone for yourself.
Yeah, not only the phone, but there's also a whole bunch of mini games where there was some basketball, there were some like reaction timer things as well. And to see all of the cosplayers that have shown up in droves, it's actually been kind of crazy out here. Just seeing the level of just the passion that you see for Honor of Kings. But look, let's talk a little bit about this matchup here. It's a best of 7. This is the knockout stage, only the second match. But Blacklist going up against Impunity, the wild card team that have made themselves known. They are here because of, they definitely had that international experience, and they've done, they put a name for themselves, but are they of the same level as Blacklist?
Well, you're going up against the home team, and for Impunity, they have a lot of experience as an organization, right? Even way back then. They always go head-to-head at some point with a BSE, and then, well, unfortunately, BSE didn't make it, and obviously they're still here. I would say that this will be a tight match that comes out. I don't foresee a 4-0.
Yeah. I think that after what we saw in that last series, where we both didn't expect a 4-0, let's be honest. But Nova was just like, they showed up and they're like, hey, we're going to shut the door down. We're just going to close this one out. We got lunch and we want to go to dinner as soon as possible or whatever. So they had their own plans in mind, and they had a short season because of that. But going into this one, I don't foresee this as a 4-0. I think that both of these teams are going to see a lot of potential, some serious high-level play in terms of strategy, not in terms of the draft, but also on the battlefield itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. This, I believe, will be a tight one here. So both sides, they have their own lore, and of course for Blacklist, they have the home ground support as well, giving them the energy, and they will want to put up a good performance for their fans cheering on for them there as well. And for Blacklist, they are no small organization. They are one of the biggest esports organizations in the Philippines. So you can imagine the support not only from the on-ground fans, but from the online fans as well.
I mean, they've built it up, right? This is not just something like a grassroots of just like, we know that Blacklist in the Philippines has been, a tandem. But this team, they've shown up, right? They were 5th, 6th in the championship last year. That one really put them on the map. They had that upset over Team Secret. This is a squad that was starting to gel well together. Then they picked up who was a Dragon. He replaces Aaron going into this one, previously from Room Esports. This is a squad that's really looking to make some waves. They have some of the highest KDAs throughout the entire league, 3 out of 5, with Chammy and Chammy, Golden Kite, and Chaz. This is a team that doesn't die. They know how to play well together, and they're a very strong team, formidable one.
I like the fact that you pointed out the fact that they were the ones to put down Team Secret in the last championship, right? So they know how to do it up against these sort of big name teams, and also in a situation where the bracket is difficult and also high stakes in the knockout stages. So I'm sure there are a lot of expectations for Blacklist International to perform, but for Impunity, of course, we cannot play them down with the level of experience that they have internationally, and they've been playing together as a team for quite a while now. That would definitely give them that synergy of chemistry.
Yeah, it's going to be key, right? And I think that the way that the brackets have been set up right now, with Blacklist, Impunity in the top, Nongshim Elevate, the winner of that one goes into the winner of this match, right? So the potential dream run could be there, right? In the sense that like the Nova and the Team Vitalities are on the other side of the bracket, and you have a little bit of space before we get into that. I think it's going to be key, right? You want to make a name for yourselves, and you want to continue that momentum. You want more matches. Some of these teams just play 3 matches and they're out, like AGG.
Yeah, I believe we will be seeing the walk-in for these teams very, very soon to come in stage. And
on this stage, but can they do even more in this season?
And they survive a
stage, but can they do even more in this season?
And they survive a rather tough group, right, from Group C, with the fact that Nova Esports was in the same group as them. And here are the players of Black. That sounds like a. Impunity Esports, definitely a decent record. That's why they're here in the knockout stages. But to compare like these two teams as an organization, field participation goes towards Impunity Esports.
I think that we have a lot of potential to have two evenly matched teams go on this one.
Lessons from you, Holland.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I mean, considering like that's why I want them to win. If they become the what is it, 300,000, part of that prize pool, they end up winning that, then they. Yeah, I like
the series, and there's a reason for it because it's such an annoying hero to deal with. It can go in and out of fights. It can also disengage by itself. It's a very self-sustainable side of hero.
Yeah, it seems like again Blacklist International very strong. But Impunity, man, they respond in kind. The Zhangfei and Lady Soon, they will look to deal with this Arlie Ogren potential. I think that it's a pretty good draft thus far. They're definitely, pulling out all the stops in this game.
And if we're looking at the next pick, it's going to be the Guan Yu. Again, we saw the Guan Yu in the previous season and it was used very, very well, especially to come from the backstab and just use the heroic charge to just put opponents in an awkward position, or even to group them up together for a potential follow-up. And that follow-up might come in a form of like a hard CC, something like a Lampo that might be picked up by Blacklist.
Yeah, the potential is definitely there. I think it has a bit of play on that one. But teams, we've seen this time and time again, right? You see the Dune, you counterpick it with the Guan Yu. Put that guy out of position, make him really struggle so that his unruly blades aren't able to get himself out of there. As long as you can control him, you have that positioning advantage, it's going to be key for Blacklist International. I like their draft thus far.
Yeah, so far so good for them, but they have 2 more picks, of course. And now we're coming into the second phase. Now we're going to see Blacklist International taking out the Mayen. They don't want to deal with a high mobility sort of hero, but there are other options as well. The Dharma is still open. So if Blacklist is thinking that they don't want to deal with mobility, Dharma might be the next bet.
Yeah, it could be potential, but it's going to be a lot of focus. You talked it, you called it. Boom, the Dharma right there, banned out. Again, very good counters and ways to get onto the Arlie. You want to protect her as much as possible. You want the Ogren up front. You want the Guan Yu to potentially reposition people that do eventually jump onto him. And then you want that Arlie just safely from afar. And I think that they have that potential with those 3 heroes. And protecting them is a very good idea.
If any team wants to sign me up, we can always talk. My DMs are open, just saying. Well, we're going to see next. So Princess Frost is going to be brought onto the table. Okay, this is going to give them the control that they're looking for, right? And we did talk about if you have the heroic charge, you could potentially group your opponents together. And then what? And then you want to have a nice AoE CC, and Princess Frost does fill that gap.
Yeah, it's actually perfect, right? Again, the synergy is on point because you have the winners here. It's like, people will just walk out of it, but then you Guan Yu them back into it with that Razor Cavalry, and then you just control them even longer. You put them into that pit that nobody really wants to be in. But it looks like Impunity go with the Yixing, have a little bit of movement and repositioning themselves, but they end up with this Charlotte. Your thoughts on those 2 picks?
Ooh, okay. I have this thought about the Yixing, right? With the world is my board. So for Zhang Fei, we did talk about the fact that his unbridled outburst can be a double-edged sword, right? It could push your opponents too far in front. But if you have the world is my board and you box in your opponents and then you follow up with the unbridled outburst, basically they will be just pushed to the wall. So they won't be pushed too far, allowing follow-ups to happen from the rest of the team.
But my concern is always back to this Charlotte pick. I understand that it's not amazing, or there aren't too many Clash laners, especially when the Dharma and the Mayan were banned out. But the Charlotte is kind of underwhelming. I mean, it has in 6 games, it's only won twice. It has the potential to do well, but I just feel like it's really been overshadowed lately by all the other Clash laners, which are much better.
Yeah, and if we gotta think about it, like, what is the Charlotte going to be for, right? So I guess what they have in mind is that the Charlotte is to try to deal with the Arlie and also maybe even the Princess Frost. If not, they would have been out of options of which other Clash laner is able to play that front to back sort of strategy. So the going down the charts, they probably thought to themselves that, okay, Charlotte is the next best hero.
Okay. No, I mean, sometimes you're not allowed to pick the hero that you want. I'm sure that the Dharma, the Mayan were probably a better synergized hero for this draft, but unfortunately it was banned out, and they're kind of left playing with this one. But now that we know the hero picks, it looks like they're going to be locking into game 1 soon. But who do you give the edge to in this first game with just drafts alone?
Oh, okay. I'm not going to be like Flam to sit on the fence. I'm going to pick a side just to answer the question. I do see both sides having their own advantages and disadvantages, but I do like Blacklist International with just the fact that they have a good combination, right? And I've talked about like them picking out the Lampo. They put that as the last pick. So you have the Lampo, you have the Gonji with the heroic charge. Perfect.
Enemy minions will
Perfect. And I like it. I do agree with you. I actually, for the first time, I think that this is the first time we've ever agreed on anything. But I do like the draft of Blacklist International. This is a very strong one. Whenever you see Just G on that Ogren, you do got to give him respect. And then Golden Kite on the Arlie, he's going to finesse them around.
Oh, wow. Lots of heroes on the mid lane as a start. Okay, that's going to be interesting just to put a bit more pressure on the mid, but immediately Guanyu moves to the top. You can't leave the top open for the Charlotte, so that's going to be a natural movement for him.
Yeah, lane, like, they just wanted to get Golden Kite a quick level 2. He's done so. Now they're going to make their way to the bottom lane and put a little bit of pressure onto Up here, who just hit level 2 himself. So this is going to be an interesting lane swap. Blacklist International had a little, intel, right? They wanted to kind of put a little pressure on that mid lane first. And now Zhao Lin has been backed off, taking liberties. Flash away by Golden Kite will keep him alive.
Yeah, Zhao Lin making this rotation. It's okay. I don't think you expect to get much out of it. It is just more of like, okay, you play 3, we play 3. And plus I shoved out the waves quickly, so that's why I made the rotation to the bottom, which is fine.
Yeah, and you're also probably wondering why Dragon made his way bottom. It's because, again, they're trying to give Just G as much farm as possible, right? So they're giving up the mid lane to him, letting him make his rotations as a timing play so that he gets as much farm as possible. Dragon now putting a little bit of pressure on that top lane. So Blacklist International trying to be aggressive, trying to make it a little uncomfortable for Impunity here.
And Blacklist definitely not making it comfortable. They want to try to steal away this minion, and they got it. So yeah, one stolen away, that gives her a bit of an edge when it comes to the gold part.
Yeah, and again, it's just like whenever teams get the Ogre in, they just force feed him as much as possible, give him as much farm, and he'll just happily take things. And even invading, that's not the easiest of things to have done, but it kind of was set up by the fact that Dragon was rotating, put a little bit of pressure on. X0 was not comfortable, even gave up, backed off, realizing that the numbers advantage was just way too high in favor of Blacklist.
Right, so I don't expect much more pressure from both sides right now because both sides will want to prepare for the first Tyrant. If they're able to find a chance, great. As much as we can see here at the bottom lane, it's just going to be more of a poking scenario just because you have Zhang Fei on one side and a Lampo on the other side.
Yeah, they're going to kind of equalize on those two. But if you're looking at what Zhao Lin is doing, he's putting a lot of pressure. They're forcing 3 in the bottom lane, right? They're okay with giving Ashing that farm, kind of trying to equalize what Justy's doing and getting that free mid lane here. So they're going to put, kind of equalize, try to let the junglers control this game.
And right now we can see a rotation from the mid. Dragon's actually moving to the bottom. But again, both sides really respecting each other. It's unlike like the series that we've seen before this, where one side truly wants to dominate from the get-go. But looking at how this game is being played right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we even see the first blood at like 8 or 9 minutes.
Okay. For the sake of a TV drama, I don't want to see First Blood at 8 or 9 minutes. I want to see some action now. I want to see some kills. But I do understand what you're saying. Both of these teams are playing very cagey. They're kind of playing very defensive. Nobody wants to make that first mistake. Yes, it's a best of 7, but at the same time, there's still a feeling out process, especially early.
Dude, I'm okay for delayed gratification, right? I'm just saying. But we might. You're not. Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. We need to learn to be patient. But
are you my mom?
I couldn't wear makeup the last time. Maybe not.
All right. But no, I get it. And I think that it's both of these teams are going to play safe, right? Nobody wants to make that first mistake, especially with this Tyrant just spawning now at the 4-minute mark. Ashing is making his way around, does spot it out, and it looks like they're going to commit a little bit more. A little bit different from what we saw in that last series, where teams were really not willing to go, but they're taking liberties, pushing him back. Jussie getting low, he's going to give up first blood. Ashing will get credit for this one, and it looks like they're going to back off. The winner is here, and Ashing is going to take most of this, going to stick around. Blacklist International, though, realize that the Tyrant, yeah, Jussie's down, but the Tyrant's still there, and they're going to just back off now.
Yeah, they don't have Jussie. They are going up against a double smite. They probably want to let this Tyrant go for now, but they don't want to let this buff go. Oh, they have to.
Yeah, okay. And they're going to back off here on this one. It was very smart, right? They didn't have to force the Tyrant. It might have been a little risky, but instead they take the blue buff as well as the Tyrant, and that's going to further compound that lead. They've grown it to about 1k at this stage.
Yeah, that's a nice cherry on top, right? So the blue buff with the Tyrant, and they still have one more smite to go. But of course, with Bonds, you don't want to overly commit onto the Overlord, so you just want to go back to farming. Now, looking back at the replay of how this was executed, I just want to put focus on how they got that pick off and the positioning of Jushi. He got caught by spreading out. It was probably not his idea, but he must remember he's the smite holder. So at that kind of stage, you don't want to be the one to absorb the damage.
So one thing that Justin needs to do a better job of, and it's just got to respect Shaolin's Ishin, right? The fact that he can, use that taking liberties, pulling people away, then you have the world as my board. It's not so easy to get away when you're kind of tethered to them, so to speak. So this is a situation where he needs to be super careful, play a little bit more reserved, and not be that frontliner that you typically see from those Auguries.
Yep, and it's going to be another attempt by Blacklist International to try to take back their jungle. And they have to, right? Because we have seen multiple times that if one team is setting the rhythm, the other team is having a hard time getting out of it. But so far, Blacklist, they're trying.
Virgin Prison, they've got him knocked up. They got the kill. Ashing got caught out. What a nice little setup by Blacklist. But it did take all 5 of them to get the pick off. But all in all, that was worth it.
Yeah, it was worth it, right? Because you want to set back the pace to yourself. And plus, they got the jungler. So I would say that it is worth it. Without the jungler, even if they want to go for the Overlord, they can't. So it was a good move there by Blacklist.
Yeah, very good move. I mean, Ashing down for he was down for like 10 seconds or whatever for that cooldown, that cooldown timer for the respawn. But Jussie, level advantage, something to take note of, right? He's been consistently farming after that early death. He's bounced back quite well. He's definitely putting his team in a position to win, and they're still forcing it down, trying to get Jussie as much farm as possible, as he has the second highest, only to Golden Gun. Oh, sorry, third highest.
I'm looking away at some of the items, right? So Jamie is going to build into the Blazing Cape, so that will give him much more durability. At the same time, he can do split pushing because the Blazing Cape does damage to the minions as he moves across them. So that could give them an extra option in case they're not able to win.
Yeah, but look, if I'm going to speak honestly about Chammy, is that this dude wins team fights. Okay, sometimes he does it as a team, and sometimes he does it solo, but the guy is on point. He's been so good at finding the right angles to attack from. Like, you get caught out so many times, and this is why he's so scary on this Guan Yu. He can reposition you at a moment's notice, and he can do it from the wings where people don't really expect it. They kind of lose track. But if you're an Impunity fan or coach, you gotta let the team know that, hey, where is Chammy 1 at all points?
And that's probably going to be their win condition, right? Like if he's able to get a good flank with the heroic charge, disposition the opponents, then follow up by Chaz with the thermal smash, it will be a perfect scenario for them. But so far we haven't seen like Impunity really grouped up for that opportunity to happen, right? So Blacklist, they still need to find it. While they're finding it, of course, just focus on the power.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's still very early. It's 8 minutes in. You were talking about the fact that we would get a kill just at the 9-minute mark. It's kind of been like that game where teams really haven't, over pursued or gotten out of position. Yes, it's 1-1, but it's still a situation where, again, these teams are very cagey, very defensive. Nobody wants to give an inch, and they're playing just for the late game.
Oh, maybe Chaz might want to try to steal this. He is alone though, so yeah, it's more of just scouting out, getting the information, confirming that, okay, the blue bar's out, and Chammy doesn't need to overcommit. Potential mid-fight, not really, just because of how spread out Blacklist is going.
Yeah, but with that winners here, it's a little bit on the more defensive side. I thought it'd be a little bit more aggressive than Chammy 1 might have gone for that push in, that Razor Cavalry on the back. But they're looking to go. X0, he gets gone on. He gets sliced and diced by that motorcycle. And it looks like Chammy 1 will get credit for that kill.
Oh, good communication there by Blacklist. They probably told themselves like, okay, the tower is going to go down. There is X-Hero still there. Come in, boys. But if you're not coming in, they might come in onto Impunity. But Impunity, knowing that they don't have the manpower, they back off immediately.
Yeah, no manpower. I mean, the minions were going to be taken care of. They have the wave clear. But Golden Kite, he's going to make use of that space. That top T2 taking a lot of damage as he gets that for essentially free. But one thing to take note of, Chammy 1, they have 2 kills on that team, both of them owned by Chammy.
I love Chaz's position, right? Like he stood away from a Lady Sun and he opened up the jungle so that he knows that if anyone were to come by to try to backstab him, allowing him that confidence to just push on.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, the vision score, both of these roamers very good, Megumi and Chaz, of just kind of finding where the enemy team is, being that forward scout. It's going to be very important here. But this Shadow Overlord they thought about it, but then they were like, hey, actually, where's Chammy? We got to be a little bit careful with this going in.
They do have double spikes though, so they can still do it, but like what you say, right? Chammy is the one giving them that psychological damage. It's like, can we go in? Can we not? Mom, can we? But Mom says no, so okay. Just be disciplined, and they don't really need to force it.
Yeah, they don't need to force it, but at the same time, they don't need to listen to Mom. They are grown men. They can do whatever they want. I'm sorry, that was a bit personal, maybe, but I'm sure you felt that. But Shaolin, he's taking so much damage. Oh, he's been knocked out, but he's gotten killed. Oh, excuse me, he did somehow survive. I'm sorry.
Okay, what's happening at the back here? So that's X-Hero. Maybe he tried to find an opportunity to sneak in, but the opponent's disengaged, so no chance for him yet. And still, we have not seen a really good heroic charge.
Yeah, we haven't seen one just yet, because again, they've kind of spotted him out. They understand roughly where Chammy's going to be, so that they haven't overcommitted. They haven't really stuck together. X0 now in a bad spot. He needs to be a little careful, as 3 members of Blacklist are going to be there. They have the Wind Slash. The Tyrant is about half-life already. Ashing still up in front, spots it out. It hasn't gone back in the cave. They're looking to go for this one, and it looks like Jushi's trying to get the connection, the Wind Slash, and it looks like Ashing is going to be the first to fall. Chaz with that nice burst grand, the Unbridled Outburst, pushing them away. They're taking liberties, not going to hit onto Chammy. They still have 4 members. They're continuing on. 5 members from Blacklist International, but Golden Kite finally does go down.
Whoa,
and it looks like they've got the power gradation on the backside. X0 do some decent work, but Justy's going to be killed. Gets a double as he finds Chammy as well. 3 members down, and Impunity right now finding kills and finding opportunity.
And Impunity, they were close to getting an ace. Look how low Dragon and Chaz was at some point. Man, that was crazy. But great engagement there with the Unbridled Outburst from Impunity, getting those kills in, pushing the others away, and now they will get a freebie in the name of Tyrant.
I mean, when you've gotten 3 kills, it's hardly a freebie. I think you've earned it at this point. It was I thought it looked bad because Ashing kind of died. He was still up in front, and he was taking up so many of these cards. Look at his positioning. All the way there, kind of gets blown up. Golden Kite gets that kill, but then once Golden Kite falls, it's really tough to kind of continue on with this fight. Shaolin backs off here, and then that power gradation was so on point with that stampede from that Unbridled Outburst on Megumi. Really well played by Peter.
And I also want to point out the fact that X0 was in a dream position, like from the side, dealing not only psychological damage, but also coming in at the right timing. And that is a position that actually Chammy wants to get, but because of the presence of X0, he can't get the sort of dream position.
Yeah, hasn't been able to get that as of yet. But I mean, X0 really showing up. Oh, here we go. The world is my board. We're going to continue the Tremor Smash. It's just going to zone more than anything else. Chaz now on the run with that winner is here. We'll slow things down. Impunity will just figure out, they'll just stick to the mid lane instead. Put a little pressure on this one.
Blue team
Tower.
has destroyed
It's going to
a
be free
tower.
for Impunity. Again, job done, right? Like what you mentioned earlier on. The whole idea is to zone, and that's about it. You don't really need to force the kills, but if you see an opportunity, why not? It could be one coming up
Blue
soon.
team has
It could
destroyed
be an
a
opportunity here.
tower.
And I mean, Up doing a good job of taking down those towers, using that space, whatever's given. Now Blacklist International on the defensive, down about 6K. That is definitely sizable at this 13-minute stage. They're going to put pressure on the top T2. Blacklist International really cannot fight at this stage.
Yeah, I'm thinking about their win condition right now, right? Their only main damage dealer is going to be Golden Cat. Last we saw Jammy's item, he went for a tank items. Maybe he'll go for a semi-tank. So that, again, leaves Golden Cat to be the main damage dealer. Yes, you have Dragon as the first damage dealer, but first damage require cooldown. So that could be their...
Oh,
but hey...
Dragon. Oh, Dragon's so close to getting blown up there. Oh, he's going to limp away, and now this could open things up for that Overlord. Chaz scouting things out. But again, I do like your point about how Golden Kite has to do most of the heavy lifting. They just haven't given Justy enough time to be that damage dealer, that sustaining tank that's out front. Yes, his gold is decent, but he's definitely in the lead. But again, he hasn't hit that critical mass just as of yet.
Yeah, to answer that question, I'd like to see Jushi's item, but...
My board, the burst ram. Oh, Chaz not able to get away. He got locked in, and that's going to be another opportunity for Impunity here. It looks like they're going to go for the Overlord, or they're moving away around it, and they're going to start it now. Yeah.
I guess because they know that, okay, they got Chaz, but it's not Jushi, so they just want to make sure that the parameter is secured. Okay, Jushi is no longer around. Now they go for the Overlord. No rush for them because they still have the manpower. And after getting Overlord, now it's about shoving up the waves, doing standard stuff, and just wait for the waves to just push in, and they will take down the T2.
They're going to look to start sieging it here. Blacklist, again, behind. If anything, Chamy's trying to buy some space, looking to split push, if anything. Just create a little bit of space. You are so far behind, 7K at the 15-minute mark. Tough situation to be in, but you got to find ways to breathe.
Okay, I'm looking at Chammy's position. That is the golden position. That's the position that he wants to be in. From the side, from the back, from the front. Not being known by Impunity, and if you can get a good one, that could be it. But looking at Impunity's position, they have broken off, so no chance for Chammy yet.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and he was kind of off the map for some time. But I think that's again where your spider sense needs to be tingling if you're Impunity, right? They were like, okay, something is astray. We don't see Chammy on the map. He's not split pushing. We don't really know where he is, and that's kind of why they're like, actually, we shouldn't take any fights until we get that vision. Having that vision score, that map control, is key, right? Because you got to know where your enemy is to attack properly. And I think that they have done a good job of basically mitigating the potential damage that Chammy 1 can do at any moment.
Okay, so I'm looking at the items, right? Both Chammy and Jushi going for tank items. So yes, heavy lifting is still Golden Kite. He has to be able to deal the damage. So if you're Impunity, you'll be thinking that, okay, looking at the items, it's only Golden Kite. If they're somehow able to take out Golden Kite, and that's going to be X0's job, the fight is won.
Yeah, and I mean, Golden Kite, it's not a great situation because he's got 11K, Up has 14,000 in terms of net worth, right? So the damage that he's going to do with basically an extra item above Golden Kite, he's going to do that tremendous damage. And Justy's not going to feel safe because he wants to kind of, I mean, yeah, he's going to be able to take a couple hits here and there, but, you know, Up is going to do so much. But they're continuing on Justy, looking to go with Conductor of Souls, trying to turn this around. And it looks like Dragon's going to back off. He's going to be low. Ashing is low as well. And Chammy is now joined, but that mid T3 is getting whittled down. They don't have the minions. Okay, it doesn't really matter. They'll look to just take it down regardless. And they do take a second T3.
A tower.
And you know what? While all that was happening at the bottom lane, both X0 and Chammy, they were playing tag behind. So because of that happening, Chammy cannot do his whole backstab thing, you know, with the Russian disposition and all that. So he was not put in a good position.
Yeah, look at how far he is. He's in the mid lane. He's looking for that flank attack, but they don't really want to go. They don't know when the proper commit. Jamie is looking to go for this one. He does go in for the heroic charge, and it looks like Megumi's going to spot this out. The Tremor Smash from Chaz is used. They didn't get really much. Impunity right now basically shrug off the attempted assault by Blacklist.
And now Blacklist International looks like their plan kind of failed. Chammy is still trying again, looking at him at the side, but the further they're pushing, the harder it is for Chammy to actually execute it.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking good. The bottom T3, the final Bastion, is going to be killed on this one. But it looks like X0's still up in front. He gets the Leaping Saber from Megumi, keeping him alive. It's just going to be a matter of time before those super minions make their way across the river. We're just making their way there, but they're going to, Impunity are going to back off, regroup to go for that one final push.
Patience again by Impunity. They're not really forcing it yet. The fact that they don't have the minions, yeah, it's apparent that they need to retreat. And now they're just clearing off the jungle, just denying Blacklist from even able to catch up to the farm.
Yeah, and can we give props to Impunity here for just playing such a good macro game, understanding where the lanes are, pushing at the right time, and then taking the objectives and not giving up anything. I mean, yeah, you died 3 times, but you played a very good game. Nice wind slash onto 2, connecting it here, but here's the winner is here with that pick inside my board. And they're looking to turn this to 1. Here we go. The Tremor Smash does actually connect, does a decent amount of work with that Conductor of Souls, but Megumi takes out Chaz. Golden Kite gets wind slash. They're going to continue on forward. Here's the secondary life. Golden Kite has been killed yet again. The double kill by X0, and Joshi now running for his life, trying to stay alive. He gets blown up. He gets a triple kill, X0 that is, and they get a team wipe, and Impunity will strike first, taking it to Blacklist International. They will take game 1.
Impunity, ladies and gentlemen, winning game number 1. And what I noticed that in the final fight, Chammy was really trying. He was trying so hard. He was trying to get in a position that he can use his heroic charge to do what we theorized earlier on. But he was just not able to find that right angle. And as he was driving around, obviously he took damage and everything just falters.
Yeah, falters. Okay, it looks like they did a little research on Chammy themselves. They knew Ganyu was always going to be waiting in the wings, looking to just go hit you from the side or the back, and understanding where they were. They were super smart with how they positioned themselves. Impunity were really well prepared, not only in terms of draft, but also play style on that execution. They played a flawless macro game, and that's we want to see that out of top teams. Impunity really stepping up in game 1, really stuck it to Blacklist.
Yeah, you called it right? If they're able to stop them from executing their plan, which is to stop Jamie from starting off the fight with a heroic charge, and they'll be able to deal with the rest of them, right? Yes, and because for Impunity, they know that there's only one main damage dealer, which is the Arlie. And if the Arlie is not able to have a good frontliner or somebody to just stir things up behind, just to distract them away from the Arlie, then he's not even able to come up with basic attacks.
Yeah, and look, they did some research, Impunity that is, and be like, hey, we need to pressure Golden Kite. We need to find him. Because he's only died 3 times in 7 games prior to this game. I think he died at least 3 times in this game so that he equalized this total. We're going to see the post game and see exactly how many times he did die. But Golden Kite was targeted. He only died twice, okay? Still, they were finding ways to make it uncomfortable. He was not able to do the damage that he wanted to have done with that Arlie, and because he was just he was being focused from the beginning.
Yep, and he didn't get real good protection by Jushi and Jamie. Not because that they didn't put themselves in a good position and all, but it's because Impunity, they found a solution. They know who to deal with first. All right, looking over at some of the numbers here. So for Impunity, they have 2 players, Xiaolin and Up, who's able to be the big damage dealer as compared to Blacklist International. Yes, Dragon is great, but his main role is to do more of the CC work.
Yeah, look at that jump. I mean, just the way Impunity played that one. I mean, they took all the big neutral objectives. They had a huge advantage, but they played the macro game. That was just how you want to do this one. But, you know, the MVP right here is going to be Megumi. He was flawless. He didn't die a single time. 1-0 and 8. Had a lot of good umbrella outbursts, a lot of control, and that's kind of what you want to do. You want to protect the rest of the team. He did a great job.
Yeah, and he protected the front line really well, especially on the laning phase as well, right? Like during the early stages and when they were challenging for the first Tyrant, his unbridled outburst, It might not look like the sexiest on Battle Outburst, but if it's used to just zone out opponents, that's good enough. As we check out some of the best moments from this highlight.
Yeah, this is kind of where things started off. I mean, you thought that Joshi gave up first blood. He was able to bounce back a bit and to get himself in this one. Impunity, but they had a plan. They were very strong in terms of how they were going to execute with this strategy. Ashen got dies on that one. That was the return one, and Joshi able to get back in this one. But this is a situation where I would say that the Tyrant, or not the wheels fell off, but this is a good situation where I was like, oh, okay, Ashing dies, but then Impunity somehow come back, find Golden Kite, get the pickup onto Justy as well, and then it really hampered the growth. And it was really off of a back-to-back zero. He was on point with that shot.
Oh, I really love the follow-up by up there, just to finish off a couple of players from the side of Blacklist International when they were really, really low. And this was one of the final few fights here for the Overlord. At this point, the gap was just too big, it was difficult. But of course, Blacklist International, you really have to try. And try as they did though, they got a lot of things right. Like the camera smash came in, I thought it was really nice. But Chami, he didn't have a good time. He was trying so hard to position himself from the back to use the heroic charge, but he just couldn't get to that position.
Yeah, but it was more of the fact that, like, Impunity were ready for Chami, right? They were not going to get flanked. They were not going to get, hit from any side other than the front. And they knew where he was going to be. When they were taking fights, they really mitigated the Guan Yu as much as possible. And it kind of made it like people are like questioning why the Guan Yu pick. But when he's on, he's on. But the thing is that Impunity's playstyle was so counter to the Guan Yu's play that he couldn't get going. You couldn't see the strength of that hero.
Yeah, he did try to switch up his strategy, right? Okay, he tried to go for flanks, backstab, and the usual Guan Yu stuff, but he noticed that he was managed, so he couldn't do it. That's why he went for the front-to-back strategy at that final fight. And the front-to-back strategy for a Guan Yu is not the best strategy, but I can understand it because he just want to try something different. Expect more things to be different here in round number 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we head for a short break, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every line. It's to the moment the sky rain down. It's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
solid execution by Impunity as they took home game number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to King's Invitational Season Circle. Again, will be your casters for today. What do you make of game 1?
Dominance, right? I think Impunity really showed up. I think that they were really well prepared for that game. I think Blacklist International, like their draft, I mean, you catch me on the pregame. I thought that was a really good draft and had a lot of potential. But, you know, Impunity were like, actually, we have the counter. We know how to play against it. We know what to do. And they really showed that one to Blacklist International in that first game.
Yeah, honestly, it wasn't only us at the desk. The fans in the comment section also thought that, hey, the draft for Blacklist is good. But it is just the execution of Impunity inside the game of how they manage the draft of Blacklist International is what brought them success.
I mean, it comes back to the experience, right? I think doing a lot of that research. And we saw this where, you know, they had a dominant performance, Blacklist International, in the group stage, right? And we saw the other side where Impunity, you know, they kind of struggled. They didn't have the easiest of times going up against Nova Esports. I mean, who does, right? So they didn't really show too much on the tape. Yeah, you're thinking, Impunity are the second place team in Group C, but it might have paid off in spades because now Blacklist International, who have shown their stronger hand, have been kind of countered in that one.
Yeah, so it just definitely shows that it's just more than draft, right? It's also execution. And speaking about the draft, we're going to have a bit of a recap of what they picked earlier on. So obviously, it's a global ban pick. So if you have already picked them for your team, you can no longer pick them again. Now, coming into the draft for game number 2, perhaps again, we're going to see the R-League being banned out, and it's for Impunity's consideration since Blacklist, they have the first pick.
I mean, that's just the more worrying part about this, right? I think Blacklist, their draft, the Ogren, the Arlie, you know, to a lesser extent, Princess Frost and the Empo, which have done quite well on the Blacklist side, are not pickable again. I mean, this is the brilliance of global ban pick. Now, how do you respond to that? Usually you're like, hey, you know, when you think about strategies, you're also thinking about wins and losses. And I would have thought that, you know, going into that one with that sort of draft, you would have won, right? Again, look at things in a vacuum, but Impunity were like, hey, actually, we're going to shut this down and, you know, put this match on its head, so to speak.
Yeah, ST Heroes out the window with the Dharma as well. And also the Lady Sun. Okay, it's out. Alright, so here comes the first pick here by Blacklist. Still tons of picks. We have the Long, we have Yu Quan that they can pick up, but almost forgot about the Mai. So no bans for the Mai, so they'll happily pick them for themselves.
Mai's going to be highly sought after. I think that's we're going to see how Dragon kind of pilots Mai here. But the potential burst getting on, but they're going to go encounter Impunity, that is, with the Dia, who did lose a single game in the last day of the groups, but still has a great win percentage. I think it's like 7-1 or 8-1 at this point, but it has a lot of potential.
You know what, just to justify why I forgot about the buy, because maybe my stats don't really impress me whenever it's being picked, so maybe that's why I got a bit iffy. But yeah, let's see how Mai is being executed. So we're going to see an early show you when you have other options like the Marco Polo and other higher picked heroes or in the farm lane, but they chose to show you first. Of course, if you have show you, it's best if you have the Moser with the Cannon Blast far away. So you have two very long-range heroes that Impunity needs to do.
Yeah, definitely on the squishier side, which is something, a potential concern that they have going into the second phase. Impunity go with the Ogren here. But they show you, again, a nice little combination with moats. As long as you can kind of keep the enemy team at arm's reach, I think that you're going to be fine. And with the Ogren potentially getting on you, not the easiest. Loom is definitely not going to be infinite vastness on top of you. So you have that way. So it comes back to the positioning game by Blacklist and how this Mai really starts to, you know, get those potential burst kills.
Yeah, and speaking about like trying to deal with the backline, right? So Musashi is a good option, but Musashi is currently out. So I'm also thinking about some of the other heroes that can potentially deal with the backline. The Sanche is up for grab. So if Impunity takes that, it would be pretty nice. They can go for a double tank strat. Ogren can go for obviously a tank, full tank, or a half tank, and Sanche can go for the full tank just to deal with the backline?
Yeah, the Suns Impunity potentially. I think that it depends on what other mid laner they're thinking about, right? Somebody who can kind of go in for that potential first kill. I don't know if that's a huge commitment going in. I always like the Suns as the last pick. I feel like it's a great Trump pick, seeing that everything is kind of static and then just bursting in.
Yeah, and based on how they have picked so far for Impunity, they can leave that as a wild card. Angela, great, is going to be in the bag to deal all the burst damage, the great ingredients, and we have seen how it is used previously. Yeah, I would still say I do like the Sunsurf being picked up by Impunity. As Menki jumps in front, he goes in the back.
Yeah. So, look, I think that, Blacklist one. Okay, there you go. The Suns, you're talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Going in, hitting that potential secondary stun after the initiation by the, Mai going in, I think it works, right? Going into this draft, as Impunity, though, not as clear-cut. Because, again, you have to deal with the Menki, who's very tanky. Okay, it looks like their way of getting to the back line and trying to get on the show you is going to be with this Elaine. It's going to be an interesting one.
Okay, I'm going to be a bit cynical here, but hear me out, right? So, it feels almost like Sunset is a forced pick. Because Impunity would have loved to have the Sunset for themselves. But, of course, having the Sunset for Blacklist is not bad, too. Because they can initiate very, very well. If not, they'll be only dependent on Menki to initiate and leaving potentially Menki to drive. So having Sanche as a nice backup initiator, that'll be nice too.
I mean, like, I see it. I just don't know if it was, like, I don't, because I always look at, like, okay, who needs the Sun Tzu, right? Like, in terms of the set sale. Yes, you have that secondary initiation, but where the success was in the last series, when Nova was using it, they had like the Chang Fei, they had other heroes that could kind of combo on top of the set sail, right? It wasn't just him doing it. And I think that that's not something that Impunity would have picked last, right? For the Blacklist side, okay, now you have the Menki, you have the Dream Roam, he's going to be up front, you have the Cannon Blast anytime somebody jumps in, and then you're looking at the Sun Tzu as, the secondary or maybe even tertiary stun, right? I think that really adds into it, but this is going to come down to execution for me.
Yeah, thanks for pointing out as well. I guess that false pick, if not Impunity, take it. So they want to just try to steal it away from them. But anyway, if they want to combo with somebody, maybe the next man is going to be the Moser, but I have doubts with that as well. So overall,
enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
How about you?
Look, whenever I see an Ogren, I'm always like, this is the favorite, right? This is like, if Ashing is able to get that farm and he's able to just kind of take over, the sustain is going to be unreal. And I don't know if the Menki, ooh, wow, they're going to do some damage. Scorching barrage onto Dragon, who's about half life already. But just to finish my point, I think that there's going to be a lot of potential of, this Ogren, Ashing. I think he has a lot of avenues of attack.
I heard, yeah. I also want to see what kind of build is he going to go for, right? That also really depends. If he goes in for a full tank build, then he's not going to deal as much damage as he would have wanted. Maybe at the bottom.
Yeah.
Relax.
Just,
don't be so serious.
Herring one another. I think Golden Kite, yeah, he died twice last game, but he needs to stay alive to do that burst damage. He needs to be in the back line, just kind of picking people off from afar. So Impunity are going to try to do what they can to kind of focus him out, try to isolate him. Because sometimes when you catch out to show you, it's going to be pretty much easy pickings once you get on top of him.
Okay, now that I'm trying to theorize in my head, right? Like, what sort of build would fit Impunity? So I think they go for a full tank build and you want to leave the damage to X hero, maybe a semi-tank at most, so that he has the option to also push out waves other than being involved with fights and absorbing damage.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's nobody else that's really tanky on this lineup, right? Which is my worry for the draft. They don't really have the... I mean, Ashing will do it, assuming he gets the items, he'll be tanky, he'll be kind of be able to sustain and to kind of start off each of the battles, but if he gets focused, the potential from Blacklist is just to blow him up, right? They have the stun lock and they have the control, and it might be a tough game for him. So it really comes down to Ashing and his positioning when those teamfights happen.
And hence, that's why they might be thinking of like, okay, we would have loved to have the Sunset for ourselves, but the thing is that they left the Sunset as the last pick and was read out by Blacklist International, so Blacklist International, they took that. Of course, those are the theories that we have in our mind, but at the end of the day, it's down to execution, like how we saw game one.
Yeah, but I think that this one, I mean, look, between the two, the Sun Tzu is undefeated thus far, and then you see the Dia, which is like only lost once. I still really like the Dia, the hero, especially with this lineup, right? There's going to be a lot of control, the heal, which kind of compounds the strength of Ashing Dogrin. You might have a tough time with that, and then plus Xiaolin, if he's able to get some good pickoffs and Chaos Cinders from the wings, I think you're going to have a tough time.
Keep an eye on the rotation from the mid. We got the Mai coming in past the river. But in similar fashion as game one, both sides fairly respectful with each other. Again, it's probably going to be a start where we don't get to see much action until perhaps the first Tyrant.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be early right now. I mean, look, Dragon here, this is, when he gets off the lane, it's going to be a little bit obvious, right? Somebody has to make a call. He's not in the lane, right? So I think that they're going to play around that one. I think that understanding where Dragon is, trying to not let him get some sort of ganks. Wild Wind connecting on. Megumi backs off. Chaz eats a flaming bomb over the wall. Megumi taking a lot of damage, but that Death Precipice will scare them away. It looks like Impunity will limp away.
Chaz can afford to absorb the flaming palms, right? Just because of the extra shield that's given to him whenever he uses a skill, especially when he used the Peacebringer earlier on. So he can take that on behalf of his other teammates, but that's fine as long as they don't overexpand their skills, because the next Tyrant is going to be up soon.
It's going to be a huge one, right? 4 minute looks like Ashing has already made his positioning in, but Just-Ji is going to teleport to the bottom lane, try to go for the Dream Roam. The Infinite Vastness used a little on the earlier side, does keep him alive though. Up will be there. This could potentially open the door for this Tyrant as Just-Ji starts in.
Ooh, was that a premature Infinite Vastness? Something for us to
He needed to have stayed alive. Now it's going to be close, and it looks like Just-Ji does take the Tyrant, the first one of the game, and they're trying to get first blood, and Dragon goes down. Ashing does die in return. Chammy flashes away. He's going to be chased. The Death at Sunset right on top. He gets hit by the tower, and X0 will get credit for that kill, and it's looking to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Impunity as they look to siege this mid lane.
They got the Tyrant, but they lose 2 heroes in the process. There could be an argument here whether it's worthwhile or not. But because they got Ashing, so I guess that's fine. It's still okay for Blacklist. It's still a decent start, trying to keep up the pace of a network of Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a wash in that sense. If you're going to check out trade, it's not the worst thing. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, if we were to look at this, right, so Ashing went in first. Whether it's too early or not, I think it's fine, just because you want to try to start absorbing skills so that Xiaolin can just throw all the skills from behind, including the Blazing Brilliance towards the end, for them to at least get those 2 kills. So for Impunity, it's not too bad as well.
Yeah, not too bad. And they'll take this one. I mean, it's still very close in terms of net worth. It's not the worst thing in the world. But getting that kill, I think the only thing is that Ashing dying, right? As an Impunity fan, you want to keep him alive. You just want him farming like non-stop, right? Once he gets hit critical mass, then he's going to be dangerous. But oh, Just-Ji eats the Blazing Brilliance. He's going to get killed. Ashing makes him pay, and he kills the cutie already. It's 4 versus 5 at this point.
Oh man, okay, Ashing is restarting the scale right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a top network, and I really would want to see what kind of items did he purchase. For Jushi, he just brought the Blazing Cape, so that will give him a bit more durability when he engages. Of course, he's the main engager, but yeah, they do have damage. But for Impunity, they have to bank all in for Ashing to be the main initiator, so he has to stack up in durability as fast as possible.
Don't be so serious. Yeah, it's a risky play. I think it didn't seem like Blacklist were really on the same page on that one. Like, if Just-Ji wants to go, fine, but Chammy one's got to cue that boat. Like, it's already got to be in motion before he even goes in, so that you have that counter initiation just already kind of starting. And it didn't seem like they were on the same page, because Just-Ji, once he got caught out, again, eats another Chaos Cinder. He's taking so much damage, and he's continuing on. Oh, the Bitter Farewell, slowing him down, doesn't get the pick off. The Cannon Blast will cover the retreat, but again, he's being aggressive, and they do end up killing Dragon instead, and then a glass cannon that you're gonna shatter when you get focused.
Oh, man. I thought they could have been better off disengaging after Just-Ji. His health was really low. He tanked a lot earlier on, and that was thanks to his Blazing Cape as well that he was able to sustain that long. So right now, knowing that Joshi is tanky enough, Impunity might want to find a way behind him.
Has destroyed a tower.
I mean, look, I feel like Joshi has kind of baited his team a little bit. Like, if you're going in, there needs to be a reason for all of your movements. There should be no wasted movement across the map, right? And then he took a lot of damage, and he wasn't able to really... I mean, he did get out, but at the cost of Dragon, and now someone else is going to get out of position, right? So it's like, when we're doing some sorts of movements, why are we doing those movements? Like, right now, Joshi, he's trying to bait him out. That's why he's moving in. And it looks like Ashing is looking to go, but these are the kinds of things they need to just kind of execute properly.
And I noticed that X0 just bought the Sparkforge dagger. So that was something that we kind of expect, right? For him to stack up a bit of damage, to give him that versatility of doing the split pushing and also being the secondary tank. And also the secondary damage dealer if he wants to, right? Based on the situation. And as X0, what I noticed is that he likes to play by the side, and that's like stock standard for a Clash laner with the items that he has built with the Blazing Cape, able to push out the minion waves quickly. He's doing a good job.
Yeah, I just feel like Clash laners, they just smell the most, right? So they are always isolated in the side. No, that's not how it works. Okay. Maybe I'm just creating some bad stereotypes. No, because anyways, no. But X0 does a great job of split pushing. I think he's constantly on the flanks, right? You don't want to be with a group, and I think that makes a lot of sense as a Clash laner. You want to just constantly put pressure in the other lanes. Just force it out. Now you have less numbers to deal with in this mid lane, and makes it very uncomfortable as it looks like they're going to take the mid T1.
Yeah, they took that one nice and clean, and they have access to the jungle. And keep your eye onto X0. He's going to do the flanky move, playing by the pushes, just showing himself, just putting that emotional damage to Blacklist International. And Blacklist International, they have to stay together, if not they might be caught.
Yeah, they're going to be wanting to stick together. I mean, look, I don't think they need to stick like 5-man. They don't have to death ball it because, again, you have Chammy 1. I think he needs to do a better job of split pushing and then understanding like the timing of the boat to ensure that he's there for the team fight when they do end up going, right? I think that kind of differentiates the really good Sun Tzu players, right? When they're able to kind of hit, or they're always there when you kind of need them and the team fight is happening, and constantly split push so that you don't have to, share farm, so to speak.
And this is where they need to start communicating with each other, like, guys, are you ready with the amount of damage? Are you ready with the damage dealing items right in the middle?
Oh, but the Blazing Brilliance, he's taking so much. He's going to Dream Roam back. And again, he was just looking to just deal with those minions, but Impunity make a pay. Oh, nice two-man stun. Here's the set sail. The infinite fastness. Megumi's so low, and Chammy not going to be as lucky. He's going to be killed. X0 finally gets the pick off, and Impunity find one.
Oh, at some point I thought that Blacklist International will make the U-turn with the set sail hit, but no, they couldn't U-turn, probably because they expanded their skills and they weren't confident about their cooldowns and their timing, and they left Chammy to drive.
Oh, Chaz eats a lot of that Blazing Brilliance, just zoned away. The Tyrant at half-life. Chammy was down for another 6 more seconds. This is going to be a free Tyrant. Nothing Blacklist International can do at this stage.
Not at all. Not at all. Jushin, at that kind of situation, he doesn't want to go in as an engager because he's a smart user unless he goes in to steal away the Tyrant. But he was not put in a position of success. So that's why he just choose not to. Now, Impunity back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, taking it down. The bottom T2, they'll take that one for free. They're going to look to push. The minion timing has been flawless, and they're looking to play this macro game. The mid T2 looking to go down as well. Up will secure yet another tower. The outside, the top one still standing.
Oh, Blazing Brilliance onto Jushi. Sokopi took a decent amount of damage. Alright, so I just noticed that Dragon, he bought the Venomous Staff. So that is a very important item to try to deal with Ashing. And yeah, it's mainly for Ashing though. But Ashing right now, if we look at his items, he is going for the Blazing Cape. And if he reaches the Blazing Cape...
Oh, they got the nice little connection. Dragon gets blown up, makes him pay. He was waiting in the wings. Ashing is now joined. Joshi on the run. Cannon Blast a little off the mark. They're taking the top T2. And it looks like Impunity right now forcing their front, taking things down. But the bottom is pushing. So Chammy 1 providing a little bit of breathing room.
And Chammy, he knows that, okay, if they were to take fights right now, it wouldn't work. It happened before, so that's why he tried to do a bit of a split push here. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, but he runs into him. He gets knocked out. Oh, on the boat.
no.
Now Chammy won, trying to fight 1 versus 4. He's trying to get Xiaolin on his way out. Not able to do it, and Up will get credit for that one.
Oh no! Oh no, Holler, that was a disaster. He didn't know that was in the bush.
Yeah, I mean, but like it was a very populated area, right? There was a heavy traffic right in the middle of the map, right? If you're gonna go anywhere, maybe you go to the sides and you kind of play lucky. You know, it's one of those things where you didn't really get blind. Oh, the Blazing Brilliance! Oh, they found Joshi! Oh, the Dream Roam! He's barely alive, but he's got knocked out by that Meteor kill. He's been killed. Joshi, he's been knocked down. Chaz trying to Peacebringer away. Chaz gets killed as well. He gets executed. They've got Dragon and the triple kill from Ashing, and Golden Kite goes down, and Chammy 1 is the only one standing as he respawns at this point. But with the minions crashing in, Impunity looking to end this game. Chammy 1 all the way back in the fountain. Up is looking to end it, and they get one more kill. No, they will take the base, and Impunity take game 2.
Who needs the Overlord if you have an ace at that stage of the game? Impunity, they just wrap things up. Let's go game number 3. And Blacklist International, just look at their players. They're devastated.
Devastated, tough. This has been not what they wanted to, right? Happen. Being down 0-2. Look, it is a mountain to climb. They can still come back. I don't want to say GG yet, but those first 2 games were all Impunity. They were ready. They were good to go, and they played those games pretty well. The macro game is real from Impunity.
Yes, and the Sunshine pick, okay. To a certain extent, I thought it was a forced pick, but it was an okay pick as well for them. But like what you pointed out, right? Like who's going to combo with the Sansa? So that became a bit of a problem for them to try to find those early engagements. Without a combo, if you're the only one with the set sail, knocking into somebody, you're not going to get much out of the fight.
Yeah, you're going to see with the drafts in the past, right? And it was previously 8-0, and that's actually the first loss of Sun Tzu, if you can believe that, going into the S3. But it's the nice little combinations that they've had, which really make this hero better. It's not a first pick hero because you need all of these other stuns to really make it kind of play well with the other heroes. And then this one is really lacking. Mai, show you, not really too much to kind of add on to that stun line.
And I just want to put it out, right? Mai's win rate again. Just saying. Just saying. Now you know I'm not really a fan of Mai. I'm a stats guy, and Mai not winning it again, I don't know about this, man.
Yeah, and it's kind of like Mai for me is like a win more hero, right? I'm like once you're styling and you're able to get those kills and those pickoffs, she looks incredibly scary. But when she's losing or playing like an even game where you have to play a little bit cagey, she's just really not able to play to her strengths. And you're kind of seeing some of that. I mean, Dragon got some decent damage with 44k, but probably you want to be like, you know, way more than that, right? Getting some sort of pickoffs, doing it from the bushes and being aggressive. And Blacklist with only 1 kill, they pretty much were playing defensively.
And speaking about the Mai, look at the goal, right? 15%, 50%, same with Chaz. So Dragon was not able to farm at all. His most significant item was the Venomous Staff, and that came like very, very late into the game, so it did not give the impact that he would have wanted. Speaking about impact, okay, it was kind of 50-50 based on the graph until the 4th minute and a half, and then it went all the way to Impunity, no turning back.
Yeah, no turning back. I mean, from that 4-minute mark, I'm sure Blacklist was like, okay, hold the count, we're done. Let's just end it. No, and that's not how games work, unfortunately, because that early, once that 5-minute mark and beyond kind of happens, it really changes things up. But the MVP, Xiaolin 106, really had so many Chaos Cinders, so many stuns that really just kind of helped compound this team and to win all those team fights. Xiaolin played really well.
Yeah, with a near perfect placement when he puts himself in a fight to use the Blazing Brilliance, Xiaolin was at his best. And now looking at the best moments here from this round, and this was one of the earlier fights that we saw.
Yeah, and like, look, Dragon dying there, obviously you don't ever want your mid lane to die, especially early, but
you got to get that far. You got to just stay alive so that you have something. And then Justy going super aggressive, but why? They have so much stun lock. They're able to control you. Your dream roam is your get out of jail free, not get into jail.
That's not like the reverse card, right?
yeah, reverse Uno on that one. I mean, the set sail on point does have a nice little connection here, but they weren't able to kind of, turn that into more. Like, Chamie won, yes, he had that one, but where's the rest of the team to follow up with that damage? Dragon dying, now it's an all-out retreat, and you were talking about this one, Chamie won. He's like, oh crap, I just went in the river, and I found Xiaolin, or he found me, and I can't take on the enemy team 1 versus 5.
I wonder, was that on purpose to stay in the bush to like, okay, he's somewhat gonna drive by, bam, and he got caught. When he got caught, things just started to steamroll from there.
Yeah, it was just pretty much a tough situation. Trying to come back into this game, not the easiest of ways. I mean, Impunity really, this is a game that we see from Impunity. They are definitely top tier when they're on, and they're able to draft well and to put themselves in a good position to win. They had a lot of answers for the questions that Blacklist was asking.
Hey, I don't mean to jinx Impunity, right? But if you remember, we had discussions before the tournament started among us, and I said, hey, you know what? I have this gut feeling about Impunity. They're proving me right, so I'm pretty happy so far.
Yeah, okay. Let's hold our horses a bit. They're doing well. It's only 2-0 in this series. They haven't won just yet. I think you just jinxed them, by the way. I think Blacklist International comes back as a reverse. Anyways, I think that would be hilarious to see. We do want to see it go to a 7th game, but I think that really Blacklist, they need to figure something out. They need to find ways to answer, because being down 0-2, tough situation. Now, literally, very little room.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, Kin is on the break today, right? So just putting it out there as well as a factor, right? But so far, frankly speaking, for Blacklist International, they had some fight in them as well. Like, we saw some early back and forth, and there were some ideas for Blacklist International. But what I would like to see more from Blacklist International is for them to be the drivers, for them to set the tone, for them to be the conductor of the round. Let's see if we'll be able to get that from Blacklist International in game number 3. But before that, we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you guys after this.
On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail.
mercy. Carry the season, you got a damn gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, never back we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
The hometown heroes, Blacklist International, now down by 2 games. They had to find a way to come back in our third match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. We're your casters. My name is Sir Clark, together with my wonderful buddy here, Holler. And coming to Game 3, what do you expect, Holler?
Well, I expect them to bounce back. I think they're just playing for the crowd to make this as dramatic of a series as possible. No, I think that there's some serious issues and glaring issues with this. They need to execute much better. The draft has not been the drafts have been fine, but the execution has kind of been left wanting. And that's my worry here. This is the #1 team. There was a lot of pressure on this one, especially because it's in the Philippines. We're in Manila. And then this is the team, this is your strongest contender, and they haven't really shown up thus far in these first 2 games.
Yeah, I want to reflect a bit about the Sunset pick, right? Like, I still kind of felt that the Sunset pick was a bit of a false pick by Blacklist International to deny it away from the hands of IMPUNITY. But that also means now IMPUNITY say, cool, now we have the Sunset and there's almost no way for you to take it out of the hands unless you choose to expand a ban for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it might have been one of those things where they were kind of catching glimpse of it and they were like, hey, actually, we should add this to our arsenal. And so sometimes the teams aren't 100% prepared, have the proper strategy and execution in mind, because it didn't seem like this is not the traditional Chammy one that we've seen. We've seen them high flying on the Dharmas, on the Mayins, just like basically initiating, controlling, just blowing people up and getting out of there. Like, that has been his MO. And the fact that he's been kind of like stuck to like the second initiator who has to like drive a boat and he doesn't have a boat license, like he's really struggling.
Yeah, and maybe that was what was read by IMPUNITY, right? Because that's why they banned out the Mayan at some point. So they didn't allow him to have it. Now, here begs the question, right? If you're playing a situation where, okay, you can't use those 2 key heroes, what are you going to pick now? We'll find out those answers as we head on to draft for game number 3 here. Now, Blacklist International, first pick. IMPUNITY is not going to expand the ban for a Mai. It's up to Blacklist now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the moment, right? If you're down 0-3, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. I don't know how mentally you can, come back from something like that. That seems like a mountain too high to climb. I think going into this one, this is a must win, right? Whatever strategy, execution, synergy that you're thinking about, fine, but you got to put the best heroes on their players right now. This is the time to shine. No messing around. Get yourself into this series by winning this game.
Oh, and speaking about best heroes, some of the best heroes have been banned out. The Long is out. Oof, starting to dwindle down in terms of the heroes that they can pick, right? Okay, the Musashi is out as well. I'm trying to think, okay, maybe IMPUNITY bans out the Mayan now? Okay, no, they're gonna go for the damage dealer ban first.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good one. Lady Soon, you never want to give it up, especially the Golden Kite. He's been been able to do it. But okay, perfect. I feel like Blacklist International just heard me and was like, okay, we're going to give Chammy 1 a chance to shine. Give him his signature hero on this Dharma. He's going to flash Truthia to death.
Okay, so dealing with the Dharma is going to be a bit tricky, right? But we have the Dolia. They can pick the Elaine. They obviously cannot pick the Lone since they banned it up themselves. So Elaine pick now. Okay, they're gonna go Mayan versus Dharma. Okay, that's fine. I don't think they need to force themselves to pick the Elaine yet because Blacklist, they already took the Elaine.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not. Look, the lane is good when you have like an Angela or somebody who's like squishy and somewhat static on the enemy team. Going into like a Dharma or D-Renje is not ideal, especially at this stage. So I don't think that you would want to pick it, especially in the first phase of the bet. You want to see how the picks are kind of like how thus far, just because again teams are very wary and too much value going in. Okay, Shangguan, there we go. That is a hero that will definitely take advantage of that.
There you go. There you go. A lot of sustainability now for Impunity. Dolia, Bishongon, this combo is great, so to speak. Now, Blacklist, how they will overcome this? Of course, it's by items. The Venomous Staff will be a very, very important item to be fought later on. But before they're able to do that, they must farm. So in order for them to farm, they must secure their jungle. So they need nice tanky heroes at the front who's able to just block off the jungle from entrance, like a Lianpo might be considered by Blacklist. No space for that. Yeah.
Actually, what? Sorry, Blacklist actually picked the Lianpo first game, and I know that it's tough for a global ban pick because we have to actually use something called memory, and my memory is not so good anymore, and it's very hazy with some of these things. But yeah, it's like next level because it's like this is how deep it is because you have to think about the heroes that were played in the past, and then getting yourselves here, and then Lianpo was cut off. So trying to figure out some sort of way that could potentially cut off avenues attacks or ways into your jungle, not the easiest at times.
So Blacklist, they focus on the farm laners. Oh, but they forgot about the Arlie. Yeah, the Arlie. One of the top. I will prioritize Arlie over the Hoyi anytime. So the fact that Oyi was given the priority ban, okay, they probably might have slipped that one up.
No, they messed up because they went the Hoyi and the Marco Polo, both which are definitely like tiers, plural, below this Arlie here, right? And then allowing it there, not great for them. But, oh gosh, this is going to be tough. But the Yuan is going to be picked up here by Blacklist International. They need something to, okay, Angela to round out the draft.
Okay. The thing that I worry about Blacklist's draft is that right now, they are heavily dependent on the Dharma to initiate. If the Dharma is not able to initiate, and it's not a good idea to initiate from the front to back, it's better to initiate from the back itself. It's going to be quite hard to find that space as how we saw in Game 1 Impunity. They know how to manage that. The Prince of Lanling will be the last pick from the Impunity, and this will be quite dangerous for heroes that like to stay afar like Angela and D-Renje.
Okay, I was going to be like, this is a draft easily won by Impunity, but I think everyone knows my dislike of Prince of Lanling. It is definitely a win more hero. It struggles from even, net worth or losing, right? You're going to have a really tough time. But Impunity right now, everything lining up for a great draft and then finishing it off the Prince of Lanling. Now you're very squishy. You have tough situations. I'm actually seeing this, and I see what Blacklist have brought to the table with a Dia Dharma and everybody on the kind of like their signature Justy on the Yuan. I'm liking the Blacklist International draft even more because of that Prince of Lanling pick.
Now that I'm reflecting a little bit more, right? So Impunity's gap right now is that they don't really have a tank. Yes, they do have the Dolia Shangguan combo who's able to sustain the entire team, but who's going to be the main initiator? Yes, you can deploy the Mayan, but he's put in the same situation as a Chami, right? They play a very, very big role to be able to initiate. If they cannot initiate, if they cannot find the right space, then that could be the downfall.
Yeah, it really comes down to the class leaders in this game, right? Chami 1 versus X0. Who's going to be able to initiate? Who's going to get the vision? Who's going to get the jump, right? Because setting that jump up and then Ashin coming in with the Prince of Lanling, you're going to have a good time. Be able to just pick people off. Ashin cannot be the initiator and not the first one that's going in because, again, he needs to stay alive. He needs to find those squishies on the back line, and there are quite a number of them. And so that, there's a lot of potential food on this buffet table.
Oh, wow. It's making me hungry now. I know, right? Same goes. It's about dinner time now. And, okay, looking at this, right? So, Impunity, Ashin, okay, try to sneaky one. but nobody's there, so he's going to get a blue buff by himself.
I like it. I like it. They've noticed that, hey, they're actually kind of creating a little bit of space. Justy, though, he's going to just slowly make his way down. I mean, he was kind of caught in the top lane, kind of supporting, but it looks like, yeah, Ashing, the thief in the night, he's just going to take that one and go.
And he's just doing what Prince of Landing does, right? It's like, okay, go in, sneak in a steal, and the rest is his, right? So now no blue buff at the very start for Blacklist International. Will that be the biggest of factors? Not really. I mean, it's still very, very early, but it would definitely have been helpful.
Yeah, it's super helpful, right? Any sort of lead that you can get before, and I've talked about it, you know, like, again, win more, right? If you get that advantage and you have this Prince of Lanling actually start to get some farm and it's able to find, you know, it can actually has the items to do the damage to like kill people, to delete heroes quickly, you're gonna have a really good game. And most times, teams have been very good against it and not giving him the farm, so that Prince of Lanling kind of falters in the mid game.
All right, I'm going to drop a silver lining, right? Just looking over at the stats. Dia has 100%, but hang on that thought for a second.
Oh, he went in forward. He needs to be super careful. He's going aggressive, but for what reason? He's going to give up first blood. Golden Kite. He tried to go against Dragon, tried to finesse it, but he gets caught out.
He really, really wanted Dragon. And I can totally understand why, right? Like, Dragon is not even level 4 yet. It doesn't have the Blazing Brilliance that gives him extra shield. So he thought to himself, like, okay, why not go for it? But it was thanks to the brilliance of a rotation by Blacklist International to come in at the right timing and punish up again.
Yeah, but it was like high risk for very low reward. I mean, you got first blood, okay, but you're gonna die. At the end of the day, you need to stay alive, right? You need to give you know, you gotta play super safe. And again, maybe it's just me that's just like likes to play a little bit more like a defensive game and just kind of, you know, prolong at least. I don't want to lose the early game, so I'm gonna play a little bit safer. But for me, I would not have taken that risk. But again, I'm not a pro player.
But we're support players for a reason, right? We like to play supportive, right? But yeah,
I would have reported him for the record if he was on my team.
Oh, yep. That's definitely not right there. Don't do it.
Xiaolin gets the pullback, but the Blazing Brilliance, he spots himself out. He shows himself Dragon that is, and they're like, okay, there's too many for me. Impunity, not able to get a pick off.
Yeah, it's like he stepped over. It's like, oops. Okay, I didn't expect that many people, but speaking about many.
Oh, bitter farewell. Xiaolin taking a lot of damage. He's thinking about going in. The finishing stroke, but it's on the minion, if anything. And he did get the kill on that. So a wasted ult in that sense. But now Justy might go for the steal here. Ashing is nearby. They spot him. They have the spider sense. He pops out of stealth. And it's with the Blazing Brilliance. It might be a little too much. Ashing looking to go for this one. But Chaz over the wall. He gets killed. And now here's the finishing stroke. It does find the right target. And Justy's down. It's a 2-for-0.
Oh, they saw the opportunity. They saw the Blazing Brilliance being used, which is fine. He tries to get the blue buff, but because there's no Blazing Brilliance, because there's no extra shield, then they saw like, okay, that's the window. But the moment like Dragon, like, okay, he moved out of position, too far away. They saw other targets that they have. They just went in for it. Basically, it was just Impunity just rolling over them. Okay, let's analyze this, right? Looking back at the replay. Impunity, they came from two different sides.
Really nice angle, but that finishing stroke, oh, it got tanked here by multiple ones. Blazing Brilliance, he's gonna be killed on this. Oh, and the truth Chammy shows up and says, hello, I will take that one to go.
Oh man, I wish we would have seen the entire fight because it felt like Impunity, they overextended.
Yeah, definitely overextend. I mean, when you're in between the tier 1 and tier 2 and you haven't even taken the tier 1 bottom, you're not in a good position. You have no way to retreat. Very aggressive move. You know, not great by Impunity there.
Ooh, not at all. I mean, they could have given Blacklist International a bit of a lifeline. Now, in a rare occasion in this series, we see Blacklist International in front in terms of gold. Items, of course, are still pretty early. Direnjay done with Spark Force Dagger, so that will give him the ability to farm even faster now.
Yeah, and you never want to let the enemy team back in, especially in a game 3. You had them on the ropes, and then now you're giving opportunities. You're playing, you know, this is not the Impunity that we know, or we saw in the first 2 games. They were very clean. They were making very good moves. But now you're kind of doing things that are a little uncharacteristic, and you're kind of throwing this lead and giving hope to Blacklist.
Yeah, and it's not even match point, right? But they're making the small little mistakes here and there, so they cannot afford more of that. Hopefully they do learn from some of the small skirmishes, especially on the bottom side. But they might want to recover from it. Engaging.
Oh, off looking to go in for this one. Ashing looking to go straight for Golden Kite. He tries to go, but the flash away, and he looks like he's going to be fine here. Impunity, 4 members, a nice little rotation, but unfortunately no conversions.
Okay. Impunity, they learned their lesson, right? They saw that, okay, the tower is still there, no minions. Let's just let this one go. We can always come back to it.
Yeah, we want to, but here's X0 at about half life. Ashing is as well. And now, again, the stealth is there for Ashing, so they know that he's relatively close, but with the lanes pushing here, they're sticking together. They're doing a good job of this death ball, and they're going to continue forward. Just putting a little bit more pressure on. The siege catapult does finally go down, so that will kind of thwart this attack.
Okay, I was just keeping my eye on the position of Shammy when he's by the side. And again, X0. X0, from what we saw in game 1, he knows how to manage Jammy from a positioning perspective. And this is where the duel of the clash laners happen, right? And let's see, it depends on who gets on top of each other. But if they're like 50-50, then basically you don't have Jammy to be the main initiator.
Yeah, you don't have him, and you need it, right? He's gonna, like, basically all of the team fights have been won because of his play. His repositioning, his truths have been so good. And that's the type of hero that you gotta always keep your eye on. I think that X0, more than anything else, yeah, you want to split push, but you want to make sure that you keep tabs on Chainwalk. Where is that guy? Because he's gonna just win team fights.
Yeah, you basically have a double duty right now, right? Like you have 2 things that you need to take care of. But yeah, I mean, that's a Clash Laner's role, right? You gotta always do the double duty. You always have to look at the lanes, at the same time look at where the position of the off-angle person is. But speaking of position, Shammy, okay, Ashing almost went for it, but he decided not to.
Yeah, I don't think that was the time to really, Chammy, to kind of show yourself. The solo truth against X0, really underwhelming. There's no potential for the burst. But Overlord here, it looks like Impunity will pick this one up. Ashing getting a little bit stronger in that sense, but they're still behind. Good neutral objective, but it all kind of came in with the top push lane.
Yeah, and speaking about Ashing, right? As a Prince of Landing, ideally you would like to snowball, you like to get those early pickoffs, or to find those whoever who's like alone at the lane. But without even doing that, so far he's been doing so well. Yes, level 10, but usually level 11. But it's not really about that. It's about him being able to just strike fear into Blacklist.
Yeah, strike fear and get in. Chammy taking a decent amount. Oh, they're going to do the return. X-Hero is going to be killed. He thought he was going to be the aggressive Shaolin, thinking about going in. The finishing stroke just back off, but he's been stuck. He's been locked in. Just gets the kill on him. They do have the knockback off. Flashes away. Ashing is still going to get focused in. He's going to stealth, and he does survive just on that one, but he's been spotted. Chammy, Chaz flashes forward. They got him with a bitter farewell. Chammy will get the kill.
Oh man, okay, so the problem is starting to look more apparent, right? The fact that Impunity, they don't have enough tankiness, enough durability on their side. I would love to see what X-Hero has, but
they found him. They found Megumi. Oh, they did a fake back. They were going to go back, and then they were just like, no, we're actually going in. They have the numbers. They're continuing on. They have the Unending Sorrow to just kind of slow things down. But again, there are no minions, so Blacklist International will back off. They haven't even taken the mid T2.
Yeah. So coming back to my point, right? Right now, Impunity, they don't have a tank. Unless, well, we get to see what type of items that X-Hero has right now, but just looking at the draft, they don't have it. But again,
finishing stroke right onto Jussie, forces it out, up, gets the burst, and that's going to be a huge win for Impunity. They really needed that kill. They needed some way to stem that bleeding. Now Ashing is looking to invade the enemy jungle here.
Yeah, they need to claw it back before the gap becomes too big. At this point, it is okay. I mean, a 4K gold gap, 10 minutes in the game, it's still fine. And the fact that Impunity, they might be able to secure the next Tyrant, but expect challenge from Blacklist.
Oh, that was a disaster. So unfortunate for Impunity. They had the numbers advantage. It was Justy down. They were thinking about going with the Tyrant, but the respawn into the Shadow Tyrant, made it disappear, and so they weren't able to capitalize on a Tyrant because of that.
Okay, anyway, 5 more seconds, we will see another challenge for either one of the objectives. And keep your eye on the X-Hero. He's playing the
going the Blazing Brilliance. Shaolin, they've got him knocked up. Oh, but Chaz, now he's been stuck in a bad spot. He's going to be killed. Megumi will get credit for this one. And they've opened things up. They were trying to be aggressive, try to go for the gank, but they got ganked instead.
Look at this one. Blacklist International, they were distracted by the fact that X-Hero came from the riverside. The moment they showed up, everyone turned their heads to X-Hero, and they kind of forgot about Chaz. And Chaz was not in the best position as well, so he got punished for it.
Okay, all right, the unending sorrow, that was a little bit dangerous. Chaz a little bit out of position. It's very uncharacteristic of him to do so, but finishing stroke, that was just used, you know, I guess just for the looks. Oh, but the truth,
no.
they found a flash over the wall. X-Hero not able to get away. He gets picked off. So this is now an opening. Blacklist International looking to turn this into a Shadow Tyrant here.
Look, right, who else are you going to deploy to check the pushes? It's only X-Hero, and the moment he did that, he couldn't escape. He got punished for it. Now we're going to see the challenge for the Overlord.
Oh, smart. They're going to go for this one, but up takes the Overlord. They're trying to get away. The Joshi does take the Tyrant, so that's something to take note of, but now Impunity on the run. Ashing in a bad spot. The bitter farewell. He's going to be dead. Chaz will get credit for this one. Now, in the top lane, the Unending Sorrow. Looks like they're going to invade the enemy jungle, and Blacklist are back.
Oh, and Blacklist is back with a bang, taking down T2 in the middle at the same time, potentially even T3, with the fact that now Ashing is still on cooldown, waiting for him to come back before Impunity is able to re-engage again. But speaking about engagement, how are they going to engage?
Yeah, it's not going to be, I mean, the Shadow Tyrant is going to be used, Shadow Vanguard, excuse me, is going to be pushing in the mid lane. They need to deal with those towers, right? Impunity. They need to figure out to kind of get some space. Right now, they've been stuck on the defensive side. They have no bottom T3. Impunity need to figure out a way to get some sort of... Oh, okay. Megumi? Oh, I thought he was going to go. Okay.
Whew. Okay. They quickly learn from the previous clash, right? Okay. Right now, we get to see the items. So, X-Hero, he's going for a semi-tank. So, they don't have a...
Oh, they're going in. Chaz goes for this. The Destiny counter. Not enough, but it's going to just zone them away. They take the top T3 instead. And while Ashing was in stealth, Blacklist International not scared because they've got all 5 members.
Oof, okay, that was pretty scary for Blacklist, but they lost their tier 3 though, and objective secured by Blacklist. Looking back over at some of the other items, I would say obviously at this point, Jamie 1, he is way much more farmed than X-Hero, so the clash lane.
Oh, they found him. They got the knockup. They found Megumi. Oh, but the finishing stroke, it's been taken by everybody. But the Blazing Brilliance on top of that, Zhao Lin has been killed. And now Ashing is joined. But can he fight this? They've got 3 members. They do get Golden Kite, so that's some revive. That's a good trade to make that a double. Ashing somehow turning this around. They have 3 members. Ashing is now going to get killed. Chami gets the return kill.
Oh, 3-4-3. Okay, so it's a 50-50 there. But of course, pressure is onto Impunity right now on how are they going to find a way to come back. They cannot afford these 50-50s. They have to try to find a 70-30 for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, like anything at this point, this net worth is almost negligible at this stage, right? Yeah, it's about 2K, but with the heroes back up, that was a huge win. The fact that, you know, they were able to go in for this one, it was looking bad for Impunity, but to turn this around, Ashing somehow makes it work. Dragon, Golden Kite, and Chaz somehow all get picked off here. Look at Ashing's return. Oh, the AoE damage that he had, it just gets the pick off. But now Ashing, man, he's trying to make it work.
And for Black Amy, he is doing a great job. Okay, it's not how we saw game 1. It's not, okay, flank, try to go for the back. No, this time he tries to play with his team. Probably because he smells that, okay, X-Hero is reading my pattern. So I'm going to switch on my pattern, I'm going to play with my team, I'm going to come in as a 5 and be that big.
Yeah, he needs that. They need him if they want to go. But look at how fast they just zip in. They're just waiting for the next minion wave. They were thinking about going in for this, but now they've been, again, need to be careful because X-Hero was on the flank.
Looking at the chase here happening, but it's a mine anyway, so it's not that easy for them to catch. Now, the next objective will be crucial here. Potentially, if Blacklist gets the Overlord, it's game over.
Yeah, potentially here, but again, you know, Ashing doing a good job of just kind of pushing out the bottom lane, taking whatever space is provided. The Overlord, the Shadow one, excuse me, has been taken here, so that's something to take note of. They realize that the Shadow Tyrant has not been taken, and if anything, they're just going to look to fix the lanes.
Okay, I'm worried for Ashing right now. It's a pretty awkward position. If he's caught out, then that's it.
Yeah,
that would be a tough situation. I mean, Primal Bond is going to be here, so that's going to be a little bit slow rolling for Blacklist International to take the Shadow Tyrant here. But Ashing, stealth, the Destiny encountered used on him, though, and he has been spotted out. Chaz is going to look to go for this one. Ashing, he's going to be chased. They have 5 members. Cue the Benny Hill theme song because he's on the run. He's going to go under the tower. Maybe he takes this one out. No, he gets killed before he can get out.
Oh man, we saw that coming from a mile, right? Like his position, it's just too bad.
But they're gonna look to go. They get the return. And they get Chaz. But the truth, they're looking to turn this one on this one, and it looks like it's not gonna be enough. Oh, make that a double by Up. They are turning this. They've got Golden Knight as well. They've got 3 members, and that's all done without Ashing. X-Hero is in the top lane, needs to deal with the Shadow Vanguard. That's got to be key. He needs to make sure that they just don't get backdoored. Now this is gonna open the door for the Shadow Tyrant here.
Impunity now rolling up their sleeves and saying, hold my drink, people, we got this in the bag. That was an engagement that Impunity needs to potentially mark their comeback.
Okay, look, like, I don't think that they've won the game just yet, but they're definitely doing a good job of giving themselves a chance. Impunity finding ways to come back in this game, taking this really, really ballsy 4-on-5 and somehow making it work off of the back of Up, who is just literally killing. He's an assassin on that backside because Dragon, Golden Cut, and Chaz are just so squishy. If Up can get on you, he's going to kill you.
Yeah, and I think that's what worked well for Impunity in the previous fight, right? It's like they sort of focus on one target, they make sure that out and give to another target. That's why they got 3 of them. And knowing that it's the same for both sides, right? You don't really have a tank sort of hero. If you're able to find that right target, then it's good enough. You put it in the 4v5 great.
Okay, let's back. Okay, he's giving me a heart attack. He's going to take the top T2. He was going aggressive, just zoning them away, spacing them out, ensuring that they were pushed back. But now this is got to get scary. Blacklist International net worth lead is kind of behind. Ashing has gotten that critical mass. I talked about the fact that, yeah, he's not great from behind, but he's gotten to the point where he's actually ahead now. So they're doing well. Impunity finding ways to come back in this game. What a crazy game.
Right, I'm looking at the win condition right now for Blacklist, right? Because they have the laneage, they just need to keep the pressure on and try to distract Impunity. And who knows, maybe even get a backer game in this round.
Yeah.
As long as they can keep the lane shoved up, Blacklist is in an okay position.
Which is actually even more pressure for Infinity, right? When you're making moves, you got to make sure that the lanes are kind of fixed. The top and the bottom are both going to push. So taking a fight here kind of is not the greatest situation. Oh, they're looking to go. They're trying to find this one. Shaolin dashes forward. The finishing stroke, not enough to kill anybody. They're going to back off. He tried to go for the attempt, and it looks like it's going to be tanked up mostly by Blacklist Just G. But now, again, the top lane, bottom lane, both pushing.
Yeah, and here comes the next Overlord. I'm keeping my eye on to Ashing as well. What is he going to do? What's he going to pull off here? Is he going to pull off a pick off with the support? Nope, he's not going to take that risk because we're now deep inside the game.
Yeah, deep inside the game. I mean, we're almost Tempest Dragon level, but Chaz, oh, he's been found out. He's been targeted. They're looking to go for this, but Just G takes the Shadow Overlord. Chaz is so low, the rest of them, but the top lane is pushing. Somebody has to run back. That's going to be super scary. X-Hero making a beeline for it. It's going to be a rush for this one, and it looks like with the Shadow Vanguard, okay, he'll stop it with that AoE. That gets serious, slows it down. That's a little worrying for me. That's one potential way for Blacklist to close this game out.
Wait a second.
Just unending sorrow. He's going to out-heal this one. He'll sustain it. The Tempest Dragon is up in about 50 seconds. Impunity right now need to play this macro game flawlessly if they want to go. The Shadow Vanguard pushing to the mid lane. T3 very low in the mid. Ashing looking for that flank. Up, looking to go. Just G takes a lot of damage. Up, he's going to get bursted. That's life number 1. He's going to look to turn this around, but Chaz has been killed. The burst is going to be on point. Ashing is going to be killed. Up is going to be killed as well. And they're looking to go X-Hero. That's going to be life number 2. Is he able to get away? The Enlightenment on him does get the kill, and X-Hero is down. Dragon gets this one, but it looks like they want to go for the face. They get a double on top, and Blacklist International close out game 3.
The hometown heroes will not go down without a fight, bringing back one game to the Philippines. This is what we're talking about. This is the drama that we want. Look at the crowd. They are absolutely joyful.
Yeah, what a great game. And that's exactly what you wanted to have done, right? Kind of, I mean, to be honest, not to go again, all Asian dad, but I think it could have been a little cleaner by Blacklist. There were definitely moments of where like, okay, is this really happening? Because they were falling behind at moments, right? But the fact that they were able to close it out, that last team fight was absolutely clinical. That was amazing. That's what Blacklist needed to have done to close out the game even earlier, and that got super close. I thought it was going to be a Tempest Dragon game. I was kind of hoping for that.
Yeah, and reflecting on what you talked about, the Prince of Landing, right? He would have been great if he's able to get the pickoffs early on and snowball from there. But we probably only got to see like one good moment for him, which is to steal away the blue buff. Other than that, he could hardly find space. He could hardly find that one hero that is free and available for him to get the pickup. He tried. He went inside, he went behind, but there was no opening for him. Hence, he couldn't snowball, so he couldn't do what Prince of Landing does well.
There was one moment where they got like 3 kills and they got the return one, and he kind of like changed the dynamic of the game, where like if they lost that fight, then they would have just lost, right? But he was able to kind of get that one time where they gave him a chance. But again, I think it comes back to this jungler pick. Again, I'm not sold on Prince of Landing, and you're seeing exactly why. I think Ashing is an amazing player, but it's just more of the hero that's kind of weighing him down more than anything else. I think any other hero, another jungler would have been better for this draft. But let's talk about the post game here. What sticks out to you other than that 7-0 and 8 by Jamie 1?
Oh, I was about to point it out on the CSP game because we did talk about like, okay, this is the battle of Clash laners, and the stats don't lie. If we look at even these stats as well, okay, Chami 1 damage dealt 24% as compared to X0 only 6%. So it was quite clear that who won the Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, Chami's so good on this, right? Like his Dharma, this is their bread and butter. Anytime he has a good game, they win. Blacklist International know this, right? Other teams know this, and that's why they were banning off the Dharma. But there's only so much you could do at times. Now that he's gotten it out of his system, so to speak, the series is still in favor of Impunity 2-1. But man, that gold graph all over the place. MVP, it's got to be Jamie 1.
Oh yeah, perfect game for 708, damage taken 15%, damage output 24%, and a total goal of 22%. And he clearly won the Clash Link fight against X-Hero, and he was the defining factor behind the team's win in this round, right? And he's so adaptable. He doesn't do those sexy stuff like, okay, we go from behind to get a pick off, flanking and all that. He just plays with the team.
Yeah, and actually a little different from like game 1, right? Where he was trying to go on the back. He was trying to go for those sexy plays with the Guan Yu. Not able to do it, but when you give him something that he's super familiar with, again, back on the wall, you gotta play your best heroes. And I think that Jamie 1, this is it. This is his hero, right? If there's any Dharma players that you're like, oh, who is Dharma to you? To me, it's Jamie 1.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should rename the Dharma to a Dharma 1 after this. But there were also some few early mistakes, right, by Impunity, like what we just saw in the highlights. Overextension when you have like 2 towers there. Not that it's a bad move to do like the 2 towers, but if you are in a situation where you have other opponents, other players from Blacklist also in that position, you're not doing yourself favors.
Yeah. And I mean, like they were trying so hard to get themselves back in this game. Impunity, this is a very commendable effort. Oh, this is the play. This is the Ashing, right? Where he got the triple kill and just was giving them hope, and they had a chance. But this was, in my opinion, the only real play by Ashing on this Prince of Landing. Again, I'm just not sold on this hero.
I could tell you're not a fan of Prince of Landing.
I don't like it.
Totally get that. I mean, it's just like how I feel about the Mai, right? I think we have similar feelings there. I guess that towards the end, it felt like because Blacklist International, they had shut up the waves, so it was very different Impunity. They needed like a clean fight in order for them to crawl their way back.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing what they could to get back in this game, but Impunity just too much to overcome. I mean, even net worth lead, they were winning in that last part, right? But the fact that team fight was just far superior because you have to work around the Prince of Landing, getting them the right angle and
coming out of stealth. Like, you know, they were definitely tankier than they, you know, Impunity wanted them to be, right? And it wasn't easy for them to get to that back line. So they did a really good job of ensuring that they protected those squishier ones.
But you know what? This is good news for the home fans because the hometown heroes, they're giving it back to them. They're showing that, hey, we will not go down without a fight. We can do this. We want to make you guys proud. We want to say thank you by putting up a good performance. But they must still be consistent because they need to crawl back games and we head on to our next match. But before that, we'll take a short breather, people. We'll see you guys after this.
I'm invincible, just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Just let him know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, you know won't let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up 'cause it's our time to shine.
home fans, cheer us! Blacklist International, one game back to bring us to this next match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the wonderful Paula. And what a game that was.
What a great game. I mean, that's the way you'll want to see, going into this one and how Blacklist were able to bounce back. I mean, it speaks volumes about this team that was like, hey, 0-2, things are looking dire. We need to figure out ways to get back in. They had a really good draft. They executed, and they were able to close that one out. Now we go into game 4. This is where things get a little, difficult because now you have more heroes to pick. You got to get in. You got to really dig deep.
Oh man, this is the test of stamina. And when we talk about stamina, it's not only mental stamina, it's also the hero pool stamina for these two teams. Now, looking over at the heroes that have been deployed earlier on, for Impunity, they could still go for an S tier hero, which is Dharma, but Dharma has ban record, so Blacklist might want to ban that out.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of options. To be honest, my memory's not so good to figure out who's still left in after those 3 games as of now. So I'll let the coaches worry about that in terms of how they want to proceed here. But this is what makes the global ban pick super interesting, right? Like if you've picked it in the first 3 games, you can't play that same hero again. And it opens up a lot of doors. Now you have to see exactly who are they going to bring. There are a lot of good heroes that are still out there, and definitely some strats that we have still yet to see. But again, I think it's anybody's ball game at this stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? So it really tests not only our memories, but also for the coaches to really like which are the type of strats or drafts that we want to put out next. At this point, it's starting to get really, really difficult. A lot of the top tier heroes have been picked out, have been used. Some of them have been banned or might receive a perma ban just to respect each other. Now coming into the draft here, so on the blue side, it's going to be Impunity. Blacklist International is going to take the red side.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to change things up. Impunity right now, okay. Now, this is a moment where they get punched in the face, right? How do they respond going into this 4th game here? It's going to be key that they set the stone, right? Putting Blacklist in a situation where they're down 1-3, that's going to look very difficult for them. So they want to just close out the game, close out the series, try to end it now. So this is a moment where you're also thinking, hey, I got to start picking some of those meta heroes. I need to ensure that this is a really good draft because going even is going to be really demoralizing for your team.
You know what time it is? It is Zhang time. No Zhang so far deployed. None of it has been banned. Zhang at some point is going to be picked. Now, whether it's a worthwhile first pick, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure we'll see a Zhang in this draft here.
Okay, right. Okay, I know it's a memory thing. Zhang Fei was picked up by, I believe, Impunity, because I remember Megumi was using it. But Impunity now are going to go with the Marco Polo. Not the strongest of first picks, especially since the Lung and this Lady Soon, they've been banned out as well as the D-Ren J. So you're kind of limited in that sense, especially with some of the other picks that they picked. But Marco Polo first.
And then we got the Liang and Gan and Mo. Wow! Liang and Gan and Mo combo. Okay. I'm theorizing this in my head right now, how this will work out, right? Like Liang, total lockdown, big CC's coming in, Gan and Mo, of course, with a couple of plays from behind, bam. And of course, you can follow up with the rest of them. So I see this combo kind of interesting.
Yeah, okay. So Fever Barrage, you're looking to kind of lock down this Marco Polo in some form. Try to maybe get lucky with a control or a barrier before he can really get going with that Fever Barrage. But Impunity, man, striking hard, coming out swinging. Dharma and Musashi to round out this draft. I don't think Liang really wants to touch any of these two heroes.
Oh, okay. And we're seeing the Fang here being deployed. Okay. The Fang. All right. This is going to be an interesting one, right? Like, what sort of Fang are we going to see? Or what sort of playstyle are we going to see for this Fang? Are we going to see a more team fight sort of Fang? Or are we going to see a split pusher type of Fang? So, Blacklist International, with the Fang, they have this flexibility with the current first 3 picks.
Yeah, I think you know, also I'm kind of questioning where they put the Fang. Is it going to be a jungle? Is it going to be the farm laner? Like, it could potentially open that door. I don't think too highly of the jungle one, the version, but it's still a potential in the draft that can kind of, you know, play with their heads a bit. I don't know if it's the right, you know, if you want to go jungle for jungle against the Musashi, but, you know, the potential to open that door is there.
With that being said, yeah, I'm thinking that the Fang is better put at the farm lane, and that's okay because he can match up to a Marco Polo early on, no problem, because he does have that level of mobility as well. So leaving the jungle open for something else, that would be kind of nice. Now, what we learned from the previous round is that there was lack of engagement, there was lack of tankiness. So I'd like to see that being put into the game this time.
Okay, all right. Yeah. And there we go. You got your tankiness. Boom. That's going to change things up a bit and make things a little bit more difficult. And Dune, you know, if you've got him and he kind of baits you out, and then you have that perfect, the Liang counter to anybody that kind of wants to jump into him, and potentially with that Blade Storm as well from the Fang, I think that you could be talking about a lot of zones that could do some damage. This draft is starting to make a lot more sense to me. Impunity, though, they're going to go with their own zone with the winners here, Princess Frost, as well as the Yarya to kind of back up that Marco Polo.
Okay, that's a very rare pick there that Impunity picked up, the fact that they took in the Yarya. All right. I'll summarize my thoughts in a bit, because right now Blacklist, they're going for the final pick, and what they could use is, Mayan would be pretty nice. So it's going to be a Fang farm as what we kind of expected.
Yeah.
Overall, in summary, I do like Blacklist International's draft a little bit more just because they have the Dune.
Yeah, I do like the Dune, but man, every time, like, I'm kind of like Ashing's Musashi, man. Like, this is his jam. This is his bread and butter. I'm always scared of a Musashi that could potentially just jump on you. And is Dune really enough? I mean, Mayan a little bit of more control and things like that, and Liang. But if Musashi gets onto the right heroes, like that Liang, blows him up, as well as the Fang, you know what I mean? They might just steamroll these team fights.
Yeah, theory craft, right? So if you were Liang, do you want to put your focus onto stopping Marco Polo or the Musashi? I would say I would rather put it on the Musashi, just because Marco, yes, Purple Barrage, cool, but you have heroes like Fang and Mayan who can step away for it, and Dune could potentially tank the damage. So Liang might be deployed to, or might be given the instruction to, like, okay, you just look at where Musashi is and just stop him from just dashing around us.
Yeah, it's 100% Musashi. Stop him, you win the game, right? I think, yeah, the Marco Polo is going to do some damage by up, but I think that it's still, you know, a situation where you want to lock down the Musashi, because his control and burst is super scary, especially if you're on the squishier side.
And here we go, looking at these two drafts, right? Are you still sticking to Blacklist International as a better draft?
Look, I think it really comes back to Ashing on this one. Again, it was just like in the last game, right? He almost carried that game, but I think that the hero limitations really made it tough for him to do so. I think that this is a game where, you know, he's going to play something that I think is a lot more definitely top tier, right? The Musashi is scary, and so if he's able to do Musashi things, they're going to have a tough time. So I think, again, to basically not sit on the fence, I'm going with Impunity on this one.
Okay, thanks for not sitting on the fence, right?
I don't ever sit on the fence. Some other people do, but I find it very uncomfortable.
I wonder who's that.
Oh, Shaolin. Oh, the dragon taking a lot of damage. They thought about going for it, but, you know, a flash committed. It's still early. 50 seconds, not the worst thing in the world.
I just want to add on to the point why we do agree together on the fact that they are focusing. It's because of the Purify that upload.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's going to help him out, right? And, I mean, you have the Yarya as well, so it's kind of like you have like a little bit of a cushion. You're not just like, you're not isolated by yourself. I think Megumi attaching on, I think that this is a nice little 1-2 combination. You know, again, Marco Polo and Yarya, we've seen these heroes. Like, they synergize well together. There's a lot of potential play with that Fever Barrage as well. So, it could be enough. But again, I think Blacklist International will have to do a good job of stopping Ashing, and then they really will, they could win this game. Oh, but Duel of the Death. They found him. Oh, they're doing the damage at first blood on the Dragon. That was a huge issue. He was really far up, and he needed to have been careful because Ashing was 4.
And we did talk about how important Ashing's role will be, right? In round, and he's able to get this. Okay, cool. Okay, it's only the first blood, but if he's able to capitalize on this, then he'll be really scary.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be scary. I mean, Ashing, that's going to be monumental in his snowball, right? You don't want to give him the farm, and Jussie now a little bit more pressure on him to ensure that he's making good rotations. He's getting as much farm as possible because he needs to counter what Ashing is bringing. He does have a slight level advantage as he just hit 5 before Ashing did.
Right, so now we're back to reset for these two teams, and when it comes to the goal difference, it is still pretty much on par, although the first blood was given to Impunity. So it just shows the level of farm that Blacklist has.
Yeah, and, I mean, Blacklist International right now, they have a slight net worth lead. Obviously, they're sticking around, trying to get Jussie's that farm, and Xiaolin will kind of push him away a bit. Oh, but now they have the control, they have the damage, the Unruly Blade, and nice little blow up. Chaz will use that bush to the maximum. Snuck in, got the lockdown. This is opening things up even for the blue buff here for Jussie.
Oh, they saw the opportunity, they took it well, and they even stole away the blue buff. Musashi without the blue buff is... It's hard. He needs the piece to stack. And on the other side, Blacklist secured their own blue buff. So Ashing right now, he has to wait.
Yeah, it's going to slow things down, right? And it's all about that farm and just trying to keep pace. And, I mean, Ashing is your win condition in this one. And so you want to get him as much farm as possible. He needs all of those buffs, right? But what else can they do? Chammy 1 is kind of going to be here. The Duel of Death used instantly right onto Chammy, and they get the truth onto him. And they say, okay, maybe I'm the better Dharma player, huh?
I mean, with that engagement, okay, it did show a little bit to Chammy that, hey, you know what? No,
all right, I'm just gaslighting. I'm just trying to, let these guys go ahead. Just trying to create a little bit of drama here. But sorry, the tyrant's going to be started here. It's about half-life. Ashing gets on out of this. Mind you, Ashing and Jussie both had their smite, the roaming gun. They're trying to go for this one, but Ashing gets that tyrant. He gets that steal. Nice little fast fingers with that smite, and he's back on out.
And that's the advantage of a Musashi as compared to a Dune, right? Like, he's fast, he's slick, Dune is tanky, he can maybe walk in, but in the case of like, okay, you want to land the smite, speed does help.
Yeah, it definitely will help. I mean, Ashing getting that one, that's going to be huge for him. And it's going to open the door, I mean, but they're still behind. Blacklist International have done a good job of finding those farms. Now, look at Chaz on the prowl. He's looking for his target. Could potentially go for Ashing. Sees that the blue buff is up. Ashing is going to look around. He's going to look to go for the rotation. Golden Kite, he gets caught out. Oh, Golden Kite dashes away to safety. Does stay alive. The blue buff has been picked up by Jussie. Now they're looking to go. They have the suppression. They have the lockdown on Ashing. And Dragon will get the kill for the truth. Oh, it's all 3. And they've got the Fever Barrage. Make that 4. And all for a trade for Ashing. What a great play by X-Hero.
X-Hero, my goodness, how he jumped to the back. Oh my goodness, this position, the players of Blacklist International, just when Blacklist thought that, okay, they had it in the bag, they got the blue buff, objective secure, but they forgot about X-Hero. We gotta take a look at how it was executed again. Okay, look at X-Hero. Look at this, how he jumped behind and caught 3 of them from Blacklist.
Flash Truth, X-Hero showing how it's done, and they're looking to get more. Chammy now limping away. He wants to protect this blue buff. Ashing still up in front, says, okay, I will take this blue buff. This is the only blue buff that matters now.
And I'm just at awe. Oh, X-Hero position, and he didn't play like those sexy moves like, okay, I sneak you from behind, I come, and then boom. He just went from front to back, and that is how you execute a front to back. X-Hero putting out the tutorials there.
Yeah, actually very patient. He could have jumped in a little bit more, but he waited a little bit longer, and he lingered around so that he could let the Blacklist International group up, catching out 3, huge for him. All the Unruly Blade, the Overlord. This is going to be a potential start. Up, is doing a lot of damage with those Resplendent Revolvers. Kind of Justy does need to respect that, but it looks like the Overlord picked up by Ashing uses that smite.
Right, and looks like we're going to be back to neutral, but Impunity, if they get this first tower in the middle, it will open up a lot of space for them. Right now, Blacklist, they want to defend this as hard as possible. Defending their red buff now.
Yeah, they're trying to defend. I mean, if anything, they need to take this red buff. It's got to start slow, but here we go. The winners here is going to be used, and Ashing gets the kill, and it looks like Joshi's down for the count yet again. Chammy actually gets back. Oh, man, this is going to be Impunity. They're up 7-2 at this stage.
Ooh, right now they are controlling the situation. And this is what we talk about, right? You need to set the tempo. You need to be the conductor here. And so far, Impunity is doing just that. Golden Kite all alone at the top. There's nothing he can do to save his tower.
Yeah, not really much. I mean, maybe you throw out that Blade Storm to put on the Vanguard. Really not worth it. But you don't know who's waiting in that bush. Megumi was there. He shows himself now. But again, Blacklist International on the defensive. They are so far behind right now. This is not a good position to be in.
And tower out at the top. I'm just looking over at the items. Dragon is probably going to go for the Venomous Staff coming up next, and that is a much needed item to deal with, like the Ashing or even X-Hero coming up soon. Anyone's really going for full tank? Not really. So this is almost like the previous game. So it's really down to execution. When it comes to theory crafting of the draft or the items, it's pretty similar.
Very similar in that sense, but the map control, things have flipped. Impunity definitely in the driver's seat. They've got the little bit more map control, although they're kind of waiting in the wings in terms of this river, but they're waiting for that moment. I think that this is going to be a big one for them. They're going to pick up the Tyrant here because they have that map control and it's pushed out. Up will happily take this one, but now they're going to put a little bit of an enemy invade. Oh, they try to go for the red buff, and Golden Kite actually flashes away.
Oof, that was a close one. If that red buff was stolen, then it would have been hard for Blacklist. Okay, now it's going to be the mid potential fight here. Are they going to go in for Jushi? Okay, it's pretty tanky. You don't want to go all in, not knowing where the other players of Blacklist are at. Discipline shown by Impunity.
Yeah, don't need to do it. You have that advantage. I mean, it's one thing to be aggressive when you know that the jungle timers are off. I think at this point, they know where they are. They tried to go for the invade. Now they've backed off, and they're going to just kind of clean their own jungle and push out the bottom, make sure that they have that breathing room. But here we go, the fake control connecting on. Megumi trying to just keep Up alive. Up looking to turn this around. Megumi gets out, and it looks like Justy into the mid lane with that wind slash. We'll just deal with the minions.
All right, so now Impunity, they know that the control is out. This is the opportunity for Ashing. Look at this. He's trying to flag. He's trying to find the next opportunity into the blue buff.
Yeah, trying to go around. Ashing looking to go for this nice duel of the death, connecting onto two, but no actual follow-up in terms of damage. They've already got the blue buff, and they're on out of there. Oh, maybe Dragon picked up.
Oh, okay. Okay, so good that the fact that Dragon got the blue buff, so that's okay. But we can still see Impunity still striking fear into Blacklist International. And they still have the driver's seat, right? Yeah. Saving all their skills for the next Tyrant. That is exactly what they're doing right now. Let's go.
Oh, Ashing, he finds it. Finds Joshi. Joshi, Unruly Blades on back. The Tyrant, this is the Shadow version. Dragon looking to go around, throws out a couple blades, kind of kiting them from afar. Ashing doesn't want to fully commit on this one, needs to be a bit careful. The Resplendent Revolver trying to go in, but they have the control, they have the knockdown. Oh, Ashing, he's able to out-heal this. Chaz is going to be killed in return. Ashing finally does fall, but Cammy had to hunt him down. The wind slash onto Xiaolin. They do end up getting that kill. Now, X-Hero, how he's at half-life, needs to be a bit careful here. Up, continuing on. They found him. No, the Unruly Blade on back. And through it all, it's a 3-for-2 in favor of Blacklist.
Oof, Ashing, he got it for a moment there thanks to the Blood Rage. It gave him a bit of shield, enough for him to sustain, enough for him to absorb a little bit more damage before his other teammates did a bit of trade-off. But still, overall, Blacklist International, they got 3 out of that 5. But was it that significant yet for them to turn around? Okay, they need more of that.
Yeah, they need more of that. And I mean, I think Up, it's just a matter of time. Give this guy some farm. He hasn't had enough time to really turn this, you know, so he can start killing people. But this was super close. He goes to the duel to death, Ashing that is. He gets caught out, somehow survives, but Jamie 1 is like, okay, I will take this one if you can't handle it. Gets the kill on the backside with nice little wind slash by Just She. like really setting it up, and they get on out of this one. But they did get 3 kills, and Blacklist coming out the victors on that one.
Yeah, it was great that Jeremy Wan actually came from behind, right? And that's how he took out Asing when he tried to step away, even though he had the blood rage. If not, Asing can quickly heal up and maybe come back into the fight, or at least do something okay to give them the advantage. But speaking of advantage, who will get the advantage of this next Tyrant?
It's going to be close, right? Jushi's been pushed away. The Tyrant is about 75% life or so. He wants to go in. He doesn't want to give this for free, but the winner is here. Oh, what a nice zoning one. That's going to completely lock it off. Jushi might go in for this one. Try to go for the steal. He's going to see that it's a little bit on the low side, but who gets it? Dragon will pick this Tyrant up. And X-Hero now, Ashing is solo as well. It looks like everybody's going to back off after that Tyrant kill.
Oh, Dragon with a couple plays stole away the Tyrant from the hands of Impunity. And now with that steal, they will run down the mid lane, taking down T1. And Blacklist International saying, now we're driving.
Yeah, they're going to take that one. And that was a huge win for them. Opening up the map, the T1 again. We talked about how objectively important it is. They take that one as well as the top T2. So Golden Kite making some moves. I mean, he's definitely behind against Up by about 2K, but he does enough damage to hit towers, and that's all you really need from him at this moment.
Oh man, I'm having a deja vu moment right now. Blacklist International, they took down T3 in one of the lanes, disciplined enough to reset. If they can slowly again shove up the lanes, put Impunity in a awkward position or in a pressured situation, then Blacklist could make this again, just like how we saw in Game 3.
Yeah, Impunity here. I mean, like this is that time, right? Where like you were thinking that Impunity had a little bit of a lead, but you know, Blacklist, just that last team fight, they've taken some of those towers and they've just completely turned this game around. It is a 50-50 game at this point. Finding that right target, and they're just rushing in, trying to find something, and you know, not the greatest considering they didn't catch anything in their nets.
Yeah, Impunity right now, they want to win back that space. Right? They're definitely not happy the fact that Blacklist is seemingly coming back. But could they come back with this overlord fight?
It could go. I mean, Jussi sticking around, might go for the flank, but they need Chammy to join. He's seen in the mid lane. Top T3 is taking some damage. They need to be a little bit careful. So the longer this goes, and it looks like Dragon takes yet another overlord. This guy is a sniper. He doesn't need a smite. He's going to take things from you. And now Blacklist International make a beeline for the mid lane, pushing it out. The bottom T2 and is looking to go down, and it looks like finally does.
Somebody give Dragon a medal for this 2 times in a row. It was beautiful by Dragon. And because of that, now Blacklist, they will continue to march on.
Yeah, Dragon just like, I'm the jungler now. Look at me. Oh, but the duel to death. Oh, the winner is here. They just blow up Chaz. Oh, and Dragon on the backside. Ashik is going to be killed, so they do get something in return. But 2 members down, Justy and Chaz as well. X-Hero up has now been killed. Chammy's been killed. They've got 1 more shot. And Shaolin goes golden, looking to go for Dragon. Gets him, and he walks away because cool people don't look at explosions. And now Shaolin will deal with the minion waves as he gets the ace. He is the only hero left standing.
Oh, what an engagement that was from Impunity. If only they got Dragon earlier, then the fight would have gone south all the way for Blacklist International. But because Dragon here was still alive and he was able to distance himself after that first engagement, he was throwing in all the couple plays from behind, allowing Blacklist to at least get good amount of trades.
Look at right this. I like both sides. Duel to death on point. Winner is here right there with the truth. And X-Hero thought he could do it, but man, the damage from Dragon and then Chammy with the control, he tried to get on out. Golden Kite doing some work, but man, Shaolin was able to clean it out. Goes golden, the style on him, and he gets Dragon on that one last shot.
Oh man, this match is insane right now. Burns on par. Next is going to be if Dragon steals this one again as well, I'll do a handstand or something. I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna hold you to that one. Let's see what happens. I mean, look, if he gets 3 steals in a game, essentially, and without even smite, I think that. Okay, well, he just picked that one up, but that was not really a steal.
That doesn't count.
But it doesn't count. You just don't want to do a handstand. All right, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. There's still time. There's still time. Because looking at the current situation, unless there's one big clean fight, then the game would end. If not, we still have a chance for Dragon to steal another Tyrant.
Yeah, so look, I don't think that you're going to have. I mean, look, if Impunity, they get team wiped, obviously top lane open, they just, Blacklist will just close out the game, right? But as long as Impunity play that one properly and they're not like, don't let the super minions just crash into their base like it's about to, and play the macro game and the lanes properly, they should have enough time and space. But if it's going to take multiple team fights for them to, really stick it to Blacklist, considering the mid T1 is still there, it's really slow rolling at this point.
Yep, because both sides, they don't want to make mistakes. This is the point of the game where if anyone makes a mistake, if anyone gets aced out, that's it. The game is over.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much over, right? And that's why it's super dangerous at the 17-minute mark. I think the Tempest Dragon could potentially be in play, assuming Impunity just kind of delay the game, slow it down. They've done a good job in terms of the last couple of team fights, but this is a situation where they're still behind. They need to be very careful with how they proceed.
Yes, and this Overlord is now up. So I wonder if Blacklist will want to start. Okay, they are around the Overlord. They might want to get information to be sure where Impunity is at before starting it, and they got it with the fact that Chami is right in front of them.
Yeah, but look, Zhao Lin he's shown on the map, right? He's dealing with the mid lane, so they're going to know that they have a numbers advantage. The Overlord is looking to be gone on right now, and it's just easily picked up by Just here. Pretty smart, because it's going to push the lanes even further. Again, less breathing room for Impunity.
Less breathing room for myself as well. I'm holding my breath right now. I'm at the edge of my seat.
Breathe. We need you to breathe. Okay, we're still here, man. Okay. Okay. All right. My butt is clenched. That's a little different. All right.
I know CPR, but I can't possibly do it on myself. So I'm just putting it out there, right? But
just send me your address so I can just send the ambulance over right now. All right, but Vanguard's here pushing and looking. They're looking to close this. No T3 mid, so that this is a little bit of an opening. I think that Impunity have the damage. They should be able to deal with this. Joshi getting kind of thwarted out. He's probably not going to commit for this one. They duel to the death. He's going to go right onto Chaz. He's going to look to go for this one, but the winner is here covering the retreat. And now it looks like X-Hero tried to go for the Formless's play, but the flash away by Chami. He survives. He's a little bit on the low side. The wind slash by Joshi. Still up in front. He's taking a lot of damage. Oh, he's going to limp away. He's going to be fine. The Vanguards are there. Blacklist International will not proceed. And it looks like Impunity, all 5 of them, will hold.
Oh, this by Impunity is just insane. The fact that nobody actually got sacrificed in the defense, it is actually a very, very good defense. Now it's a matter of like, how are they going to find that comeback? Okay.
I mean, with the
win
base
condition
open,
right now.
They've got all 3. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Okay, the network doesn't matter right now. We're close to 60K. It all comes down to who gets this next objective.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, you're talking about net worth not really mattering, but it's like literally the same, 60K to 60K at this point. So it really doesn't matter in that sense. I mean, it's such a late game. Right now, it's all about those objectives. But look at Chami 1, looking to make some plays. Oh, he might go for the flank. They're trying to go. Joshi, the winner is here, slows down the duel to the death right onto him. But Chami now, he's fighting 1 versus 3. He needs to be a little bit careful. But Shaolin, he's in a bad spot. Oh, he's being chased down.
No.
Chami 1 chasing him down. He needs to get to his teammates. The unruly blade on forward. Zhao Lin trying to stay alive, not able to do it. The wind slash is going to be on point. Joshi now, this is the numbers advantage. Are they able to close it out?
Oh no, this turned from bad to worse now for Impunity. They lost Shaolin 30 seconds before his match.
Chami 1. He gets serious, but Chami 1, that's going to be life number 1, but they take the base, and Blacklist International take game 4, and the series is tied 2-2.
They are called your hometown heroes for a reason. Blacklist International pulls into the game by putting them on par now with Impunity. And look at the crowd. They're just going wild right now. Look at the cheers. They were waving the Filipino flag, just showing the support to their favorite team.
Yeah, I mean, that guy in the fan, one of the fans, the viewers right there, he was like choking out his buddy. I didn't know if we had to call the cops or what, but he was excited. He was so happy that they're back in the system. We essentially have a best of 3, but with a global ban pick, it's really changing things up. It's going to make things very interesting going into Game 5.
Oh, this is crazy, right? This is crazy. I wonder. Okay, now I'm starting to wonder. Right, are we going to see an ultimate battle?
I mean, I don't want to jinx it. I've wanted to see one, right? We have yet to see one in Season 3. It's going to be something that could potentially happen. But we're, baby steps. We have a long way to go. We're guaranteed at least a Game 6 at this stage with teams 2-2, tied 2-2. But going into this one, man, what a bounce back by Blacklist. This is the team that we had seen. They have found their groove.
Dude, by the time we reach Game 6, by the time we reach Game 6, it will be like, what other heroes are there? Like, we have not had so many heroes being banned out because of the global ban pick rule. It is going to be crazy. I wouldn't want to be in the coach's shoes now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is what makes it exciting, right? Preparing for this one is going to be important. But let's check out the post game. Let's take a breather here. Remember to breathe, Sir Cloud, because we're going into this one. But man, X0 trying to, put the team on his back. He was 7-2-2. He was doing everything that he could in his power to give their team a chance. I mean, even in KDA kills alone, they were winning. But Blacklist International, it's all about the objectives.
Well, not gonna lie, X-Hero, he did a absolute bang up a performance there in that round. It was just too bad they could not secure the win. And if we were to look at some of these stats here, okay. Damage distribution, nobody really stood out for Blacklist. So I guess this kind of tells the tale that they want to place objectively. Yes, they won fights, they took good fights as well. They even absorbed damage thanks to Jushi. But at the end of the day, it is about winning by breaking the crystal.
Yeah, and this is the up and downs of that last game, right? 20 minutes in, that last team fight was just like barely enough to just kind of get Blacklist over that finish line and ensuring they got it. It's, again, not about the kills. Again, you got to just focus on that one. But Dragon MVP, what are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, man. This guy, give him a medal. 2 steals, and he doesn't even have a smite. He just uses his couple blades, and that's all he needs to secure those kills. Not the highest of KDA, not the sexiest, but it's because of his 2 crucial steals that allowed Blacklist to make this comeback.
Yeah, I mean, because that was the thing where, I mean, Impunity were doing well, and like, look at this kind of control, right? That was we were talking about, but the truth. Setting it up, X-Hero, that I thought that was potentially game-winning. X-Hero with such a massive play, but then unfortunately they're on the L side. But they had so many different opportunities to get back in this game. X-Hero again just trying to keep them alive. But Chaz with some really good stuns.
Yeah, I like Dragon's position, right? Just look at how he keeps himself safe. And you gotta think about it, there was not much focus given onto Dragon at the early to mid stage of the game. It was just towards the end they tried to get Dragon, but they couldn't. But look at this. Look at this steal by Dragon.
Yeah,
Chef's kiss.
Yeah. Owe him a handstand considering the fact that they got, he did get a third one. It wasn't a crucial kill, but you were talking about it, but here's the duel of the death. And this is the one where like, are they back? Are they able to do it? But look at how far Dragon is, keeping him alive. And somehow through all of this messiness, Zhao Lin comes out the lone survivor, taking out Dragon, and one last shot. Whew.
That was really, really close there. But you know what? Okay, just because it wasn't a crucial steal, right? I would give him a leg stand, not a handstand.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think Zhao Lin on that last one, when he got caught out in the bottom lane, and he was going the wrong way, just trying to stay alive, that they're going to think about, right? Because he goes back, and they stick together as 5, they got a chance to defend. But the fact that he got picked off, and Blacklist were able to take that fight 5 versus 4, that was a door that finally opened for them to close the game out. And I think that might come back to haunt Zhao Lin at the end of the day.
Yeah, but there was nothing much you can do about it because right now the game is closed. So what they can do is to look forward to the next round, and the hero pool, my gosh, is truly tested right now. I wonder what they will come up with, but that's not for us to answer. That's more for them and the coaching staff to answer. But before we go on to that, as usual, we will take a short break. We'll see you guys after this one.
What's a life reason with what hurts inside, when you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki-takiki-takitao. 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 It's our time to shine. In this only ones in this only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything.
Are you not entertained, people? This is the match. This is the match. Welcome back to Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. We're still here with you. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Holler. And what a match that was. Woo!
Yeah, what a crazy match. Series, everything that you want. This has got all the drama and even more. We're going in tied 2-2, essentially a best of 3 to see who's going to move on. But the global ban pick, I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember who picked everyone at the end of the day. We're getting into that stage of the day where it's now game 5 and teams are going to have to dig deep.
Yeah, my memory is killing me right now. Okay, we have not seen like a 5th game even in the group stages. So this is the furthest that we have gone in terms of heroes being banned out thanks to the global ban pick, and this is the true test of the hero pool, the coaches, the capability of the players who's going to pilot them. This is the true test right now, starting here.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's so much strategy at this point, right? This is a moment where now, everything has been built up for this, right? This is the first time we've been using this global ban pick in Season 3 here. It was introduced in KPL in 2018, but the fact that it's here now and it's really going to affect this game because, again, teams, you're talking about the fact that, coaches need to ensure that the drafts are on point and their players are able to actually even play these heroes. It's going to be super key now.
Just look at the Impunity coach, right? He's just crunching his head right now, figuring out okay, what else to do? What are we going to pick? Are we going to start seeing new heroes being deployed? New as in we have not seen them throughout the tournament, like an arc maybe. I don't know, man. At this point, maybe that's what they need. Just put out those kind of heroes to throw your opponents out.
Okay, well, I can tell you what hero not to pick, and that's going to be Prince of Lanling. Let's not do that. You got to give your team a chance to win. But, we haven't seen some of the... we haven't really seen Joshi been able to kind of fly, so to speak. He's been very stock standard with some of his drafts. I don't mean to call him out, but I just feel like his potential hasn't been unleashed. I think that he's someone that you still need to be careful about because he hasn't been able to kind of use those high-flying junglers that we normally see him on.
Yeah, unleash the Joshi right now. Look at this. Even heroes that we don't normally see being banned out. The Dolia being banned out. That is how few the hero pool is right now.
Well, I mean, don't want to say it's few. It's just that we're getting into the point where it's not really S tier, right? There's definitely a little bit of a jump. You still have options from some of the, again, if just because Blacklist picks it doesn't mean that Impunity can't pick it. So there's ways around that and how they do it. But it's having that synergy of, those 5 heroes that aren't just random pick in a rank game, right? It's more of ensuring that they have that synergy.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess Impunity, looking at the overall potential draft here, heroes that are very good with synergy, like the Yixing is out, of course with the Dolia as well, who's able to combo with a lot of other heroes, refreshing them. And Byron, okay, we're going to see Byron, we're going to see Lady Zen on the other side. Byron is going to be the big beefy boy that could potentially open fights. But right now, Gan and Mo is going to fall into the hands of Impunity.
Yeah, so, okay. If we're looking at this one, you're thinking Byron, you're thinking Lady John, both heroes of, I would say, the Championship 2024. There was a lot of play on both of these heroes, right? As well as the Loong here. So again, just digging deep, I would say, they still have play. They're not as strong as they once are because some of the other heroes have kind of gotten buffed or they have a little bit better synergy. But this is still an opportunity where, playing back in Season 2 or the Championship can really pay dividends now because you have experience on those heroes.
Ooh, okay, the popular heroes are still being picked up by Blacklist, Loong and Zhangfei. What the time to pull them out, right? I mean, you have the Zhangfei with the Loong combo. Zhangfei obviously with the Unbridled Outburst, very good engager. But from what we have learned from the previous round is that Blacklist will need to find a way to deal with Gan and Mo quickly, and they could still have an option to pick out assassin type junglers to go for the back.
Yeah, from Blacklist? Potentially there. I think right now, because you have the Kaiser, right? Who's kind of this meaty shield up front, tank up front. Has mitigating success. I don't remember earlier today if it won. I don't think it did, but it did not win in the groups. So it looks like Impunity really digging deep on this one, just trying to create a little bit more of a shield for the Ganenmo Xiaolin to kind of do his thing.
And the next phase of bans now. So Fang is out. Don't worry, we won't see Prince of Landing at all. But there's still the quote-unquote brother of Prince of Landing. The Lam is still available. And the Lam might be a suitable pick here for Blacklist to try to deal with Ganemo.
I mean, just for one hero, not really worth it. I think that because you don't really want Lam to go up against the Kaiser or Byron, who are both very tanky. I don't think that that's like you want to go for okay, maybe potentially the Ming that could open up some avenues of attack, really powering the farm laner. But I don't like the Lam here. I think it struggles. I prefer more traditional junglers.
Okay, so what other traditional junglers can they bring on here? Unless if it's something fresh, something new like the Arc, right? That would be kind of interesting. Yep, there you go. There you go. They still put on the Lam here. Okay, now I want to hear your thoughts about the Lam pick.
Look, I think it suffers a little bit like the Prince of Lanling. It's like a win more, and it struggles from behind. I have a hard time seeing it do well. Like if they start to snowball, the game's over, right? Then it looks like Lam is a good pick. But now they kind of you have the babysitter of Liu Bang with the Lam to give it that shield with a battlefield command. That's going to be key for them. But trying to find the right target, like Ganenmo, Ming, easy targets, good targets. But now it's going to be with the Aaron, so you have another option.
Okay, so the Lam is going to be an interesting one, right? So the Lam is going to play almost a similar role like the Prince of Landing, like how we saw earlier on. It's just to try to get early pickoffs, if they can get like a sneaky one in the laning phase, or maybe even invade the jungle and see if we can get a sneaky pickoff. It's going up, but in the jungle it's going to be tough, right? Because it's a Kaiser, so you might want to focus on the side lanes instead, especially on Aaron.
Okay, so normally I'm just like, okay, if they've got a Lam or a Prince of Landling, I'm usually against that team. But then I look at the other side and I'm like, oh, they have a Kaiser. And usually when I see a Kaiser, I'm like, okay, this team lost. So now that both of these teams have gone deep in the hero pool, I'm kind of like, oh, okay, we're kind of even in that sense. We might actually see the power of Lam really kind of take off because there are a decent number of good targets for him to get onto Impunity.
But they also have Yao Ming, so gotta give them some love, right?
But squishy, and I mean, if he gets focused, and there are definitely ways to get on him, especially like Lam can make, the Ming player have a terrible tan, right? And then you have the Liu Bang on top to kind of just shield him, just to get him enough to get his kill and get on out of there. And then now you have Lady Jun and, Loong and Zhang Fei to back it up. Like, this is a pretty decent draft. I kind of like this for Blacklist.
Yeah, not gonna lie as well. I also want to point out that the fact that they got the two top or hot heroes, Zhang Fei and also Loong, together in the same draft at this stage of the tournament, this is great for Blacklist International. Draft-wise, I do like Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes to me. It comes back to this Xiaolin, right? Is he able to kind of do his damage? Is Up able to kind of dominate that laning phase with this Aaron and to get a decent amount of farm? Because you kind of have a tough task ahead of you against Golden Kite's Loong here.
Right, here we go. This will be the game that sets a team into match point. Very, very important for them to win this game. And you don't want to put yourself in a pressure situation. Let's go Blacklist International and Impunity.
Yeah, this is going to be the game changer, right? Winning game 5 sets the tone, knowing that you have only one more game. And it's going to be arduous. It's going to be stressful. Getting yourself this victory is going to be key, but both of these teams are going to want this one. Blacklist International being able to bounce back and to turn this into a tie series speaks volumes about this team, right? The resilience, everything that you needed to have done, because those first 2 games did not look good. But getting them in this situation, they got to be feeling great, and winning game 5 would be huge for the morale of this team.
Pretty standard on the farm lane, but I was also looking over at the Clash lane. X-Hero went for a wave cutting in between T1 and T2, so he's trying out something different this time. But will it affect Chami 1 too much? Not yet, because we're still very early in the game. Maybe just by a little bit. Let's see who gets this one. Okay, it's X-Hero.
Yeah, well, okay, so Chammy 1 needs to do a couple of things. He's not the initiator that he once was with like the Dharma or the the Mayins and the types, but he can split push. I think that he needs to take advantage of that. He can battlefield command back to safety whenever things get a little precarious. He wants to ensure that he creates as much space as possible. He needs to be aggressive and to ensure that, as much he's pushing out a lane almost the entire game.
That's a good point there. So if he focuses on split pushing and just coming in when it's only needed, who on the side of Impunity is able to catch up to him? Now that I think about it, they don't have much mobility on Impunity.
Yeah, it's basically to contest, just to stop him from just split pushing, right? You just need to just ensure that the towers are alive. I think catch is a whole nother story. I don't think that that's going to be possible. He's very tanky, right? And Chammy 1 will have that spider sense to get on out of there. He should not really be taking too much risk because you have that battlefield command. It's almost like a get out of jail free card. It's very quick, right? So the potential is going to be there, but again, Impunity just needs to stem the bleeding from that top lane.
So this will be the puzzle for Impunity to solve, right? Or how they're going to manage that. So in order to manage that is to manage the waves very, very carefully before even thinking about initiating fights.
Oh, nice unbridled outburst. Oh, the battlefield command, the stampede. This is the surprise. Chammy 1 trying to set it up, but he's like, actually, that was a little underwhelming. Liu Bang is not as good as Dharma.
Okay. I see the idea, but the execution could be a little bit cleaner. But at the same time, it's fine because it's still the first few minutes. If they don't get anything out of that, that's fine.
Yeah.
For Chaz, he can still easily or quickly stack up his madness.
No, I mean, it's when the moment happened, it was a really good idea because you're pushing them towards you, but Dragon and Golden Kite were not in the right position, not able to get in there and to do that damage. They need that follow-up, and yet it's still a bit early, so they're not really able to kind of just delete someone.
Yeah, so at least they shown like, okay, this is what we're capable of doing. We know how to position ourselves with the Zhangfei to use the Umbrella Outburst as a push back rather than a push forward.
Yeah.
So they have that idea. They could potentially use it again.
Yeah, but now the cat is out of the bag. Impunity know, right? They've seen this and they're like, they could do this at any moment. We might need to be a little bit more careful with just how we proceed in our own jungle because that could potentially happen, especially if they're off the map, right? Radar warnings need to be happening. So that said, I think that it's something to take note of. Unfortunate for them because it's like if they got first blood, it would have been totally worth, the surprise, so to speak.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But without the first blood, now they're back to 50-50. And look at the top right. Chammy 1 is just doing Liu Bang things, right? He's just going in between towers, just cutting off waves, and at any point of time, like what you said, you can come in with a battlefield command.
Yeah, and he needs to play it that way. X0 needs to just ensure that, it doesn't get pushed too hard. But with his 4 minutes and 30 seconds, this is a potential Tyrant fight. Ashing making his way across, but it looks like X0 thought about going for the teleport, but with Liu Bang split pushing, or cutting the creeps, excuse me, it's going to be, a little bit more difficult for X0 to make any sort of rotation.
Oh, okay, Juicy was on top. He's going for the Overlord instead.
Yeah.
So the other players from Blacklist, they are just buying time at the bottom, and there's going to be a free Overlord for him.
Yeah, smart. I mean, realizing that, hey, Impunity were kind of sticking around. They were looking to protect that Tyrant as much as possible. But, hey, the Overlord actually is free because X0 is all the way stuck up on the T1, wasn't able to make any sort of rotation or provide any vision. But now, Ashing looking to go. He does some damage, but he's been frozen in place. He's been pushed back by Lam, but here's the battlefield command. That will stop most of this.
Oh, okay. That almost became the first blood there underneath the tower. But good thing is that Ashing, he is a Byron. He is tanky. He's able to walk away.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive, right? And at the end of the day, it's going to be key for him. But now, look, if we're looking at what Megumi and Up are doing, they're looking to rotate in the top lane. And then they're like, okay, you want to put a little bit of pressure top, Chammy? Okay, we'll send in our farm laner there. He's going to stick around regardless. But now the bottom T1 is looking to go down.
Destroyed a tower.
And now Chammy 1, not as comfortable as he used to be. They're pushing him back around because they know that someone need to deal with Chammy 1. Yes, his main role is just to like shove out the waves. He's not a real big threat yet, but if you allow him to do that, he would just continue to scale and he could punish them back later on.
Yeah, And I mean, look at a little bit of pressure in the bottom T2. Zhao Lin had to make his move over there to kind of defend this, but they're looking to kind of use a little map control, exert a little dominance with this one. And Just still up in front, nice push away, ensures that he gets the Crimson over the wall. But Ashing wants revenge. He's gonna actually dodge at least the stun for that one, but Ashing stays alive.
And he does not have the damage yet, so as much as he would have wanted to probably get a pick off, he's not ready yet, so he has to let that one go. But at the same time, look at this, right? Shammy one is just putting pressure. He doesn't really need to force himself to take T1 yet. If he gets it, it's a bonus, but as long as he can shove the waves again, he's just distracting Impunity.
Yeah, distracting. And Just's done a good job, right? I would say that they're definitely winning in terms of the net worth. He's ensuring that this is the type of hero that, you know, Just likes to play, right? A very high risk, like damaging type of hero that can kind of just get on you and get those ganks, right? And the fact that it's turned it around, look at the Primal Bond is already over. They're starting the Tyrant, and it's all at cost. Look at the Battlefield Command. He's on out of it.
Yep, and that is how slick he can be, right? Like now he's all the way at the bottom, and 3 heroes from Impunity is still at the top. So for them to shift their way all the way to the bottom, by the time it will be too late. They might as well stay there and try to get the tower.
Yeah, they should stick around. I mean, that was a nice play by Blacklist, right? You take 0 losses, you ensure that you get the Tyrant as well, and turn it around. But Dragon going down, giving up first blood, and it looks like, oh, they're not able to get Golden Kite, who was very low. But Dragon and Megumi both traded.
Yeah, he does have the Infinite Bastards as an insurance policy in case he needs to use it, but he kept it well. He didn't press the trigger button, and he still has it, so he could still redeploy it as an offensive measure when he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have. It's obviously keep him safe and everything, but it's one of those situations where like he just needs to play a little bit safer, ensure that he's able to get that farm. Golden Kite is the type of player where he doesn't want to be seen on the map for like the first 15 minutes. Just give him as much farm as possible in space so that he can do it. But it looks like they're going to go for this bump. Oh, in the Battlefield Command, Chammy gets up, and Megumi gets knocked up with that Unbridled Outburst. They've got 3 members, and Just with this Lam is getting those kills, and he's got a double.
Am I hearing some love for Lam now?
I am giving love. I am giving love. It's based on the player, it's based on the draft, and the fact that there were no other good junglers at this stage, and now they're taking the bottom T3. So Blacklist International, good draft. It took me a minute to realize that they're actually digging really deep in the jungle pool.
Oh man, and if when we had a glance of the items earlier on, so I think he had the Blazing Cape, which is fine, but now the problem is not about like whether you can win team fights or not, or whether you can shove waves or not. It's the fact that they are so distracted by a Shammy one. At some point, Shammy one pulled like 1 or 2 players towards him, and that's good enough. And then the Battlefield Command comes in, and then they pick a fight with 5 of them together against Impunity.
Yeah, and this is a struggle against the Liu Bangs in general, where like some games he's incredibly underwhelming. He's just like that Battlefield Command, and it just goes in there and they just die together, right? But then there are times where when people are able to farm, like Justy and Golden Kite, and even Dragon can kind of go very damage-heavy oriented items because they know that they have a save. Right? They don't have to worry about staying alive all the time. They don't have to waste that. They can look to just kind of get those items to ensure that they get those kills.
Exactly. The fact that Dragon completed his Venomous Staff, so that will be useful against Ashing or even X-Hero. These will be 2 key heroes that item is for, and they have to find a way around it somehow, especially around Chaz right now. Now Chaz is doing the wave pit. He's staying in front, he's just making sure that they are sold out, and that's all he needs to do. Opening up the space for Jushi to secure the next Tyrant, and another freebie goes to them.
Yeah, but look at, you're talking about how Chaz is positioned. He's up front. He's been seen. So that they're like, oh, Blacklist International are all sticking together. They're in our jungle. But again, right under their noses, Just takes the free Tyrant, pushed out by Chammy in the top lane as well, with Golden Kites kind of just on the backside of that one. So they've done a great job of playing this macro game that's also kind of deceiving. Like, Impunity right now don't know where everyone is. It's kind of scary, and Just is what? Level 15 compared to Ashing's level 12.
What? Level 15 is at least 3 levels above most of the heroes from Impunity. This is crazy right now. And he's coming from the back.
Yeah, he's looking to go for this one. The force field suppression stopping most of this one. And it looks like X-Hero will just kind of use that. Just a bit of a wasted ult in that sense. But the top T3 goes down. Impunity doing such a good job. Or trying to, Blacklist has done such a good job of forcing out ults, getting the objectives, and walking away.
It's still the Umbrella outburst though. So Impunity, they know that. That's why they're not engaging directly yet on the Blacklist International. But Blacklist says, oh, you don't want to come out and play? We'll come to you.
Yeah, we'll come to you and eat some flaming palms on those T3s. The mid one has been down. The base is barren. The crystal is the only thing standing. Right now, Impunity trying to figure out how to stymie the bleeding. But with only 4-1, Blacklist International have played a perfect macro game.
Oh, and at least he didn't overextend that.
Umbrella outburst. Oh, but the Battlefield Command right on top of this. So Xinglin actually is going to flash away. But they do have the Ocean of Tears slowing Ashing down. Ults have been committed, but it looks like they're just going to back off and take the Overlord instead.
Okay, he can expand the Umbrella outburst just because of the level of control that they have right now. The waves are shoved in. Impunity will not be able to contest for the Shadow Overlord, and Juicy will happily take that. Now, this could potentially be the defense of a lifetime here for Impunity for this round.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not just one defense of a lifetime. It's multiple defenses of a lifetime at this point, right? They have some slow sledding to go up these hills. Like the T1 mid and the bottom are still standing. Like pick a lane, it's going to be tough to get anything going. Yes, you get the Miracle Hold, and look at how dark it is. My gosh, it is so dark. They need a spotlight. They need to figure out some way to get some sort of vision.
Yeah. But how are they going to come out? Okay, this is going to be another problem. They don't have that kind of hero that can go front, they can open up the lights for them. Whereas for Blacklist, they have the Zhang Fei, and Zhang Fei is doing that right now. So how is Impunity going to counter? It's going to be really difficult. Now we might see an engagement really, really soon. They have arrived.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the Impunity draft, okay, here, look at the go, the Umbrella Outburst connecting onto two on the backside and up. Oh, he's been deleted. No real chance. Ashing is still up in front. The Fountain on back, the Infinite Fastness. He's going to be on the side. He's looking for the flank. The base is starting to get focused in. It's about half-life. They need to be careful. And it looks like they've got an X-Hero. Mark that one down. And it looks like Dragon is going to be killed in return. Xiao Lin has been killed. Chammy is doing some work on the backside. They don't have the minions. Impunity looking to just kind of slow this game, but here's the next wave of Vanguards. They want to get the kills as well as the base, and Blacklist International will take the lead in this series 3-2.
The night is still young, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go home yet because we have more games to go. Blacklist International now in the lead.
What a great play. I mean, Blacklist International showing that resolve, bouncing back, using that experience from the past championship, all the things that they've learned, being able to put themselves in this position to get themselves here because they are up 3-2. They got the crowd. You could see them. They were celebrating. They were happy. And the fact that they've got them on game point, that has got to be a great feeling for Blacklist.
Oh, that is crazy, right? They were down by 2-0, and now they pushed them to match point. And of course, coming into the next game, we are definitely going to see a next game, obviously. The hero pool. The hero pool conversation right now. How deep more are they going to dig?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was saying, like, I don't like Lamb and I don't like Kaiser, but I actually like Lamb more than I do Kaiser. So I think in terms of the draft, that one worked out, but now we're going even deeper into the hero pool, and we're going to see exactly, are we going to see Yukio's? Are we going to see, like, the Nezas? Potentially, there could be so much, but let's check out the post game on this one. I think Impunity, their draft, not the greatest. I felt like Ups, Aaron, not really too much to add, but they just really didn't have that space.
Right, so here's the thing, right? One thing is about like, okay, hero pool. Second thing is about whether you can execute it as a team, whether it's good to put in as a five-man draft sort of thingy. So that's a lot to consider for these two teams. And if we were to look at some of these stats as well, Jushi is way up there in terms of kills. He got the most kills for his team. Half of them, in fact. But when it comes to like damage distribution, they're not too far away from each other. Again, this kind of stat just tells the story of objective gameplay.
Yeah, objective gameplay. But all of that space that was provided. I mean, Chamie won split pushing, Dragon, Golden Kite, Chaz, pushing things out and just giving space for Justy to just get that farm. And that net worth lead never dwindled after that 4-minute mark because they had so much space. They did such a good job of controlling the map.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And when they controlled it, we can see by the 9th minute mark, they went all the way. Like there was no room for Impurity to even come out of the jungle. MVP is Chaz this time with a James Bond KDA of 007.
Wow. Okay. All right. I didn't even know that roamers could win the MVP. I haven't seen. No, I'm just kidding. But Chaz definitely deserved that one. I think that he was on point with those unbridled outbursts. He ensures that he set things up right for all of the different controls, and we'll see some of those highlights here in these highlights.
Yeah. Personally, I would give it to Jushi as well. He played pretty much like a solo game in this match, right? Like he was just going around doing his own thing. Yes, he got engaged in fights like how we saw in like what we're seeing in this highlight right now. But for the most part, he's just going around, just doing his own thing, securing objectives, and that was the key to them winning.
Yeah, but look, a lot of it was based on the space that was provided by the rest of the Blacklist members, right? If Justy, like, if he had no space, and you saw that in game 1 and 2, he's going to struggle. But seeing as that the map control, the macro game was perfect by Blacklist International, pushing them back and just letting the man farm and let him get that 3-level advantage so that he could just come in and just delete hero.
Yeah, I'm glad that you point out the 3-level advantage, right? That was insane by him, man. It's not like he got like what tons of kills. Overall, he got like 4 kills, which is pretty okay, right? But of course, the way to win this game is to break the crystal, and that was the focus of Blacklist International. After this, we're going to go to the potential final game because it is now match point for Blacklist International. Honestly speaking, my brain is starting to hurt right now, but I'm sure the coaches are cracking their heads as well. They need this time to breathe, so we're going to give them 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this break.
Through the sound of the rain, no matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There was karma.
You thought that it would have been over. You thought that you could grab your dinner, but no. Blacklist International says we are coming back for you. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my buddy Holler, and this is a match that we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a crazy one, right? I mean, the fact that Blacklist were 0-2 and able to bounce back, and now they've got Impunity with their backs on the wall, with match point going into this one 3-2. The Blacklist fans are happy. They want this one to go in their favor and to kind of have the Filipino qualifier #1 squad come out the victors on this one. But it's going to be close because I know Impunity are going to want to strike back.
Yeah, Blacklist, they are breaking the code right now. They have found their momentum. They have found their rhythm in the game. And I'm pretty sure they're hyped up for this match point. Impunity put in the situation that they don't want to be. And look at the amount of heroes that they cannot use no more.
Yeah, I feel like I need to take a screenshot of this to kind of figure out how to proceed, because with the draft coming up, we're so deep into this hero pool right now. I think that's, you know, who's going to be picking. Like, I'm like, oh, I don't actually like the Lam, but actually I don't like the Kaiser even more. And then we're so deep into the hero pools for both of these teams that it's kind of, it's tough. Like, it's like, which one do I like slightly more?
Yeah. And we have never gone this far, right, in this tournament. So it's a really true test of these teams. All right, coming into the side selection, Blacklist is going to get the first pick on the blue side, and on the red side is going to be Impunity. The Mai can surprisingly be still be banned somewhere.
Yeah, I look at G, the coach from Blacklist, is kind of like looking around, and you're just like, oh, game 6? That's empty. I don't have any research. No, I'm just kidding. He's definitely prepared for this one. He's ready to go, and I know that this squad is ready because they bounced back. And getting themselves in a situation where they can kind of close out the series is going to be key for this guy, right? Like, for this team, everything on this, the pride of the Philippines here at this point, this juncture, the upper bracket is completely in their favor if they're able to continue on, but they need to get rid of Impunity first.
All right. So similar bans as before. We're going to see the Dole out, the Mai out as well. And for Blacklist, now it's their call. Are they going to ban out any of the other top tier heroes? I would say that the Leech Direnje is quite a top tier hero as well. So to take that out, now Impunity dwindling down the farm lane choices. What are they gonna pick next? We might even be possibly see a whole year being deployed.
Yeah, potentially could be there. Right? For me, looking at some of the heroes that are left, I kind of see like a Tian Wei type of. Oh, okay, they're gonna go with Pei instead. Yeah, Pei has potential, especially on Blacklist, huh?
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I love the Pei pick. I'm kind of surprised that the pay is not picked as much as it should be, but you know, it's always nice to see a pick being paid. It's very annoying, especially it scales well towards the late game. It's really fast as well. But speaking about fast, this is another fast one. The Guan Yu, an ex-hero, he's good at taking those backlines.
Yeah, definitely taking the backlines. Repositioning, going to be key for him. Pushing him away, and you know, can horses take out tigers? We're going to have to find out in this game here.
Need to ask my veterinarian about that. Not too sure. Yeah. A very strong high ground hero. So if Impunity is being pushed back into their own base, a new one will come in handy.
Yeah, it looks like Blacklist are kind of, getting the pay. Marco Polo, Sakir, all decent heroes actually, especially in this juncture in the series, going into this game 6 at this point, and having the potential, where you actually have a decent farm laner. You don't want to be caught out, dare I say, with like an Aaron at this stage. Shots fired.
Oh, Guiguzi put into the draft. Okay, we don't get to see this much. I believe we only get to see this once during the group stages. So it's interesting on how they're going to deploy this. Now, coming into the next phase of the bans. Okay, looking overall on both sides, what they could use is a Blacklist could use a mid laner. So that's what Impunity could be thinking of banning out. Mid laners, yep, the Yixing is out. While Impunity, they could use maybe another tanky hero. Perhaps a tanky hero for them to consider. Oh, okay. A farm name will be used. So there goes the whole year.
Yeah, look, I think Impunity for me, I think that you kind of want I wish you had like a pocket Dianwei strat, right? So that you have some sort of, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of all in on this one, a 4 protect 1 type of, draft that really kind of changes the impact. Because again, Blacklist, when you're, into game 6 and you're not able to pick 25 of your other heroes, you're not going to have, or you're going to have limited options of dealing with a hero of that type. It could be super scary for them, but again, we'll have to see where Impunity wants to go. Maybe they're not comfortable on this hero.
Oh, here comes your Lam again into the lineup. All right, so what Impunity lacks now is a farm laner. And if I were to look at like some of the top picks, Console U might be considered by Impunity.
Yeah, definitely a potential. I think that Hou Yi is not though. Okay, actually, with the Lam, Guiguzi, as well as the Guan Yu, I think that you're gonna have some tough times. They're gonna get on you, so you need some way to kind of, you're kind of protected on Impunity, so that could potentially work. But it looks like Blacklist gonna go with a Byron instead. Nice little 1-2 combination with the Sakir, the Mulberry Power. That could be very strong.
Yeah, they have two good fighters here, right? The Byron and also the Pei, and then you have the Da Chao together with him. Okay. If you have a Da Chao, that means you have naturally a lot of mobility across the map. Eye of the Whirlpool, come in, take team fights, or even like a 5v3 or 5v4 sort of fight and try to finish that fight as quickly as possible against Impunity. That is what Blacklist can do now.
Wait, what? What is this draft? Wait, who is the farm laner? What is going on? Is it? Wait, what?
Huh?
Guan Yu, Clash, Liu Bang, Guiguzi. Like is Guiguzi the farm laner?
I'm starting to get worried right now for Impunity. Yet, okay, their only long range right now is Noah. Guiguzi.
So Lam farm lane. Up is the farm laner. Lam.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, Megumi's the roam, so Guiguzi is going to be the roam. Liu Bang in the top lane. Xing. Guan Yu in the jungle. That's what's been throwing us all off. But yo, this is this could fall on its face, or it could be the best lineup ever. Because there's so much potential of just them rushing in, and then like Battlefield Command, like with Lam, Guiguzi, you have your stealth, you have Guan Yu, Razor Cavalry, you have so many different things, and like Nua like picking people off from afar, and then like they're just running at you. Like this is I dare I say just the caveman approach.
And the caveman approach. Please define that.
No, like literally, you're like range guns magic. I mean, yeah, you have the Nua, right? But everyone else is just like literally it's got a club and it's just running at you, right? That's all they want to do is they want to beat you up. They want to kill you.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm oversimplifying here, but
it's reminiscent of a brawler title draft. It's like just go at it, and they need to go at it because this is match point for Blacklist International. Let's go!
Are they able to do this? Game 6, so much on the line. Impunity playing for their tournament lives. They want to push it to a game 7, open things back up, but this draft is very unconventional.
Hang on. Lam is holding the smite. And where is he now? No, he's playing the jungle role.
He's jungling. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hang on. So it's going to be X0 top, and then Ashing bottom, and they're just going to isolate, and then, let Megumi just roam. Okay, okay. So they're just going to be like, yeah. We don't, this is the I don't need a farm laner draft.
Okay. Benefit of the doubt, they are the pros. They know what they're doing. Like what you said, this could be the best draft. Oh, come on. We gotta give them the respect, right? They're up on stage. That's why they're up on stage playing, and that's why we're behind the camera.
Respect is earned, okay? If Impunity win without a farm laner, they will earn my respect. But until then, I am questioning this draft.
Okay, Impunity, let's go. Well, okay, what would you do if
they win?
okay, let's go. I am all in for Impunity just because I want to see that hit stat.
It's suspect. There's no way. This is a crazy lineup, and I know I need to be neutral here, but this is so crazy off the wall that I'm like, even Golden Kite is like, dude, really? None of you guys have a gun? Like, you can't range anybody? Like, really?
Yeah. They were switching up the lanes, right? So, oh man, Ashing, farming, oh man. Okay, I really need some time to just digest this, but let them play out. Okay, they, again, am being positive about it. They are the pros. They know what they're doing. Prove us wrong.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, look, it's again the caveman strat. Like, if it works, awesome, more power to them. But I think that they're just gonna, like, if you're looking at the Blacklist side, which is a little bit more on the range side, I mean, like the Pei, the Da Chao, the Marco Polo, you have ways to kind of keep them afar, whereas Impunity really want to run at you and group up, which is like, oh, that's perfect for Golden Kite's Fever Barrage, right?
Hey, you know why the caveman survived the test of time, right? That's why we're still here.
All right. But in the Impunity defense, they have Ashing, who has a motorcycle, so they at least have wheels on this caveman draft. They figured it out.
I don't know how you relate that, but I'll take it as it is, right?
I'm trying to give him something, right? Because look, there's going to be so much pressure on him. This is his game, right? Can this Lam really make an impact? Take over the game, find the back line, because they are squishy. Golden Kite and Chaz, if he gets on them, but it really comes back to this, Dragon, is he able to keep them alive?
Okay. Let's try to read out what their strategy is, right? At least at the early stages of the game. So far, when it comes to farming, Blacklist, they have better farming. They are 1k ahead right now, and I believe that's also because like they have like the Pei, who's very, very fast moving around the map to farm up. And Impunity, they're starting to lead the lane.
Oh, they get first blood. Jussie! Oh, he gets killed here. Chammy, he has a force field suppression, but that's a nice shot from Shaolin from downtown.
Woo. Okay. I wasn't prepared for that, frankly speaking. It's like all of a sudden we see the first blood on screen, but all right. Impunity. They want to shut people up.
Yeah, they want to shut people up. And they've also, not only do they have invented the wheel on this draft, but Nua, basically, that's fire, right? So they've got everything that you want as a good caveman, huh? Fire and wheels.
Okay. Now I get it. It took me a while.
Oh, but they found Jammy. They've got the numbers, but are they able to kill him? Yes, they are. And then, here's the Whirlpool. Do they get revenge? Up is being focused in. He gets targeted. He gets killed. And Megumi goes down as well. But here's the Razor Cavalry looking to go. The Battlefield Command onto Ashing. Does have the shields, but it looks like 2 members are down from Impunity.
Oh, okay. So it's 2-4-2 now, but Blacklist, they have a little bit of goal advantage still. Okay, Pei is just doing Pei things. He's going in to steal the buff. He got that. He'll clear off the jungle. And I can see Juche. All right. Juche is going to be the big problem for Impunity. Number one is that how are they going to catch up to him? Number two, if he continues to farm like this and to scale, at some point, I don't know if they'll have enough damage output.
Yeah, this is the MO of Blacklist, though, right? Just provide space, put pressure elsewhere, and then let Jussie just kind of do Jussie things, which is farm, and then he will carry the game and put you in a position to win. He's the type where he needs that space. I think Blacklist have done a good job thus far. They're sticking to their MO.
Okay, waiting in the bush. Is Chaz jumping onto up? If he overextends, they might do it.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, he senses something, right? Chaz gonna actually ride the wind back to his own bush. He's gonna be fine for this one, but Golden Kite needs that farm at in the same way of Justy. You know, Golden Kite is also a win condition, but they're a step behind, at least in terms of this jungle clear.
And we're going to see the challenge for the objective perhaps, but okay, not yet. Both sides are respecting each other. Blacklist International thinking to themselves that do they want to go for the Overlord? But at the same time, if they go for that,
Oh, they're going in. Oh, they get the stomp in. The Battlefield Command. Ashin gets the kill on the Dragon. He's not able to see him fade away, and Justy goes down as well. And the Cavemen are strong when they work together.
And that is what they want. The target. Jushi, you get the jungler. No smite. Overlord is ours.
They took it. They took the Overlord. This is looking very strong for Impunity. Able to bounce back, but net worth, they're behind. Mind you, a lot of this is on the backbone of, the back of up. Oh, they're going in. They're looking to find Megumi. Not able to do anything because he goes out of sight.
That was close. It was like down to like what, 20% of health? Okay. Good thing that Blacklist, they don't have enough damage at that point. They probably weren't expecting that. The fact that they got that poke, the fact that they managed to send back Megumi, I think it's already well.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, just surviving. He's providing that vision. He's like, what, 10 points on that vision score. So he's provided a decent amount. That's what you want to do. But it's a little bit of fear, right? When, like, we're talking about I mean, we make jokes that there's no real ranged hero other than the Shaolin. But Megumi can kind of cover a lot of that, some of the issues, right? The fact that his entire team can go stealth could potentially be a problem. But now Blacklist International playing a little bit more standard, looking to just close things out. They take the bottom T2.
Yeah, and the fact that they needed the Sparkforce Dagger onto Golden Kite, that will allow them to push waves even faster. And not only the waves, even the Tyrant, they can take it quick as well. And it will fall to the hands of Blacklist, uncontested by Impunity.
Yeah, we'll take that one out. A little bit of pressure in the top lane with that Vanguard, but Impunity making their way downtown into the mid lane here, and they're just going to wait for the next minion wave. They definitely want to close out that T1, which is kind of like teetering on the edge.
Look at the bottom right, it's almost all gone. T2 falls to the hands of Blacklist, Impunity. They're having trouble right now protecting their side lanes. Look at this, look at how far they have to track if they see someone doing the split push.
Yeah, and they have to go back and forth. I mean, this is like, you know, another thing about the melee versus range thing, right? Where like they need to be physically closer, and they need to deal with this. And you know, Ashing will make the way there, but X-Heroes in the bottom lane, both of those will kind of protect the outer lanes, ensuring that, hey, Shaolin and Up continue to farm.
And Blacklist International still holding it strong, and we're seeing here, is he gonna go for Shammy? Okay, no, it's just more of a scout.
Yeah, just more of a scout for now. But at some point, Up is going to hit that critical mass where he can start doing that damage, and he's going to be scary, right? You need to figure out ways to kind of get onto, like, once he gets going, and he's able to find that pickoff, because they do have a decent amount of control, something to take note of.
Okay, speaking about pickoff, they saw Dragon.
Oh, they found him, but it looks like they're going to run off Ashing. They got the knock up onto him. They got the kill. Justy has the damage, and they'll take this one off. The force field suppression by Chammy. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on this mid T1. They'll force it down. They're trying to stay alive. Megumi, the Storm Strike is real. They do have the nice little knockout. Megumi's going to be killed, but do they have enough? Golden Kite is here. They're trying to cut the wave, but they don't have the minions, and that will slow things down.
And Up came in, fine. But what we saw is that he does not have the amount of damage, and the matter of fact is that they don't have the space to farm, so it's getting difficult for Up to scale in damage.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tough, but again, like, look, we'll let Golden Kite do that damage. He'll force it down, put a little bit of pressure on that mid T1, not able to get that one, but with the Tyrant here starting up, Justy, he's the man, right? He's level 14, still higher on pace in terms of levels over Up, who's level 13, who's fallen behind. They're looking to burn this down as quickly as possible. Ashing thought about going in, but Justy will pick up the Shadow Tyrant here.
Yeah, it's still perfect objectives here by Blacklist International. And Impunity looking for the next pick of it. They saw
They got the out of sight. They're going to go. They found Chaz, but they didn't get the pick off.
Oh,
Ashing
no.
now has been caught out again. The Battlefield Command right on top of him, keeping him alive. Impunity trying to go for those kills, trying to go for those group out of sight plays with the Guguzi. Not able to do it. And unfortunately, another attack that was thwarted by Blacklist.
Yeah, they expanded their skills and they didn't get anything out of it. Blacklist International, they saw that window, they saw that opening, they countered upon them, and that was how they were pushed back. Good thing is that nobody went out, but they lost their tower.
Yeah, lost the tower on this one, but now Ashing, again, trying to defend, won't defend the top T2.
Oh.
In the mid lane, they do have some damage. Up is starting to do some work, but Chammy survives. Oh, he's so low. Okay, he's got the force field suppression, the Sea of Fate on out of there. He's playing with my heart, and he does survive.
Oh, okay. Please don't play with Holler's heart, okay? All right. We still need him. But
Just for now, at least for this game, man.
But Chammy actually stepped out of the tower race just in time, and the shield was like a bonus for him. So it was well timed by Chammy. Again.
Yeah. Go on. Okay, but look at this. Like Impunity right now, like they don't want to be playing defensive. They're falling behind in terms of like this farm. All the map control has gone specifically like all in favor of Blacklist International. They have very little space, and they need to figure out ways to kind of get that farm because again, up is your win condition, but he's actually behind two members of Blacklist right now. So he needs to, like, if he's trying to get that pick off and you want up to do it, you got to get him a little bit more farm, and you got to create opportunities where the rest of the team can kind of reposition them and stun them for up to just kind of burn them down.
Okay, the best person to create opportunity for up is going to be X-Hero. Because he can shove up the waves and he can come back with the Battlefield Command. So he is their best bet right now to open up that space. If he is not able to do that, then I worry for up.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, he's like in his base, right? They're all like sharing farm at this moment. Ashing is looking to split push, but with that Shadow Vanguard pushing bottom, there's going to be very little opportunity to go for that flank. And that's kind of what Blacklist are looking. They're doubling back. They're trying to ensure that the rear is protected because they don't know where Ashing is. He's not on the map, so they have very little idea. And at any moment, Megumi could kind of pop in with that out of sight for the rest of the team to kind of get in. But here's the whirlpool. It looks like the Blacklist International are going to look to push the bottom.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time right now, right? If Impunity oversteps, then that's it. They will go all in. But before that, they take down the tower. That's going to be the main objective. Bottom is out. Might shift their focus to mid next.
Yeah, I mean, that was a commitment of the Shadow Vanguard, ensuring that they got that bottom T3. They did. That's a victory for Blacklist. Now they need to just kind of slow the game down almost because they don't need to rush this. They are in the lead. They can continue to choke them out, so to speak.
Impunity, now they are having a hard time coming out, and Up is not able to farm. He is probably the rest of the
Megumi, they're looking to go. They found him. They pushed him back. They found the right initiation. They found Chaz, though. But is that enough? Xiaolin is a little bit low. Needs to be a little bit careful on this one. They're pushing him back, but the Vanguards are now pushing. The base is actually taking some damage, and Impunity are on the prowl. They have the stealth. They have the out of sight, but they've taken all of the T3s. If anything, Black Dragon or Blacklist International are doing a great job of this retreat.
Okay, this has to be it, right? Impunity has to come up. They have to open up the map right now. They see Pei in front of them. No, they're not going to jump in yet, but Blacklist, they have the same idea. Look at their position. They're waiting for Impunity to overstep.
Yeah, but like Impunity have to force something, right? Chaz is up in about 5 seconds. This is a window of opportunity, especially since all lanes are going to go. But with the force field suppression, Megumi's going to get bursted as well as Up, and that might have been it. They're looking to go the Battlefield Command onto Xiaolin, but Xiaolin is going to be killed, and he will trade, but that's going to be just life number 1. He will be back. X-Hero has been killed, and Blacklist, off of the triple kill of Joshi, are looking to march down. They have the super minions. They will take the base. They will take the series, and they will win over Impunity 4-2.
What an insane comeback by Blacklist International! Feeding off the power of the supporters, the home ground fans coming in with their banners, and now they're paying back to the fans out there, to the home ground fans, that they're able to do it against Impurity.
Blacklist International going into this one, we were questioning how much resolve they have. Were they going to be resilient when their backs were on the wall? They have proved me, as well as everyone else, wrong just about how strong this team is. They're willing to go the distance. The fact that they were down 0-2 and were able to bounce back and to do it convincingly speaks volumes about this team.
And here we have it, your home ground heroes taking the bow with the fans, and look at the fans now. They're giving the salute as well. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I think Team Secret has to copyright that. Oh.
No, it's definitely a thing, right? This is one where, I mean, for the Philippines, well played, Blacklist International, well deserved, the #1 squad for a reason. They came out, and they came out with spades because they won that game, and they won that one convincingly.
Oh man, this is crazy, right? We have never seen a series that went this far and they are still able to dig deep and find the right combination, find the right hero pool, and win it convincingly in this decider match.
Yeah, just played that one to a T. I mean, more props to Blacklist, right? I mean, to also the G, the coach, of just being able to be like, hey, we're fine. We're down 0-2. This is, we can overcome this. We have that resilience and we're able to do it. And they did it with the draft. I think even in that last one, they were like, actually, we're running out of heroes. We don't know how to play. We don't know what else to play at this point because the caveman strat, not good enough to take down Blacklist International.
Yeah, it was difficult for them, right? Okay, so look at Megumi, KDA 035, given the farming role, but he's not able to come up with something impactful enough. Other than that, probably arguably the potential most impactful hero is X-Hero himself. 2-1-2, not able to chop up the waist just because of the level of mobility that Blacklist International has with the pay, with the eye of the whirlpool. So it was very difficult for even if you wanted to do split pushing.
Yeah, and look at how much damage was actually done. Very little, right? Because Blacklist was playing a macro game. They were sticking to objectives, and the damage to heroes is a completely different stat, right? It doesn't really matter when you're hitting towers and you're closing the game out. And they were playing it strong. They were not overcommitting to fights. They were playing, when they were forced, or they lost Megumi at one point, they were able to just kind of retreat on the right time. But they just played very strongly, very patiently, and what we expected from Blacklist.
And this was even based on the chart, right? It is the most convincing win by Blacklist International. It just went all the way. They secured most of the objectives. They only let go of one overlord to the hands of Impunity, but that's fine. They could let that one go, and that's because they had the lump anyway. Other than that, it's all secured by Blacklist International. Goal difference ended with a 10k difference. Our MVP this round, welcome back, Dragon!
Yeah, Dragon here had a great game. I think on the Dachiao, just being able to see a Fate on point, the repositioning, the split pushing and all that, very good, right? Because again, they were up against the Liu Bang, which had its own sort of split pushing. But seeing as that you had your own, you had other ways to kind of counter this. And things looked all right for Impunity. Like, the draft wasn't bad. They were trying to chase after this. This is the time where Blacklist International, with the Whirlpool, ends up getting a double in return.
And there was a good attempt on the highlights when Ashing actually came from the back. But there wasn't... Okay, number one, he didn't have enough damage at that point of time. Number two is that the teammates weren't there. So maybe in terms of synchronization, it was a little bit off for Impunity as well.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to the draft on this one. Really, I mean, the Ashing, the Guan Yu, as well as the Liu Bang, like, you needed a farm laner, someone to help you out. Because doing it by himself, very, very tough station. And I'm just wondering, were there no farm laners? I need to check the replay to see, what they was picked as well as the bans, because I felt like they were like, oh, we actually have nobody. Like, we nobody's better than like a Guan Yu at this point.
I mean, to the best of my memory, there was still Consort U that could be picked up, but okay, so this is also the question, right? But maybe they're not too confident about playing the Consort U. I don't know, right? Only the coaches and the players themselves know. I believe there are still other options, but yeah, was all that composition. But anyway, we're going to hear from the players themselves. We're sending it back to our host. Take it away.
Grabe! Parang plano nila na i-reverse sweep to eh. It was part of the plan. That they wanted to go, okay, parang lakas ng energy natin to. So it's part of the plan that you lose 2 and then you just win 4 straight. What was that about?
I think we just need the warm up. Yeah, I think
Warm up.
that's those 2 games are warm up.
Warm up lang pala, warm up lang, oh.
Yeah.
Warm
Okay.
up lang.
I really want to know, right? The 0-2 at first, the reverse sweep. You guys must be nervous at some point. So how was this discussion with the coach and your manager and your analyst? What did they told you before the game 3?
They told us like one game at a time. Like, you know.
That's the
because-
strategy, eh?
Yeah.
You know, because you can't think ahead. Got to think of the first game, whatever is the next game, we'll focus on that. Pero, diskarte nyo ba na para maubos yung mga heroes nila? Because it is a global ban, right? So I'm just saying that if they need to make them finish all their heroes, because maybe they're only good at maybe 2 or 3, and then all of a sudden, all their heroes, I don't know any other heroes.
Isa din po siguro yun na na inubos ng hero muna ng Chinese nila. Kasi most likely kasi ayun yung carry nila sa Impunity. And then nung mga 5th to 6th game na, alam na namin.
Ang galing, ang galing. So they knew it was part of the plan as well. And they noticed it after game 3, going into game 4, and game 5 they said it's GG. So what was your strategy when you guys saw them? They didn't pick a marksman, they didn't pick a gold laner. Was that a good advantage for you guys?
Technically, yes. Kasi naman pag sa HOK kasi malakas talaga pag may marksman.
Exactly.
Nung pinik nila yung alam na namin magpa-panel sila ng gold doon. So, nag-focus na lang kami magpa-farm sa amin. And then, mas madali na lang i-finish yun pag late game na.
Beautiful.
Okay, I know they are. Congratulations to making the semifinals. You're gonna fight either Elevate again
Alam natin yan.
or Nongshim, right? I know you're gonna choose Elevate, of course. Of course.
Definitely.
So do you have some word of encouragement, motivation, or if you want to just taunt them for Elevate to pass it through for tomorrow?
Masabi ko lang galingan mo Shrek.
So they have to win. They got to win this. Guys, once again, Blacklist. A round of applause. And when I say Blacklist, you say... Isa pa! Blacklist! One more, Blacklist! Flex lang. All right, let's go back to the casters. Maraming salamat.
Break the code. When I say Blacklist, you say break the code. And they indeed broke the code here. 2-0 down, they came back to win this. Oh, man. Standing ovation.
Yeah, standing ovation. I mean, it's got to be great. I mean, it wasn't the full 0-3 reverse sweep, but it was still a reverse sweep in its own right. 0-2 being down. It's got to feel like 0-3 if anything else. It's got to be so worrying where you're like, oh man, we just lost 2. Third game, must win. That was a banger. And the fact that they were able to come back into the series, that speaks volumes about this team. Really well played, well coached, everything about this team. They're looking to hit their stride now, which is great.
Yeah, and this is the furthest so far that we have gone in this tournament in terms of hero pool testing, and we're seeing how it affects the teams if we do go this far. So this could probably be like a preview to all the other teams in the upcoming matches tomorrow and so on and so forth in order to prepare themselves. But speaking about tomorrow's matches, here it is, the brackets.
Yeah, and it's going to start off with Nongshim versus Elevate, the second seed out of the Philippines. Elevate, that is Nongshim Red Force. They were the #1 seed in the Japan-Korea qualifier. They were the #1 squad in Group D. They're making some waves. That's going to be the first matchup. The second matchup is going to be against Team Vitality, the European qualifiers, versus the #1 squad out of Indonesia, Bigatron Esports. That will be your final one. There's going to be 2 matches tomorrow. It's going to be super exciting. Who's going to move on? Who's going to end up playing Blacklist? Is it going to be Nongshim Red Force, or is it going to be Elevate? And then the other one, on the other side of the bracket, is it going to be Team Vitality or Bigatron going up against Nova?
Yeah, and this will be the time, ladies and gentlemen. It's still going to be the same. 2 p.m. plus 8 GMT. So adjust your timing according to wherever you are across the world. You don't want to miss out on these amazing matches. And it is a single elimination. Just like today, more teams will be eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah, more teams will be eliminated. And unfortunately for, Impunity, they're going home today. As well as All Gamers Global, they had a valiant effort in both of those series and giving themselves trying to get in. But if anything, I think they've gotten that experience. I think if there's anything that I've learned, if you're an Impunity fan or Impunity coach or anything, they need to go a little bit deeper in that draft pool, right? They need to figure things out because, again, even the bans really affect you, right? You think that, I can go 30 deep or whatever, but you're actually closer to 40 or 50. And unfortunately, the caveman strat, not the greatest to pull out in a game 6 with your lifeline. Your life is on the line. They need to do a little bit better job of ensuring that they're prepared for those late games.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I would like to see that work out maybe in future matches. Unfortunately for this one, it did not, but that's okay. It's also a learning for the other teams as well. It's like, maybe they have an idea, but it's just maybe execution or timing or whatever it is. I mean, the coaches know better, right? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all at our desk here for today. And for myself as well, I'll be signing off for this season. You'll be seeing more of Holler in days to come as well. Thank you so much again for watching this season of Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful buddy here, Holler. We'll be seeing you in the future. Bye-bye.
Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy.
Never surrender. Fighting never fail.
Red team killing.
I'm a contender.